57. The Black Letters. Note: Strange's later Venetian letters, in particular his letters to Henry Woodhope, have been known by this name since their publication in London in January 1817. Lawyers and magical scholars will doubtless continue to argue over whether or not the publication was legal. Certainly Strange never gave his permission, and Henry Woodhope has always maintained that neither did he. Henry Woodhope also said that the published letters had been altered and added to, presumably by Henry Lascelles and Gilbert Norrell. In his The Life of Jonathan Strange, John Segundus published what he and Woodhope claimed were the originals. It is these versions which are reprinted here. End of note. December 1816. Santa Maria Zobenigo, Venice. Jonathan Strange, to the Reverend Henry Woodhope, December 3, 1816. My dear Henry, you must prepare yourself for wonderful news. I have seen Arabella. I have seen her and spoken to her. Is that not glorious? Is that not the best of all possible news? You will not believe me, you will not understand it, but be assured it was not a dream. It was not drunkenness or madness or opium. Consider. You have only to accept that last Christmas at Clun we were half enchanted, and all becomes believable, all becomes possible. It is ironic, is it not, that I, of all people, did not recognize magic when it wrapped itself about me? In my own defense I may say that it was of a quite unexpected nature, and came from a quarter I could never have foreseen. Yet to my shame other people were quicker-witted than me. John Hyde knew that something was wrong, and tried to warn me, but I did not listen to him. Even you, Henry, told me quite plainly that I was too taken up with my books, that I neglected my responsibilities and my wife. I resented your advice, and on several occasions gave you a rude answer. I am sorry for it now, and humbly beg your pardon. Blame me as much as you want. You cannot think me half so much at fault as I think myself. But to come to the point of all this, I need you to come here to Venice. Arabella is in a place not very far distant from here, but she cannot leave it, and I cannot go there. At least, several lines expunged. My friends here in Venice are well-meaning souls, but they plague me with questions. I have no servant, and there is something here which makes it hard for me to go about the city unobserved. Of this I shall say no more. My dear, good Henry, please do not make difficulties. Come straight away to Venice. Your reward will be Arabella safe and well and restored to us. For what other reason has God made me the greatest magician of the age, if not for this? Your brother, S. Santa Maria Zobenigo, Venice. Jonathan Strange to the Reverend Henry Woodhope, December 6, 1816. My dear Henry, I have been somewhat troubled in my conscience since I wrote to you last. You know that I have never lied to you, but I confess that I have not told you enough for you to form an accurate opinion of how matters stand with Arabella at present. She is not dead, but 12 lines crossed out and indecipherable. Under the earth, within the hill which they call the Bruch. Alive, yet not alive, not dead either. Enchanted. It has been their habit since time immemorial to steal away Christian men and women, and make servants of them, or force them, as in this case, to take part in their dreary pastimes, their dances, their feasts, their long empty celebrations of dust and nothingness. Among all the reproaches which I heap on my own head, the bitterest by far is that I have betrayed her, she whom my first duty was to protect. Santa Maria Zobenigo, Venice. Jonathan Strange to the Reverend Henry Woodhope, December 15, 1816. My dear Henry, it grieves me to tell you that I now have better grounds for the uneasiness I told you of in my last letter. Note: this letter has never been found. It is probable that Strange never sent it. According to Lord Byron, letter to John Murray, December 31, 1816, Strange would often write long letters to his friends and then destroy them. Strange confessed to Byron that he quickly became confused as to which he had and had not sent. End of note. I have done everything I can think of to break the bars of her black prison, but without success. There is no spell that I know of that can make the smallest dent in such ancient magic. For aught I know, there is no such spell in the whole English canon. Stories of magicians freeing captives from faerie are few and far between. I cannot now recall a single one. Somewhere in one of his books Martin Pale describes how fairies can grow tired of their human guests and expel them without warning from the brook. The poor captives find themselves back home but hundreds of years after they left it. Perhaps that is what will happen. Arabella will return to England long after you and I are dead. That thought freezes my blood. I cannot disguise from you that there is a black mood upon me. Time and I have quarrelled. All hours are midnight now. I had a clock and a watch, but I destroyed them both. I could not bear the way they mocked me. I do not sleep. I cannot eat. I take wine and something else. Now at times I become a little wild. I shake and laugh and weep for a time. I cannot say what time, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day. But enough of that. Madness is the key. I believe I am the first English magician to understand that. Norrell was right. He said we do not need fairies to help us. He said that madmen and fairies have much in common, but I did not understand the implications then, and neither did he. Henry, you cannot conceive of how desperately I need you here. Why do you not come? Are you ill? I have received no replies to my letters, but this may mean that you are already on the road to Venice, and this letter may perhaps never reach you.
"Darkness, misery, and solitude," cried the gentleman in high glee. "That is what I have inflicted upon him, and that is what he must suffer for the next 100 years. Oh, how cast down he is! I have won! I have won!" He clapped his hands, and his eyes glittered.
In Strange's room in the parish of Santa Maria Zobenigo 3 candles were burning, one upon the desk, one upon the top of the little painted cupboard, and one in a wall sconce by the door. An observer of the scene might have supposed them to be the only lights in all the world. From Strange's window nothing could be seen but night and silence. Strange, unshaven, with red-rimmed eyes and wild hair, was doing magic. Stephen stared at him with mingled pity and horror.
"And yet he is not so solitary as I would like,"
remarked the gentleman in a displeased tone.
"There is someone with him."
There was indeed. A small dark man in expensive clothes was leaning against the little painted cupboard, watching Strange with an appearance of great interest and enjoyment. From time to time he would take out a little notebook and scribble in it. "That is Lord Byron," said Stephen.
"And who is he?"
"A very wicked gentleman, sir. A poet. He quarrelled with his wife and seduced his sister."
"Really? Perhaps I will kill him."
"Oh, do not do that, sir. True, his sins are very great, and he has been more or less driven out of England, but even so—"
"Oh, I do not care about his crimes against other people. I care about his crimes against me. He ought not to be here." "Ah, Stephen, Stephen, do not look so stricken. Why should you care what becomes of one wicked Englishman? I tell you what I will do. Because of the great love I bear you, I will not kill him now. He may have another 5 years of life, but at the end of that he must die."
Note. Byron died of a chill 5 years later in Greece. End of note. "Thank you, sir," said Stephen gratefully. "You are all generosity." Suddenly Strange raised his head and cried out, "I know you are there. You can hide from me if you wish, but it is too late. I know you are there." "Who are you talking to?" Byron asked him. Strange frowned. "I am being watched, spied upon." "Are you indeed? And do you know by whom?" "By a fairy and a butler." "A butler?" said his lordship, laughing. "Well, one may say what one likes about imps and goblins, but butlers are the worst of them. "What?" said Strange.
The gentleman with the thistledown hair was looking anxiously about the room. "Stephen, can you see my little box anywhere?"
"Little box, sir?"
Yes, you know what I mean. The little box containing dear Lady Poole's finger."
"I do not see it, sir. But surely the little box does not matter any more, now that you have defeated the magician."
"Oh, there it is!" cried the gentleman. "See, you had put your hand down upon the table and accidentally hidden it from my view."
Stephen moved his hand away. After a moment he said, "You do not pick it up, sir." To this remark the gentleman made no reply. Instead, he immediately returned to abusing the magician and glorying in his own victory. "It is not his any more," thought Stephen, with a thrill of excitement. "He may not take it. It belongs to the magician now. Perhaps the magician can use it somehow to free Lady Poole." Stephen watched and waited to see what the magician would do. But at the end of half an hour he was forced to admit that the signs were scarcely hopeful. Strange strode about the room, muttering magic spells to himself, and looking entirely deranged. Lord Byron questioned him about what he was doing, and the answers that Strange gave were wild and incomprehensible, though quite to the taste of Lord Byron. And as for the little box, Strange never once looked at it. For all that Stephen could tell, he had forgotten all about it. 58. Henry Woodhope pays a visit. December 1816. "You have done quite right in coming to me, Mr. Woodhope. I have made a careful study of Mr. Strange's Venetian correspondence, and, aside from the general horror of which you rightly speak, there is much in these letters which is hidden from the layman. I think I may say without vanity that at this moment I am the only man in England who is capable of understanding them." It was twilight, 3 days before Christmas. In the library at Hanover Square the candles and lamps had not yet been lit. It was that curious time of day when the sky is bright and full of colour, but all the streets are dim and shadowy. Upon the table there was a vase of flowers, but in the fading light it appeared to be a black vase of black flowers. Mr. Norrell sat by the window with Strange's letters in his hands. Lascelles sat by the fire, regarding Henry Woodhope coolly. "I confess to having been in a condition of some distress ever since I first received these letters," said Henry Woodhope to Mr. Norrell. "I have not known whom to turn to for help. To be truthful, I have no interest in magic. I have not followed the fashionable quarrels about the subject, but every one says that you are England's greatest magician, and you were once Mr. Strange's tutor. I shall be very grateful to you, sir, for any advice you are able to give me." Mr. Norrell nodded. "You must not blame Mr. Strange," he said. "The magical profession is a dangerous one. There is no other which so lays a man open to the perils of vanity. Politics and law are harmless in comparison. You should understand, Mr. Woodhope, that I tried very hard to keep him with me, to guide him. But his genius, which makes us all admire him, is the very thing which leads his reason astray. These letters show that he has strayed much further than I could ever have supposed." "Strayed? Then you do not believe this queer tale of my sister being alive?" "Not a word of it, sir, not a word of it. It is all his own unhappy imaginings." Henry Woodhope sat silent for a moment, as if he were deciding upon the relative degrees of disappointment and relief that he felt. He said, "And what of Mr. Strange's curious complaint that time has stopped? Can you make anything of this, sir?" Lascelles said, "We understand from our correspondence in Italy that for some weeks Mr. Strange has been surrounded by perpetual darkness. Whether he has done this deliberately, or whether it is a spell gone wrong, we do not know. There is also the possibility that he has offended some great power, and that this is the result. What is certain is that some action upon Mr. Strange's part has caused a disturbance in the natural order of things." "I see," said Henry Woodhope. Lascelles looked at him rather severely. "It is something which Mr. Norrell has striven hard all his life to avoid." "Ah," said Henry. He turned to Mr. Norrell.
"But what should I do, sir? Ought I to go to him as he begs me to?"
Mr. Norrell sniffed.
"The most important question is, I believe, how soon we may contrive to bring him back to England, where his friends may care for him and bring to a rapid end the delusions that beset him."
"Perhaps if you were to write to him, sir."
No. I fear my little stock of influence with Mr. Strange all ran out some years ago. It was the war in Spain that did the mischief. Before he went to the peninsula, he was very content to stay with me and learn all I could teach him. But afterwards—"
Mr. Norrell sighed.
"No, we must rely upon you, Mr. Woodhope. You must make him come home, and since I suspect that your going to Venice could only prolong his stay in that city, and persuade him that one person at least gives credit to his imaginings, then I most strongly urge you not to go."
"Well, sir, I must confess that it makes me very glad to hear you say so. I shall certainly do as you advise. If you could pass me my letters, I shall trouble you no longer." "Mr. Woodhope," said Lascelles, "do not be in such a hurry, I beg you. Our conversation is by no means concluded. Mr. Norrell has answered all your questions candidly and without reservation. Now you must return the favour." Henry Woodhope frowned and looked puzzled.
"Mr. Norrell has relieved me of a great deal of anxiety. If there is any way in which I can serve Mr. Norrell, then of course I shall be very happy, but I do not quite understand—"
"Perhaps I do not make myself clear," said Lascelles. "I mean, of course, that Mr. Norrell requires your help, so that he may help Mr. Strange. Is there anything else you can tell us of Mr. Strange's Italian tour? What was he like before he fell into this sad condition? Was he in good spirits?"
"No," said Henry indignantly, as though he thought some insult was implied in the question. "My sister's death weighed very heavily on him. At least at first it did. At first he seemed very unhappy. But when he reached Genoa, everything changed." He paused. "He writes no word of it now, but before his letters were full of praise for a young lady, one of the party he is travelling with, and I could not help suspecting that he was thinking of marrying again."
"A second marriage?" exclaimed Lascelles. "And so soon after the death of your sister? Dear me, how very shocking! How very distressing for you."
Henry nodded unhappily. There was a little pause, and then Lascelles said,
"I hope he gave no sign of this fondness for the society of other ladies before. I mean, when Mrs. Strange was alive. It would have caused her great unhappiness."
"No, of course not," cried Henry.
"I beg your pardon if I have offended you. I certainly meant no disrespect to your sister. A most charming woman, but such things are not uncommon, you know, particularly among men of a certain stamp of mind." Lascelles reached over to the table where Strange's letters to Henry Woodhope lay. He poked at them with one finger until he found the one he wanted. "In this letter," he said, running his eye over it, "Mr. Strange has written, 'Jeremy has told me that you did not do what I asked, but it is no matter. Jeremy has done it, and the outcome is exactly as I imagined.'" Lascelles put down the letter and smiled pleasantly at Mr. Woodhope. "What did Mr. Strange ask you to do that you did not do? Who is Jeremy, and what was the outcome?"
Mr. Strange asked me to exhume my sister's coffin."
Henry looked down.
"Well, of course I would not. So Strange wrote to his servant, a man called Jeremy Johns, a very arrogant fellow."
"And Johns exhumed the body?"
"Yes. He has a friend in Clun who is a grave-digger. They did it together. I can scarcely describe my feelings when I discovered what this person had done."
"Yes, quite. But what did they discover?"
"What ought they to discover but my poor sister's corpse? However, they chose to say they did not. They chose to put about a ridiculous tale."
"What did they say?"
"I do not repeat servants' tittle-tattle."
"Of course you do not. But Mr. Norrell desires that you put aside this excellent principle for a moment, and speak openly and candidly. as he has spoken to you?"
Henry bit his lip. "They said the coffin contained a log of black wood."
"No body?" said Lascelles.
"No body," said Henry.
Lascelles looked at Mr. Norrell. Mr. Norrell looked down at his hands in his lap.
"But what has my sister's death to do with anything?" asked Henry with a frown.
He turned to Mr. Norrell.
"I understood from what you said before that there was nothing extraordinary about my sister's death. I thought you said no magic had taken place."
"Oh, upon the contrary," declared Lascelles. "Certainly there was some magic taking place. There can be no doubt about that. The question is, whose was it?"
"I beg your pardon?"
asked Henry. "Of course it is too deep for me," said Lascelles. "It is a matter which only Mr. Norrell can deal with." Henry looked in confusion from one to the other. "Who is with Strange now?" asked Lascelles. "He has servants, I suppose?"
"No servants of his own. He is attended, I believe, by his landlord's servants. His friends in Venice are an English family. They seem a very odd set of people, very much addicted to travelling, the females as much as the gentlemen."
"Name?"
"Greystone or Greyfield, I do not remember exactly."
"And where are they from, these people called Greystone or Greyfield?"
"I do not know. I do not believe Strange ever told me. The gentleman was a ship's doctor, I believe, and his wife, who is dead, was French."
Lascelles nodded. The room was now so dim that Henry Woodhope could not see the faces of the other two men. "You look pale and tired, Mr. Woodhope," remarked Mr. Lascelles. "Perhaps the London air does not agree with you."
"I do not sleep very well. Since these letters began to arrive, I have dreamt of nothing but horrors."
Lascelles nodded. "Sometimes a man may know things in his heart that he will not whisper in the open air, even to himself. You are very fond of Mr. Strange, are you not?" Henry Woodhope might perhaps be excused for looking a little puzzled at this, since he had not the least idea what Lascelles was talking about. But all he said was, "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Norrell. I will certainly do as you suggest, and now I wonder if I might take back my letters?" "Ah, well, as to that," said Lascelles, "Mr. Norrell wonders if he might borrow them for a time. He believes there is still much to learn from them."
Henry Woodhope looked as if he was about to protest, so Lascelles added in a somewhat reproachful tone,
"He is only thinking of Mr. Strange. It is all for the good of Mr. Strange."
So Henry Woodhope left the letters in the possession of Mr. Norrell and Lascelles.
When he was gone, Lascelles said, "Our next step must be to send someone to Venice."
"Yes, indeed," agreed Mr. Norrell. "I should dearly love to know the truth of the matter."
"Yes, well."
Lascelles gave a short, contemptuous laugh.
"Truth."
Mr. Norrell blinked his little eyes rapidly at Lascelles, but Lascelles did not explain what he meant. "I do not know who we can send," continued Mr. Norrell. "Italy is a very great distance. The journey takes almost 2 weeks, I understand. I could not spare Childermus for half so long."
Said Lascelles. "I was not necessarily thinking of Childermus. Indeed, there are several arguments against sending Childermus. You yourself have often suspected him of Strangite sympathies. It appears to me highly undesirable that the two of them should be alone together in a foreign country, where they can plot against us. No, I know whom we can send." The next day Lascelles's servants went out into various parts of London. Some of the places they visited were highly disreputable, like the slums and rookeries of St. Giles, Seven Dials, and Saffron Hill. Others were grand and patrician, like Golden Square, St. James's, and Mayfair. They gathered up a strange miscellany of persons, tailors, glove-makers, hat-makers, cobblers, money-lenders, a great many of these, bailiffs and sponging housekeepers, and they brought them all back to Lascelles's house in Bruton Street. When they were assembled in the kitchen, the master of the house having no intention of receiving such people in the drawing-room, Lascelles came down and paid each of them a sum of money on behalf of someone else. It was, he told them with a cold smile, an act of charity. After all, if a man cannot be charitable at Christmas, when can he be? 3 days later, on St. Stephen's Day, the Duke of Wellington appeared suddenly in London. For the past year or so his Grace had been living in Paris, where he was in charge of the Allied Army of Occupation. Indeed, it would scarcely be an exaggeration to say that at present the Duke of Wellington ruled France. Now the question had arisen whether the Allied army ought to remain in France or go to its various homes, which was what the French wanted. All that day the Duke was closeted with the Foreign Secretary, Lord Castlereagh, to discuss this important matter, and in the evening he dined with the ministers at a house in Grosvenor Square. They had scarcely begun to eat when the conversation lapsed, a rare thing among so many politicians. The ministers seemed to be waiting for someone to say something. The Prime Minister, Lord Liverpool, cleared his throat a little nervously and said, "We do not think you will have heard, but it is reported from Italy that Strange has gone mad." The Duke paused for a moment, with his spoon halfway to his mouth. He glanced round at them all, and then continued eating his soup. "You do not appear very much disturbed at the news," said Lord Liverpool. His Grace dabbed at his lips with his napkin. "No," he said, "I am not." "Will you give us your reasons?" asked Sir Walter Poole. "Mr. Strange is eccentric," said the Duke. "He might seem mad to the people around him. I dare say they are not used to magicians." The ministers did not appear to find this quite as convincing an argument as Wellington intended they should. They offered him examples of Strange's madness, his insistence that his wife was not dead, his curious belief that people had candles in their heads, and the even odder circumstance that it was no longer possible to transport pineapples into Venice.
"The watermen who carry fruit from the mainland to the city say that the pineapples fly out of their boats, as if they had been fired out of a cannon," said Lord Sidmouth, a small, dried-up-looking person. "Of course they carry other sorts of fruit as well, apples and pears and so on. None of these occasion the least disturbance, but several people have been injured by the flying pineapples. Why the magician should have taken such a dislike to this particular fruit, no one knows."
The Duke was not impressed. "None of this proves anything, I assure you. He did much more eccentric things in the peninsula. But if he is indeed mad, then he has some reason for being so. If you will take my advice, gentlemen, you will not worry about it." There was a short silence while the ministers puzzled this out.
"You mean to say he might have become mad deliberately?" said one in an incredulous tone.
"Nothing is more likely," said the Duke.
"But why?"
asked another. "I have not the least idea. In the peninsula we learnt not to question him. Sooner or later it would become clear that all his incomprehensible and startling actions were part of his magic. Keep him to his task, but show no surprise at anything he does. That, my lords, is the way to manage a magician."
But you have not heard all yet," said the First Lord of the Admiralty, eagerly. "There's worse. It is reported that he is surrounded by constant darkness. The natural order of things is overturned, and a whole parish in the city of Venice has been plunged into ceaseless night."
Lord Sidmouth declared,
"Even you, your Grace, with all your partiality for this man, must admit that a shroud of eternal darkness does not bode well. Whatever the good this man has done for the country, we cannot pretend that a shroud of eternal darkness bodes well."
Lord Liverpool sighed.
"I am very sorry this has happened. One could always speak to Strange as if he were an ordinary person. I had hoped that he would interpret Norrell's actions for us, but now it seems we must first find someone to interpret Strange." "We could ask Mr. Norrell," suggested Lord Sidmouth.
"I do not think we can expect an impartial judgment from that quarter," said Sir Walter Poole. "So what ought we to do?" asked the First Lord of the Admiralty. "We shall send a letter to the Austrians," said the Duke of Wellington, with his customary decisiveness. "A letter reminding them of the warm interest the Prince Regent and the British government will always feel in Mr. Strange's welfare, reminding them of the great debt owed by all Europe to Mr. Strange's gallantry and magicianship during the late wars, reminding them of our great displeasure were we to learn that any harm had come to him."
"Ah," said Lord Liverpool, "but that is where you and I differ, your Grace. It seems to me that if harm does come to Strange, it will not come from the Austrians. It is far more likely to come from Strange himself."
In the middle of January, a bookseller named Titus Watkins published a book called The Black Letters, which purported to be letters from Strange to Henry Woodhope. It was rumoured that Mr. Norrell had paid all the expenses of the edition. Henry Woodhope swore that he had never given his permission for the letters to be published. He also said that some of them had been changed. References to Norrell's dealings with Lady Poole had been removed, and other things had been put in, many of which seemed to suggest that Strange had murdered his wife by magic. At about the same time, one of Lord Byron's friends, a man called Scrope Davis, caused a sensation when he let it be known that he intended to prosecute Mr. Norrell upon Lord Byron's account for attempting to acquire Lord Byron's private correspondence by means of magic. Scrope Davis went to a lawyer in Lincoln's Inn and swore an affidavit in which he stated the following. He had recently received letters from Byron in which his lordship referred to the pillar of constant darkness which covered the parish of Mary Sobendingo in Venice, and to the madness of Jonathan Strange. Scrope Davis had placed the letters on his dressing-table in his rooms in Jermyn Street, St. James's. One evening, he thought the 7th of January, he was dressing to go to his club. He had just picked up a hairbrush when he happened to notice that the letters were skipping about like dry leaves caught in a breeze. But there was no breeze to account for the movement, and at first he was puzzled. He picked up the letters and saw that the handwriting on the pages was behaving strangely too. The pen-strokes were coming unhitched from their moorings and lashing about like clotheslines in a high wind. It suddenly came to him that the letters must be under the influence of magic spells. He was a gambler by profession, and like all successful gamblers he was quick-witted and cool-headed. He quickly placed the letters inside a Bible, in the pages of St. Mark's Gospel. He told some friends afterwards that, though he was entirely ignorant of magical theory, it had seemed to him that nothing was so likely to foil an unfriendly spell as Holy Writ. He was right. The letters remained in his possession and unaltered. It was a favourite joke afterwards in all the gentlemen's clubs that the most extraordinary aspect of the whole business was not that Mr. Norrell should have tried to acquire the letters, but that Scrope Davis, a notorious rake and drunk, should possess a Bible. 59. Leucrocuta, the Wolf of the Evening. January 1817. On a morning in the middle of January, Dr. Greysteel stepped out of his street door and stood a moment to straighten his gloves. Looking up, he happened to observe a small man who was sheltering from the wind in the doorway opposite. All doorways in Venice are picturesque, and sometimes the people who linger in them are too. This fellow was rather small, and despite his evident poverty, he seemed to possess a strong degree of foppishness. His clothes were exceedingly worn and shabby-looking, but he had tried to improve them by shining whatever could be shown and brushing what could not. He had whitened his old yellowing gloves with so much chalk that he had left little chalky fingerprints upon the door beside him. At first glance he appeared to be wearing the proper equipment of a fop, namely a long watch-chain, a bunch of watch-seals, and a lorgnette. But a moment's further observation showed that he had no watch-chain, only a gaudy gold ribbon, which he had carefully arranged to hang from a buttonhole. Likewise, his watch-seals proved to be nothing of the sort. They were a bunch of tin hearts, crosses, and talismans of the Virgin, the sort that Italian peddlers sold for a franc or two. But it was his lorgnette which was best of all. All fops and dandies love lorgnettes. They employ them to stare quizzically at those less fashionable than themselves. Presumably this odd little man felt naked without one, and so he had hung a large kitchen spoon in its place. Dr. Greysteel took careful note of these eccentricities, so that he might amuse a friend with them. Then he remembered that his only friend in the city was Strange, and Strange no longer cared about such things. Suddenly the little man left the doorway and came up to Dr. Greysteel. He put his head on one side and said in English,
You are Dr. Greyfield?"
Dr. Greysteele was surprised to be addressed by him, and did not immediately reply.
"You are Dr. Greyfield, the friend of the magician?"
"Yes," said Dr. Greysteele in a wondering tone. "But my name is Greysteele, sir, not Greyfield."
"1,000 apologies, my dear doctor. Some stupid person has misinformed me of your name. I am quite mortified. You are, I assure you, the last person in the world to whom I should wish to give offence. My respect for the medical profession is boundless. And now you stand there in all the dignity of poultices and pulse-taking, and you say to yourself, 'Who is this odd creature that dares to address me in the street as if I were a common person?' Permit me to introduce myself. I come from London, from Mr. Strange's friends, who, when they heard how far his wits had become deranged, were thrown into such fits of anxiety that they took the liberty of dispatching me to come and find out how he is."
Said Dr. Greysteele. "Frankly, I could have wished them more anxious. I first wrote them at the beginning of December, 6 weeks ago, sir. 6 weeks ago."
"Oh, quite very shocking, is it not? They are the idlest creatures in the world. They think of nothing but their own convenience, while you remain here in Venice, the magician's one true friend."
He paused.
"That is correct, is it not?"
he asked in quite a different voice.
"He has no friends but you."
"Well, there is Lord Byron," began Dr. Greysteele.
"Byron!" exclaimed the little man. "Really? Dear me! Mad, and a friend of Lord Byron!"
He sounded as if he did not know which was worse.
"Oh, my dear Dr. Greysteele, I have 1,000 questions to ask you. Is there somewhere you and I can talk privately?"
Dr. Greysteele's street door was just behind them, but his distaste for the little man was growing every moment. Anxious as he was to help Strange and Strange's friends, he had no wish to invite the fellow into his house. So he muttered something about his servant being in town on an errand just now. There was a little coffee-house a few streets away. Why did they not go there? The little man was all smiling acquiescence. They set off for the coffee-house. Their way lay by the side of a canal. The little man was upon Dr. Greysteele's right hand, closest to the water. He was talking, and Dr. Greysteele was looking around. The doctor's eyes happened to be directed towards the canal, and he saw how, without warning, a wave appeared, a single wave. This was odd enough in itself, but what followed was even more surprising. The wave rushed towards them and slopped over the stone rim of the canal, and as it did so, it changed shape. Watery fingers reached out towards the little man's foot, as if they were trying to pull him in. The moment the water touched him, he leapt back with an oath, but he did not appear to notice that anything unusual had occurred, and Dr. Greysteele said nothing of what he had seen. The interior of the coffee-house was a welcome refuge from the chill, damp January air. It was warm and smoky, a little gloomy, perhaps, but the gloom was a comfortable one. The brown-painted walls and ceiling were darkened with age and tobacco smoke, but they were also made cheerful by the glitter of wine bottles, the gleam of pewter tankards, and the sparkle of highly varnished pottery and gold-framed mirrors. A damp, indolent spaniel lay on the tiles in front of the stove. It shook its head and sneezed when the tip of Dr. Greysteele's cane accidentally brushed its ear. "I ought to warn you," said Dr. Greysteele, after the waiter had brought coffee and brandy, "that there are all sorts of rumours circulating in the town concerning Mr. Strange. People say he has summoned witches and made a servant for himself out of fire. You will know not to be taken in by such nonsense, but it is as well to be prepared. You will find him sadly changed. It would be foolish to pretend otherwise, but he is still the same at heart. All his excellent qualities, all his merits are just what they always were. Of that I have no doubt."
"Indeed. But tell me, is it true he has eaten his shoes? Is it true that he has turned several people into glass and then thrown stones at them?"
"Eaten his shoes?" exclaimed Dr. Greysteele. "Who told you that?"
"Oh, several people. Mrs. Kendall Blair, Lord Pope, Sir Galahad Dennehy, the Miss Underhills."
The little man rattled off a long list of names of English, Irish, and Scottish ladies and gentlemen who were currently residing in Venice and the surrounding towns. Dr. Greysteel was astounded. Why would Strange's friends wish to consult with these people in preference to himself? "But did you not hear what I just said? This is exactly the sort of foolish nonsense I am talking about." The little man laughed pleasantly.
"Patience, patience, my dear doctor. My brain is not so quick as yours. While you have been sharpening yours up with anatomy and chemistry, mine has languished in idleness." He rattled on a while about how he had never applied himself to any regular course of study, and how his teachers had despaired of him, and how his talents did not lie in that direction at all. But Dr. Greysteel no longer troubled to listen to him. He was thinking. It occurred to him that a while ago the little man had begged to introduce himself, yet somehow he had neglected actually to do it. Dr. Greysteel was about to ask him his name when the little man asked a question that swept everything else from his mind. "You have a daughter, do you not?" "I beg your pardon?" The little man, apparently thinking Dr. Greysteel was deaf, repeated the question a little louder. "Yes, I have, but—" said Dr. Greysteel. "And they say that you have sent her out of the city?" "They? Who are they? What has my daughter to do with anything?" "Oh, only that they say she went immediately after the magician went mad. It seems to show that you were fearful of some harm coming to her." "I suppose you got this from Mrs. Kendall Blair and so forth," said Dr. Greysteel. "They are nothing but a pack of fools." "Oh, I dare say. But did you send your daughter away?" Dr. Greysteel said nothing. The little man put his head first on one side and then on the other. He smiled the smile of someone who knows a secret and is preparing to astound the world with it. "You know, of course," he said, "that Strange murdered his wife." "What?" Dr. Greysteel was silent a moment. A kind of laugh burst out of him. "I do not believe it." "Oh, but you must believe it," said the little man, leaning forward. His eyes glittered with excitement. "It is what everybody knows. The lady's own brother, a most respectable man, a clergyman, a Mr. Woodhope, was there when the lady died, and saw with his own eyes." "What did he see?" "All sorts of suspicious circumstances. The lady was bewitched. She was entirely enchanted, and scarcely knew what she did from morning to night, and no one could explain it. It was all her husband's doing. Of course he will try to use his magic to evade punishment, but Mr. Norrell, who is devoured, quite devoured with pity for the poor lady, will thwart him. Mr. Norrell is determined that Strange shall be brought to justice for his crimes." Dr. Greysteel shook his head. "Nothing you say shall make me believe this slander. Strange is an honourable man." "Oh, quite. And yet the practice of magic has destroyed stronger minds than his. Magic in the wrong hands can lead to the annihilation of every good quality, the magnification of every bad one. He defied his master, the most patient, wise, noble, good—" The little man, trailing adjectives, seemed no longer to remember what he meant to say. He was distracted by Dr. Greysteel's penetrating observation of him. Dr. Greysteel sniffed. "It is a curious thing," he said slowly. "You say that you are sent by Mr. Strange's friends, yet you have neglected to tell me who these friends are. It is certainly a very particular sort of friend that voices it everywhere that a man is a murderer." The little man said nothing. "Was it Sir Walter Poole, perhaps?" "No," said the little man in a considering tone. "Not Sir Walter." "Mr. Strange's pupils, then? I have forgot their names." "Everybody always does. They are the most unmemorable men in the world." "Was it them?" "No." "Mr. Norrell?" The little man was silent. "What is your name?" asked Dr. Greysteel.
The little man tipped his head one way and then another, but finding no way of avoiding such a direct question, he replied,
"Draw a light."
Oh, here's a pretty accuser! Yes, indeed, your word will carry a great deal of weight against an honest man, against the Duke of Wellington's own magician. Christopher Drawlight, famed throughout England as a liar, a thief, and a scoundrel. Drawlight blushed and blinked at the doctor resentfully.
"It suits you to say so?" he hissed. "Strange is a rich man, and you intended to marry your daughter to him? Where is the honour in that, my dear doctor? Where is the honour in that?"
Dr. Greysteel made a sound of mixed exasperation and anger. He rose from his seat. "I shall visit every English family in the Veneto. I shall warn them not to speak to you. I am going now. I wish you no good morning. I take no leave of you." And so saying, he flung some coins upon the table and left. The last part of this exchange had been loud and angry. The waiters and coffee-house people looked curiously at Drawlight as he sat alone. He waited until there seemed little chance of meeting the doctor in the street, and then he too left the coffee-house. As he passed along the streets, the water in the canals stirred in the oddest way. Waves appeared and followed him, occasionally making little darts and forays at his feet, slopping over the brim of the canal. But he observed none of this. Dr. Greysteel was as good as his word. He paid visits to all the British families in the city, and warned them not to speak to Drawlight. Drawlight did not care. He turned his attention to the servants, waiters, and gondolieri. He knew from experience that this class of person often knew a great deal more than the masters they served, and if they did not, why, he was able to rectify that situation by telling them something himself. Soon a great many people knew that Strange had murdered his wife, that he had tried to marry Miss Greysteel by force in the Cathedral of St. Mark, and had only been prevented by the arrival of a troop of Austrian soldiers, and that he had agreed with Lord Byron that they should hold their future wives and mistresses in common. Drawlight told any lie about Strange that occurred to him, but his powers of invention were not great, and he was glad to seize upon any little half-rumour, any half-formed thought in the minds of his informers. A gondoliero introduced him to a draper's wife, Mariana Segatti, Byron's mistress. Through an interpreter, Drawlight paid her a world of compliments and told her scandalous secrets about great ladies in London, who he assured her were nowhere near as pretty as herself. She told him that, according to Lord Byron, Strange kept to his room, drinking wine and brandy, and doing magic spells. None of this was very interesting, but she did tell Drawlight the little she knew about the magician in Lord Byron's poem, how he consorted with wicked spirits and defied the gods and all humankind. Drawlight conscientiously added these fictions to his edifice of lies. But of all the inhabitants of Venice, the one Drawlight desired most as a confidant was Frank. Dr. Greysteel's insults had rankled with him, and he had soon determined that the best revenge would be to make a traitor of his manservant. So he sent Frank a letter inviting him to a little wine-shop in San Polo. Somewhat to his surprise, Frank agreed to come. At the appointed hour, Frank arrived. Drawlight ordered a jug of rough red wine and poured them both a tumblerful.
"Frank," he began in a soft, wistful sort of voice, "I spoke to your master the other day, as I dare say you know. He seems a very stern sort of old fellow, not at all kind. I hope you are happy in your situation, Frank? I only mention it because a dear friend of mine, whose name is Lascelles, was saying only the other day how hard it is to find good servants in London, and if only someone would help him to a good manservant, he believed he would pay almost any money.
"Oh," said Frank.
"Do you think you might like to live in London, Frank?"
Frank drew circles on the table with some spilt wine, in a considering sort of way. "I might," he said.
"Because," continued Drawlight eagerly, "if you were able to do me 1 or 2 little services, then I would be able to tell my friend of your helpfulness, and I am sure he would say immediately that you were the man for him."
"What sort of services?" asked Frank.
"Oh, well, the first is the easiest thing in the world. Indeed, the moment I tell you what it is, you will be eager to do it, even if there were no reward at all. You see, Frank, I fear something quite horrible will soon happen to your master and his daughter. The magician means them a world of harm. I tried to warn your master, but he is so stubborn he would not listen to me. I can scarcely sleep for thinking of it. I curse my stupidity that I could not explain myself better, but they trust you, Frank. You could drop a few hints, not to your master, but to his sister and daughter, about Lestrange's wickedness, and put them on their guard."
Then Drawlight explained about the murder of Arabella Strange and the pact with Byron to hold their women in common. Frank nodded warily.
"We need to be on our guard against the magician," said Drawlight. "The others are all taken in by his lies and deceit, your master in particular. So it is vital that you and I gather up all the intelligence we can so that we can reveal his wicked plans to the world. Now, tell me, Frank, is there anything you have observed? Any word the magician let fall accidentally? Anything at all that has excited your suspicions?"
"Well, now that you mention it," said Frank, scratching his head, "there is one thing."
"Really?"
"I have not told anyone else about this, not even my master."
"Excellent,"
smiled Drawlight. "Only I cannot explain it very well. 'Tis easier to show you."
"Oh, certainly. Where do we go?"
"Just come outside. You can see it from here." So Frank and Drawlight went outside, and Drawlight looked about him. It was the most commonplace Venetian scene imaginable. There was a canal just before them, and on the other side a tawny-coloured church. A servant was plucking some pigeons in front of an open door. Their dirty feathers were scattered in a greyish, whitish circle in front of her. Everywhere was a jumble of buildings, statues, lines of washing and flower-pots. And in the distance towered the sheer, smooth face of the darkness. "Well, perhaps not exactly here," admitted Frank. "The buildings get in the way. Take a few steps forward, and you will see it perfectly." Drawlight took a few steps forward.
"Here?"
he asked, still looking about him. "Yes, just there," said Frank, and he kicked him into the canal. A resounding splash. Frank lingered a little longer to shout out some reflections upon Drawlight's moral character, calling him a lying, underhand scoundrel, a low dog, a venomous, cowardly blackguard, a snake, and a swine. These remarks certainly relieved Frank's feelings, but they were rather lost upon Drawlight, who was by this time under the water and could not hear them. The water had hit him like a blow, stinging the whole body and knocking the breath out of him. He fell through murky depths. He could not swim, and was certain he would drown, but he had not been in the water more than a few seconds when he felt himself plucked up by a strong current and borne away at great speed. By some accident, the action of water brought him to the surface every now and then, and he was able to snatch a breath. Moment after moment he continued in a state of the most abject terror, quite unable to save himself. Once the racing water bore him up high, and for an instant he saw the sunlit quayside, a place he did not recognize. He saw white, foaming water dashing at the stones, soaking people and houses. He saw people's shocked faces. He understood that he had not been driven out to sea, as he had supposed, but even then it did not occur to him that the current was in any way unnatural. Sometimes it carried him on vigorously in one direction, sometimes all was confusion, and he was certain that his end was upon him. Then suddenly the water seemed to grow tired of him. The motion ceased upon the instant, and he was thrown up on to some stone steps. He was vaguely aware of cold air and buildings around him. He drew in great, shuddering, body-racking breaths of air, and just as it became easier to breathe, he vomited up quantities of cold salt water. Then, for a long time, he simply lay there with his eyes closed, as a man might lie upon a lover's breast. He had no thought of anything at all. If any desires remained in him, then they were simply to lie there forever. Much later he became aware, firstly, that the stones were probably very dirty, and secondly, that he was fearfully cold. He began to wonder why it was so quiet, and why no one came to help him. He sat up and opened his eyes. Darkness was all around him. Was he in a tunnel? A cellar? Under the earth? Any of these would have been quite horrible, since he had not the least idea how he had got there, or how he was going to get out again. But then he felt the thin, chill wind upon his cheek. He looked up and saw the white winter stars. Night. "No, no, no," he pleaded. He shrank back against the stones of the quay, whimpering. The buildings were dark and utterly silent. The only live, bright things were the stars. Their constellations looked to draw light like gigantic glittering letters in an unknown alphabet. For all he knew, the magician had formed the stars into these letters, and used them to write a spell against him. All that could be seen in any direction was black night, stars and silence. There was no light in any of the houses, and if what Drawlight had been told was true, there were no people in any of the houses, unless, of course, the magician was there. With great reluctance he stood up and looked around. Nearby was a little bridge. On the other side of the bridge an alley disappeared between the high walls of dark houses. He could go that way, or he could choose the pavement by the side of the canal. It was frosted with starlight, and looked particularly eerie and exposed. He chose the alley and darkness. He crossed the bridge and passed between the houses. Almost immediately the alley opened out into a square. Several other alleys led away from the square. Which way should he go? He thought of all the black shadows he would have to pass, all the silent doorways. Suppose he never got out? He felt sick and faint with fear. There was a church in the square. Even by starlight its facade was a monstrous thing. It bulged with pillars and bristled with statues. Angels with outspread wings held trumpets to their lips. A shadowy figure held out its arms beneath the stone canopy. Blind faces gazed down at Drawlight from dark arches. "How do I know? The magician is not there," he thought. He began to examine each black figure in turn to see if it was Jonathan Strange. Once he had begun, it was difficult to stop. He fancied that if he looked away for a moment, one of the figures would move. He had almost persuaded himself that it was safe to walk away from the church, when something caught his eye. The merest possible irregularity in the deep blackness of the doorway. He looked closer. There was something, or someone, lying on the steps. A man. He lay stretched out upon the stones, as if in a swoon, face down, with his arm thrown over his head. For several moments, but it seemed like an eternity, Drawlight waited to see what would happen. Nothing happened. Then it came to him in an instant. The magician was dead. Perhaps in his madness he had killed himself. The sense of joy and relief was overwhelming. In his excitement he laughed out loud, an extraordinary sound in all the silence. The dark figure in the dark doorway did not stir. He drew closer until he was leaning over the figure. There was no sound of breathing. He wished that he had a stick to poke it. Without warning, the figure turned over. Drawlight gave a little yelp of fright. Silence. Then, "I know you," whispered Strange. Drawlight tried to laugh. He had always employed laughter as a means to placate his victims. Laughter was a soothing thing, was it not? All friends together. But all that came out of his mouth was a queer, braying sound. Strange stood up and took a few steps towards Drawlight. Drawlight backed away. In the starlight, Drawlight could see the magician more clearly. He could begin to trace the features of the man he had known. Strange's feet were bare. His coat and shirt hung open, and he had clearly not shaved in days. "I know you," whispered Strange again. "You are—" He moved his hands through the empty air, as if tracing magical symbols. "You are a Leucrocuta." "A Leu?" echoed Drawlight. "You are the wolf of the evening. You prey upon men and women. Your father was a hyena, and your mother a lioness. You have the body of a lion. Your hooves are cloven. You cannot look behind you. You have one long tooth and no gums. Yet you can take human shape and lure men to you with a human voice." "No, no!" pleaded Drawlight. He wanted to say more. He wanted to say that he was none of those things, that Strange was quite mistaken, but his mouth was too dry and weak from terror. It was no longer able to form the words. "And now," said Strange calmly, "I shall return you to your proper form." He raised his hands. "Abracadabra!" he cried. Drawlight fell to the ground, screaming over and over again, and Strange burst into such peals of laughter, eerie, mad laughter, that he bent double and staggered about the square. Eventually the fear of one man and the hilarity of the other subsided. Drawlight realized that he had not been transformed into the horrible nightmare creature, and Strange grew calmer, almost severe. "Leucrocuta," he whispered. "Stand up." Still whimpering, Drawlight got to his feet. "Leucrocuta, why did you come here?" "No, wait. I know this." Strange snapped his fingers. "I brought you here. Leucrocuta, tell me, why do you spy on me? What have I ever done that is secret? Why did you not come here and ask me? I would have told you everything."
"They made me do it. Lascelles and Norrell. Lascelles paid my debt so I could leave the King's Bench."
Note: the prison where Drawlight was imprisoned for debt in November 1814. End of note.
"I have always been your friend."
Drawlight faltered slightly. It seemed unlikely that even a madman would believe this. Strange raised his head as if he gave Drawlight a defiant look, but in the darkness Drawlight could not see his expression. "I have been mad, Leucrocuta," he hissed. "Did they tell you that?" "Well, it is true. I have been mad, and I will be so again. But since you came to this city, I have refrained from certain spells, so that when I saw you I would be in my right mind, my old mind, so that I would know you, and I would know what I meant to say to you. I have learnt many things in the darkness, Leucrocuta, and one of them is this. I cannot do this alone. I have brought you here to help me.
Have you? I am glad. I will do anything. Thank you. Thank you.
But as he spoke, Drawlight wondered how long Strange meant to keep him there. The thought turned his heart to water. What is... Strange appeared to be having difficulty catching hold of his thoughts. He trawled his hands through the air. What is the name of Poole's wife?
Lady Poole?
Yes, but I mean her other names.
Emma Wintertown?
Yes, that is it. Emma Wintertown. Where is she now?
They have taken her to a madhouse in Yorkshire. It is supposed to be a great secret, but I found it out. I knew a man in the King's Bench whose son's sweetheart is a mantua-maker, and she knew all about it because she was employed to make Lady Poole's Yorkshire clothes. It is very cold in Yorkshire. They have taken her to a place called Star-something. Lady Poole, I mean, not the mantua-maker. Stair-something. Wait. I will tell you. I know this. I swear. Staircross Hall in Yorkshire.
Staircross. I know that name.
Yes, yes, you do. Because the tenant is a friend of yours. He was once a magician in Newcastle or York, or one of those northern places, only I do not know his name. It seems that Mr. Norrell did him an unkindness once, or maybe twice. So when Lady Poole became mad, Childermus thought to mend matters a little by recommending him as a madhouse-keeper to Sir Walter.
There was a silence. Drawlight wondered how much Strange had understood. Then Strange said, Emma Wintertown is not mad. She appears mad, but that is Norrell's fault. He summoned a fairy to raise her from the dead, and in exchange he gave the fairy all sorts of rights over her. This same fairy threatened the liberty of the King of England, and has enchanted at least 2 more of his Majesty's subjects, one of them my wife. He paused. Your first task, Leucrocuta, is to tell John Childermus what I have just told you, and to deliver this to him. Strange took something out of a pocket of his coat and handed it to Drawlight. It appeared to be a small box, like a snuff-box, except it was a little longer and narrower than snuff-boxes usually are. Drawlight took it and put it in his own pocket. Strange gave a long sigh. The effort of speaking coherently seemed to exhaust him. Your second task is to take a message to all the magicians in England. Do you understand me?
Oh, yes, but...
But what?
But there is only one.
What?
There is only one magician, sir. Now that you are here, only one magician remains in England.
Strange seemed to consider this for a moment. My pupils, he said. My pupils are magicians. All the men and women who ever wanted to be Norrell's pupils are magicians. Childermus is another. Secundus another. Honeyfoot. The subscribers to the magical journals, the members of the old societies. England is full of magicians. Hundreds, thousands, perhaps. Norrell refused them. Norrell denied them. Norrell silenced them. But they are magicians none the less. Tell them this. He passed his hand across his forehead and breathed hard for a moment. Tree speaks to stone. Stone speaks to water. It is not so hard as we have supposed. Tell them to read what is written in the sky. Tell them to ask the rain. All of John Uskglass's old alliances are still in place. I am sending messengers to remind the stones and the sky and the rain of their ancient promises. Tell them—" But again Strange could not find the words he wanted. He drew something in the air with a gesture. "I cannot explain it," he said. "Leucrocuta, do you understand?"
"Yes. Oh, yes," said Norrell, though he had not the least idea what Strange was talking about.
"Good. Now repeat to me the messages I have given you. Tell them back to me."
Norrell did so. Long years of collecting and repeating malicious gossip about his acquaintance had made him adept at remembering names and facts. He had the first message perfectly, but the second had descended to a few garbled sentences about magicians standing in the rain looking at stones.
"I will show you," said Strange, "and then you will understand. Leucrocuta, if you perform these 3 tasks, I shall take no revenge on you. I shall not harm you. Deliver these 3 messages, and you may return to your night hunts, to your devouring of men and women."
"Thank you, thank you," breathed Norrell gratefully, until a horrible realization gripped him. 3. "But, sir, you only gave me 2.
3 messages, Leucrocuta," said Strange wearily. "You must deliver 3 messages."
"Yes, but you have not told me what the 3rd is." Strange made no reply. He turned away, muttering to himself.
In spite of all his terror, Norrell had a great desire to get hold of the magician and shake him. He might have done it, too, if he thought it would do any good. Tears of self-pity began to trickle down his face. Now Strange would kill him for not performing the 3rd task, and it was not his fault. "Leucrocuta," said Strange, suddenly returning, "bring me a drink of water." Norrell looked around. In the middle of the square there was a well. He went over to it and found a horrible old iron cup attached to the stones by a length of rusting chain. He pushed aside the well cover, drew up a pail of water, and dipped the cup into the water. He hated touching it. Curiously, after everything that had happened to him that day, it was the iron cup he hated the most. All of his life he had loved beautiful things, but now everything that surrounded him was horrible. It was the magician's fault. How he hated them! "Sir, Lord Magician," he called out, "you will have to come here to drink." He showed the iron chain by way of an explanation. Strange came forward, but he did not take the proffered cup. Instead, he took a tiny phial out of his pocket and handed it to Norrell. "Put 6 drops in the water," he said. Norrell took out the stopper. His hand was trembling so much that he feared he would pour the whole thing on the ground. Strange did not appear to notice. Norrell shook in some drops. Strange took the cup and drank the water down. The cup fell from his hand. Norrell was aware, he did not know how exactly, that Strange was changed. Against the starry sky the black shape of his figure sagged, and his head drooped. Norrell wondered if he were drunk. But how could a few drops of anything make a man drunk? Besides, he did not smell of strong liquor. He smelt like a man who had not washed himself or his linen for some weeks. And there was another smell, too, one that had not been there a minute ago. A smell like old age and 100 cats. Norrell had the strangest feeling. It was something he had felt before, when magic was about to happen. Invisible doors seemed to be opening all around him. Winds blew on him from far away, bringing scents of woods, moors, and bogs. Images flew unbidden into his mind. The houses around him were no longer empty. He could see inside them, as if the walls had been removed. Each dark room contained not a person exactly, a being, an ancient spirit. One contained a fire, another a stone, yet another a shower of rain, yet another a flock of birds, yet another a hillside, yet another a small creature with dark and fiery thoughts. and on and on.
"What are they?"
he whispered in amazement. He realized that all the hairs on his head were standing on end as if he had been electrified. Then a new, different sensation took him. It was a sensation not unlike falling, and yet he remained standing. It was as if his mind had fallen down. He thought he stood upon an English hillside. Rain was falling. It twisted in the air like grey ghosts. Rain fell upon him, and he grew thin as rain. Rain washed away thought, washed away memory, all the good and the bad. He no longer knew his name. Everything was washed away like mud from a stone. Rain filled him up with thoughts and memories of its own. Silver lines of water covered the hillside, like intricate lace, like the veins of an arm. Forgetting that he was, or ever had been, a man, he became the lines of water. He fell into the earth with the rain. He thought he lay beneath the earth, beneath England. Long ages passed. Cold and rain seeped through him. Stones shifted within him. In the silence and the dark he grew vast. He became the earth. He became England. A star looked down on him and spoke to him. A stone asked him a question, and he answered it in its own language. A river curled at his side. Hills budded beneath his fingers. He opened his mouth and breathed out spring. He thought he was pressed into a thicket in a dark wood in winter. The trees went on forever, dark pillars separated by thin white slices of winter light. He looked down. Young saplings pierced him through and through. They grew up through his body, through his feet and hands. His eyelids would no longer close, because twigs had grown up through them. Insects scuttled in and out of his ears. Spiders built nests and webs in his mouth. He realized he had been entwined in the wood for years and years. He knew the wood, and the wood knew him. There was no saying any longer what was wood and what was man. All was silent. Snow fell. He screamed. Blackness. Like rising up from beneath dark waters, Drawlight came to himself. Who it was that released him, whether Strange, or the wood, or England itself, he did not know. But he felt its contempt as it cast him back into his own mind. The ancient spirits withdrew from him. His thoughts and sensations shrank to those of a man. He was dizzy and reeling from the memory of what he had endured. He examined his hands and rubbed the places on his body where the trees had pierced him. They seemed whole enough. Oh, but they hurt! He whimpered and looked around for Strange. The magician was a little way off, crouching by a wall, muttering magic to himself. He struck the wall once. The stones bulged, changed shape, became a raven. The raven opened its wings and, with a loud caw, flew up towards the night sky. He struck the wall again. Another raven emerged from the wall and flew away. Then another, and on, thick and fast they came, until all the stars above were blotted out by black wings. Strange raised his hand to strike again.
"Lord Magician,"
gasped Drawlight,
"you have not told me what the third message is."
Strange looked round. Without warning, he seized Drawlight's coat and pulled him close. Drawlight could feel Strange's stinking breath on his face, and for the first time he could see his face. Starlight shone on fierce, wild eyes, from which all humanity and reason had fled.
"Tell Norrell I am coming,"
hissed Strange.
"Now, go."
Drawlight did not need to be told twice. He sped away through the darkness. Ravens seemed to pursue him. He could not see them, but he heard the beating of their wings and felt the currents in the air that those wings created. Halfway across a bridge he tumbled without warning into dazzling light. Instantly he was surrounded by the sound of bird-song and of people talking. Men and women were walking and talking and going about their everyday pursuits. Here was no terrible magic, only the everyday world. The wonderful, beautiful, everyday world. Norrell's clothes were still drenched in sea-water, and the weather was cruelly cold. He was in a part of the city he did not recognize. No one offered to help him, and for a long time he walked about, lost and exhausted. Eventually he happened upon a square he knew, and was able to make his way back to the little tavern where he rented a room. By the time he reached it, he was weak and shivering. He undressed and rinsed the salt from his body as best he could. Then he lay down on his little bed. For the next 2 days he lay in a fever. His dreams were unspeakable things, filled with darkness, magic, and the long, cold ages of the earth. And all the time he slept he was filled with dread, lest he wake to find himself under the earth or crucified by a winter wood. By the middle of the 3rd day he was recovered enough to get up and go to the harbour. There he found an English ship bound for Portsmouth. He showed the captain the letters and papers Lascelles had given him, promising a large fee to the ship that bore him back to England, and signed by 2 of the most famous bankers in Europe. By the 5th day he was on a ship bound for England. A thin, cold mist lay upon London, mimicking, or so it seemed, the thin, cold character of Stephen's existence. Lately his enchantment weighed upon him more heavily than ever. Joy, affection, and peace were all strangers to him now. The only emotions that pierced the clouds of magic around his heart were of the bitterest sort, anger, resentment, and frustration. The division and estrangement between him and his English friends grew ever deeper. The gentleman might be a fiend, but when he spoke of the pride and self-importance of Englishmen, Stephen found it hard to deny the justice of what he said. Even Leucrocuta, dreary as it was sometimes a welcome refuge from English arrogance and English malice. There, at least, Stephen had never needed to apologize for being what he was. There he had only ever been treated as an honored guest. On this particular winter's day Stephen was in Sir Walter Poole's stables in the Harley Street Mews. Sir Walter had recently purchased a pair of very fine greyhounds, much to the delight of his male servants, who idled away a large part of every day in visiting the dogs and admiring them, and talking with varying degrees of knowledge and understanding of their likely prowess in the field. Stephen knew he ought to check this bad habit, but he found he did not really care enough to do it. Today, when Robert, the footman, had invited him to come and see the dogs, Stephen, far from scolding him, had put on his hat and coat and gone with him. Now he watched Robert and the grooms fussing over the dogs. He felt as if he was on the other side of a thick and dirty pane of glass. Suddenly each man straightened himself and filed out of the stables. Stephen shivered. Experience had taught him that such unnatural behavior invariably announced the arrival of the gentleman with the thistle-down hair. Now here he was, lighting up the cramped, dark stables with the brilliance of his silver hair, and the glitter of his blue eyes, and the brightness of his green coat, full of loud talk and laughter, never doubting for a moment that Stephen was as delighted to see him as he was to see Stephen. He was as pleased with the dogs as the servants had been, and called on Stephen to admire them with him. He spoke to them in his own language, and the dogs leapt up and barked joyously, seeming more enamoured of him than any one they had ever seen before. The gentleman said, "I am reminded of an occasion in 1413, when I came south to visit the new king of southern England. The king, a gracious and valiant person, introduced me to his court, telling them of my many marvellous accomplishments, extensive kingdoms, chivalrous character, etc., etc. However, one of his noblemen chose not to attend to this instructive and elevating speech. Instead, he and his followers stood gossiping and laughing together. I was, as you may imagine, much offended by this treatment, and determined to teach them better manners.
The next day these wicked men were hunting hares near Hatfield Forest. Coming upon them all unawares, I had the happy notion of turning the men into hares, and the hares into men. First the hounds tore their masters to pieces, and then the hares, now in the shape of men, found themselves able to inflict a terrible revenge upon the hounds who had chased and harried them.
The gentleman paused to receive Stephen's praises for this feat, but before Stephen could utter a word, the gentleman exclaimed,
"Oh, did you feel that?"
"Feel what, sir?" asked Stephen.
"All the doors shook."
Stephen glanced at the stable doors.
"No, not those doors," said the gentleman. "I mean the doors between England and everywhere else. Someone is trying to open them. Someone spoke to the sky, and it was not me. Someone is giving instructions to the stones and rivers, and it is not me. Who is doing that? Who is it? Come!"
The gentleman seized Stephen's arm, and they seemed to rise up in the air, as if they were suddenly stood upon a mountain or a very high tower. Harley Street Mews disappeared, and a new scene presented itself to Stephen's eyes, and then another, and then another. Here was a port with a crowd of masts as thick as a forest. It seemed to fly away beneath their feet, and was immediately replaced by a grey winter sea, and ships in full sail, bending to the wind. Next came a city with spires and splendid bridges. Curiously, there was scarcely any sensation of movement. It felt more as if the world was flying towards Stephen and the gentleman, while they remained still. Now came snow-covered mountains with tiny people toiling up them. Next, a glassy lake with dark peaks all around it. Then a level country, with tiny towns and rivers spread across it like a child's toy. There was something ahead of them. At first it looked like a black line that cut the sky in half, but as they drew nearer, it became a black pillar that reached up from the earth and had no end. Stephen and the gentleman came to rest high above Venice. As to what they might be resting upon, Stephen was determined not to consider. The sun was setting, and the streets and buildings beneath them were dark, but the sea and sky were full of light, in which shades of rose, milky blue, topaz, and pearl were all blended harmoniously together. The city seemed to float in a radiant void. For the most part the black pillar was as smooth as obsidian, but just above the level of the house roofs, twists and spirals of darkness were billowing out from it and drifting away through the air. What they could be, Stephen could not imagine. "Is it smoke, sir? Is the tower on fire?" asked Stephen. The gentleman did not reply. But as they drew closer, Stephen saw that it was not smoke. A dark multitude was flying out of the tower. They were ravens. Thousands upon thousands of ravens. They were leaving Venice and flying back in the direction Stephen and the gentleman had come. One flock wheeled towards them. The air was suddenly tumultuous with the beating of 1,000 wings, and loud with a thrumming, drumming noise. Clouds of dust and grit flew into Stephen's eyes, nose, and throat. He bent low and cupped his hand over his nose to shut out the stench. When they were gone, he asked in amazement, "What are they, sir?" "Creatures the magician has made," said the gentleman. "He is sending them back to England with instructions for the sky and the earth and the rivers and the hills. He is calling up all the king's old allies. Soon they will attend to English magicians rather than to me." He gave a great howl of mingled anger and despair. "I have punished him in ways that I never punished my enemies before. Yet still he works against me. Why does he not resign himself to his fate? Why does he not despair?" "I never heard that he lacked courage, sir," said Stephen. "By all accounts he did many brave things in the peninsula." "Courage? What are you talking about? This is not courage. This is malice, pure and simple. We have been negligent, Stephen. We have let the English magicians get the advantage of us. We must find a way to defeat them. We must redouble our efforts to make you king." 60. Tempest and Lies. February 1817. Aunt Grace Steele had rented a house in Padua, within sight of the fruit market. It was very convenient for everywhere, and only 80 zecchines a quarter, which comes to about 38 guineas. Aunt Grace Steele was very well pleased with her bargain. But it sometimes happens that when one acts quickly and with great resolve, all the indecisiveness and doubt comes afterwards, when it is too late. So it was in this case. Aunt Grace Steele and Flora had not been living in the house a week, when Aunt Grace Steele began to find fault with it, and began to wonder if, in fact, she ought to have taken it at all. Although ancient and pretty, its Gothic windows were rather small, and several of them were fenced about with stone balconies. In other words, it was inclined to be dark. This would never have been a problem before, but just at present Flora's spirits required support, and, thought Aunt Grace Steele, gloom and shadows, be they ever so picturesque, might not in fact be the best thing for her. There were, moreover, some stone ladies who stood about the courtyard, and who had, in the course of the years, acquired veils and cloaks of ivy. It was no exaggeration to say that these ladies were in imminent danger of disappearing altogether, and every time Aunt Grace Steele's eye fell upon them she was put in mind of Jonathan Strange's poor wife, who had died so young and so mysteriously, and whose unhappy fate seemed to have driven her husband mad. Aunt Grace Steele hoped that no such melancholy notions occurred to Flora. But the bargain had been made, and the house had been taken, so Aunt Grace Steele set about making it as cheerful and bright as she could. She had never squandered candles or lamp-oil in her life, but in her endeavour to raise Flora's spirits, she put all questions of expense aside. There was a particularly gloomy spot on the stairs, where a step turned in an odd way that no one could possibly have predicted, and lest anyone should tumble down and break their neck, Aunt Grace Steele insisted upon a lamp being placed upon a shelf just above the step. The lamp burnt day and night, and was a continual affront to Bonifazia, the elderly Italian maid who came with the house, and who was an even more economical person than Aunt Grace Steele herself. Bonifazia was an excellent servant, but much inclined to criticism and long explanations of why the instructions she had just been given were wrong or impossible to carry out. She was aided in her work by a slow, put-upon sort of young man called Minichelo, who greeted any order with a low, grumbling murmur of dialect words quite impossible to comprehend. Bonifazia treated Minichelo with such familiar contempt that Aunt Grace Steele supposed they must be related, though she had yet to obtain any precise information upon this point. So, what with the arrangements for the house, the daily battles with Bonifazia, and all the discoveries, pleasant or otherwise, attendant upon a sojourn in a new town, Aunt Grace Steele's days were full of interesting occupation. But her chief and most sacred duty at this time was to try and find amusement for Flora. Flora had fallen into habits of quiet and solitude. If her aunt spoke to her, she answered cheerfully enough, but few indeed were the conversations that she began. In Venice, Flora had been the chief instigator of all their pleasures. Now she simply fell in with whatever projects of exploration Aunt Grace Steele proposed. She preferred those occupations that require no companion. She walked alone, read alone, sat alone in the sitting-room or in the ray of faint sunshine which sometimes penetrated the little courtyard at about 1 o'clock. She was less open-hearted and confiding than before. It was as if someone, not necessarily Jonathan Strange, had disappointed her, and she was determined to be more independent in future. In the first week of February there was a great storm in Padua. It happened at about the middle of the day. The storm came very suddenly out of the east, from the direction of Venice and the sea. The old men who frequented the town's coffee-houses said that there had been no sign of it moments before. But other people were not much inclined to take any notice of this. After all, it was winter, and storms must be expected. First, a great wind blew through the town. It was no respecter of doors or windows, this wind. It seemed to find out chinks that no one knew existed, and it blew almost as fiercely within the houses as without. Aunt Grace Steele and Flora were together in a little sitting-room on the first floor. The window panes began to rattle, and some crystals that hung from a chandelier began to jingle. Then the pages of a letter that Aunt Greysteel was writing escaped from beneath her hand and went flying about the room. Outside the window the skies darkened, and it became as black as night. Sheets of blinding rain began to descend. Bonifazia and Minichelo entered the sitting-room. They came under the pretext of finding out Aunt Greysteel's wishes concerning the storm, but in truth Bonifazia wanted to join with Aunt Greysteel in exclamations of astonishment at the violence of the wind and rain, and a fine duet they made of it too, albeit in different languages. Minichelo came, presumably, because Bonifazia did. He regarded the storm gloomily, as if he suspected it of having been arranged on purpose to make work for him. Aunt Greysteel, Bonifazia, and Minichelo were all at the window, and saw how the first stroke of lightning turned the whole familiar scene into something quite gothic and disturbing, full of pallid, unearthly glare and unexpected shadows. This was followed by a crack of thunder that shook the whole room. Bonifazia murmured appeals to the Virgin and several saints. Aunt Greysteel, who was equally alarmed, might well have been glad of the same refuge, but as a member of the Communion of the Church of England she could only exclaim, "Dear me," and "Upon my word," and "Lord bless me," none of which gave her much comfort. "Flora, my love," she called out in a voice that quavered slightly, "I hope you are not frightened. It is a very horrid storm." Flora came to the window and took her aunt's hand and told her that it was sure to be over very soon. Another stroke of lightning illuminated the town. Flora dropped her aunt's hand, undid the window fastening, and stepped eagerly out onto the balcony. "Flora!" exclaimed Aunt Greysteel. She was leaning into the howling darkness with both hands upon the balustrade, quite oblivious of the rain that soaked her gown or of the wind that pulled at her hair. "My love! Flora! Flora! Come out of the rain!" Flora turned and said something to her aunt, but what it was they could not hear. Minichelo followed her on to the balcony, and with a surprising delicacy, though without relinquishing for a moment his native gloominess, he managed to herd her inside again, using his large, flat hands to guide her, in the same way shepherds use hurdles to direct sheep. "Can you not see?" exclaimed Flora. "There is someone there at the corner. Can you tell who it is? I thought—" She fell silent abruptly, and whatever it was that she thought she did not say. "Well, my love, I hope you are mistaken. I pity anyone who is in the street at this moment. I hope they will find some shelter as soon as they can. Oh, Flora, how wet you are!" Bonifazia fetched towels, and then she and Aunt Greysteel immediately set about drying Flora's gown, turning her round and round between them, and sometimes trying to give her a turn in contrary directions. At the same time both were giving Minichelo urgent instructions, Aunt Greysteel in stumbling yet insistent Italian, and Bonifazia in rapid Veneto dialect. The instructions, like the turns, may well have been at odds with each other, because Minichelo did nothing except regard them with a baleful expression. Flora gazed over the bowed heads of the two women into the street. Another stroke of lightning. She stiffened, as if she had been electrified, and the next moment she wriggled out of the clutches of aunt and maid and ran out of the room. They had no time to wonder where she was going. The next half-hour was one of titanic domestic struggle, of Minichelo trying to close shutters in the teeth of the storm, of Bonifazia stumbling about in the dark looking for candles, of Aunt Greysteel discovering that the Italian word she had been using to mean shutter actually meant parchment. Each of them in turn lost his or her temper. Nor did Aunt Greysteel feel that the situation was much improved when all the bells in the town began to ring at once, in accordance with a belief that bells, being blessed objects, can dispel storms and thunder, which are clearly works of the devil. At last the house was secured, or very nearly. Aunt Greysteel left Bonifazia and Minichelo to complete the work, and forgetting that she had seen Flora leave the sitting-room, she returned thither with a candle for her niece. Flora was not there, but Aunt Greysteel observed that Minichelo still had not closed the shutters in that room. She mounted the stairs to Flora's bedchamber. Flora was not there either. Nor was she in the little dining-parlour, nor in Aunt Greysteel's own bedchamber, nor in the other smaller sitting-room which they sometimes used after dinner. The kitchen, the vestibule, and the gardener's room were tried next. She was not in any of those places. Aunt Greysteel began to be seriously frightened. A cruel little voice whispered in her ear that whatever mysterious fate had befallen Jonathan Strange's wife, it had begun when she had disappeared very unexpectedly in bad weather. "But that was snow, not rain," she told herself. As she went about the house looking for Flora, she kept repeating to herself, "Snow, not rain. Snow, not rain." Then she thought, perhaps she was in the sitting-room all along. It was so dark, and she is so quiet. I may well not have perceived her. She returned to the room. Another stroke of lightning gave it an unnatural aspect. The walls became white and ghastly. The furniture and other objects became grey, as if they had all been turned to stone. With a horrible jolt, Aunt Greysteel realized that there was indeed a second person in the room. A woman, but not Flora. A woman in a dark, old-fashioned gown, standing with a candle in a candlestick, looking at her. A woman whose face was entirely in shadow, whose features could not be seen. Aunt Greysteel grew cold all over. There was a crack of thunder, then pitch-black darkness, except for the 2 candle flames, but somehow the unknown woman's candle seemed to illuminate nothing at all. Queerer still, the room seemed to have grown larger in some mysterious way. The woman and her candle were strangely distant from Aunt Greysteel. Aunt Greysteel cried out, "Who is there?" No one answered. "Of course," she thought, "she is Italian. I must ask her again in Italian. Perhaps she has wandered into the wrong house in the confusion of the storm." But, try as she might, she could not at that moment think of a single Italian word. Another flash of lightning. There was the woman, standing just as she had been before, facing Aunt Greysteel. "It is the ghost of Jonathan Strange's wife," she thought. She took a step forward, and so did the unknown woman. Suddenly realization and relief came upon her in equal measures. "It is a mirror! Oh, how foolish to be afraid of my own reflection!" She was so relieved she almost laughed out loud, but then she paused. It had not been foolish to be frightened, not foolish at all. There had been no mirror in that corner until now. The next flash of lightning showed the mirror to her. It was ugly and much too large for the room. She knew she had never seen it before in her life. She hurried out of the room. She felt she would be able to think more clearly away from the sight of the baleful mirror. She was halfway up the stairs when some sounds that seemed to originate in Flora's bedchamber made her open the door and look inside. There was Flora. She had lit the candles they had placed for her, and was in the middle of pulling her gown over her head. The gown was sopping wet. Her petticoat and stockings were no better. Her shoes were tumbled on the floor at the side of the bed. They were quite soaked and spoilt with rain. Flora looked at her aunt with an expression in which guilt, embarrassment, defiance, and several other things more difficult of interpretation were mixed together. "Nothing, nothing," she cried. This, presumably, was the answer to some question she expected her aunt to put to her, but all that Aunt Greysteel said was, "Oh, my dear, where have you been? Whatever made you go out in such weather?" I went out to buy some embroidery silk." Aunt Greysteel must have looked a good deal astonished at this, because Flora added doubtfully, "I did not think the rain would last so long." "Well, my love, I must say I think you acted rather foolishly, but you must have been a good deal frightened. Was it that made you cry?" "Cry? No, you are mistaken, Aunt. I have not been crying. It is rain, that is all." "But you are—" Aunt Greysteel stopped. She had been going to say, "You are crying now," but Flora shook her head and turned away. For some reason she had wrapped her shawl into a bundle, and Aunt Greysteel could not help thinking that if she had not done that, the shawl would have given her some protection from the rain, and she would not now be so wet. From out of the bundle she took a little bottle half full of an amber-coloured liquid. She opened a drawer and put it inside. "Flora, something very peculiar has happened. I do not
know quite how to tell you, but there is a mirror. Yes, I know, said Flora quickly. It belongs to me.
Belongs to you? Aunt Greysteel was more perplexed than ever. A pause of some moments' duration. "Where did you buy it?" she asked. It was all she could think of to say.
I do not remember exactly. It must have been delivered just now.
But surely no one would deliver anything in the middle of a storm. And even if anybody had been so foolish as to do such a thing, they would have knocked upon the door, and not done it in this strange, secret way. To these very reasonable arguments Flora made no reply. Aunt Greysteel was not sorry to let the subject drop. She was quite sick of storms and frights and unexpected mirrors. The question of why the mirror had appeared was now resolved, and so for the present she put aside the question of how it had appeared. She was glad to fall back upon the more soothing subjects of Flora's gown and Flora's shoes, and the likelihood of Flora's catching cold, and the necessity for Flora drying herself immediately, and putting on her dressing-gown, and coming and sitting by the fire in the sitting-room, and eating something hot. When they were both in the sitting-room again, Aunt Greysteel said, "See, the storm is almost past. It seems to be going back towards the coast. How odd! I thought that was the direction it came from. I suppose your embroidery silks were ruined by the rain along with everything else?"
"Embroidery silks?" said Flora. Then, remembering, "Oh, I did not get so far as the shop. It was, as you say, a foolish undertaking."
"Well, we can go out later and get whatever you need. How sorry I am for the poor market people. Everything on the stalls will have been spoilt. Bonifazia is making your gruel, my love. I wonder if I told her to use the new milk."
"I do not remember, Aunt."
"I had better go and just mention it."
"I can go, Aunt,"
said Flora, proposing to stand up. But her aunt would not hear of it. Flora must remain exactly where she was, at the fireside, with her feet upon a footstool. It was becoming lighter by the moment. Before proceeding to the kitchen, Aunt Greysteel surveyed the mirror. It was very large and ornate, the sort of mirror, in fact, that is made on the island of Murano in the Venetian lagoon. "I confess I am surprised at you liking this mirror, Flora. It has so many scrolls and curlicues and glass flowers. Generally you prefer simple things." Flora sighed, and said she supposed she had acquired a taste for what was sumptuous and elaborate since she had been in Italy. "Was it expensive?" asked Aunt Greysteel. "It looks expensive."
"No, not expensive at all."
"Well, that is something, is it not?" Aunt Greysteel went down the stairs to the kitchen. She was feeling a good deal recovered, and felt confident that the train of shocks and alarms of which the morning seemed to have been composed was now at an end. But in this she was quite wrong. Standing in the kitchen with Bonifazia and Minichelo were two men she had never seen before. Bonifazia did not appear to have begun making Flora's gruel. She had not even fetched the oatmeal and milk out of the pantry. The moment Bonifazia laid eyes upon Aunt Greysteel, she took her by the arm and unleashed a flood of eager dialect words upon her. She was speaking of the storm, that much was clear, and saying it was evil, but beyond that Aunt Greysteel understood very little. To her absolute astonishment, it was Minichelo who helped her comprehend it. In a very reasonable counterfeit of the English language, he said, "The magician English makes it. The magician English makes the Tempesta." "I beg your pardon?" With frequent interruptions from Bonifazia and the two men, Minichelo informed her that in the midst of the storm several people had looked up and seen a cleft in the black clouds. But what they had seen through the cleft had astonished and terrified them. It had not been the clear azure they were expecting, but a black midnight sky full of stars. The storm had not been natural at all. It had been contrived in order to hide the approach of Strange's pillar of darkness. This news was soon known all over the town, and the citizens were greatly disturbed by it. Until now the Pillar of Darkness had been a horror confined to Venice, which seemed, to the Paduans at least, a natural setting for horrors. Now it was clear that Strange had stayed in Venice by choice rather than enchantment. Any city in Italy, any city in the world, might suddenly find itself visited by eternal darkness. This was bad enough, but for Aunt Greysteel it was much worse. To all her fear of Strange was added the unwelcome conviction that Flora had lied. She debated with herself whether it was more likely that her niece had lied because she was under the influence of a spell, or because her attachment to Strange had weakened her principles. She did not know which would be worse. She wrote to her brother in Venice, begging him to come. In the meantime she determined to say nothing. For the rest of the day she observed Flora closely. Flora was much as usual, except that there sometimes seemed to be a tinge of penitence in her behaviour to her aunt, where no tinge ought to have been. At 1 o'clock on the next day, some hours before Aunt Greysteel's letter could have reached him, Dr. Greysteel arrived with Frank from Venice. They told her that it had been no secret in Venice when Strange left the parish of Santa Maria Zobenigo and went to terra firma. The Pillar of Darkness had been seen from many parts of the city, moving across the face of the sea. Its surface had flickered, and twists and spirals of darkness had darted in and out, so that it appeared to be made of black flames. How Strange had contrived to cross over the water, whether he had travelled in a boat or whether his passage had been purely magical, was not known. The storm by which he had tried to hide his approach had not been conjured up until he got to Stra, 8 miles from Padua. "I tell you, Louisa," said Dr. Greysteel, "I would not exchange with him now upon any consideration. Everyone fled at his approach. From Mestre to Stra he could not have seen another living creature. Nothing but silent streets and abandoned fields. Henceforth the world is an empty place to him." A few moments before, Aunt Greysteel had been thinking of Strange with no very tender feelings, but the picture that her brother conjured up was so shocking that tears started into her eyes. "And where is he now?" she asked in a softened tone. "He has gone back to his rooms in Santa Maria Zobenigo," said Dr. Greysteel. "All is just as it was. As soon as we heard he had been in Padua, I guessed what his object was. We came as soon as we could. How is Flora?" Flora was in the drawing-room. She had been expecting her father. Indeed, she seemed relieved that the interview had come at last. Dr. Greysteel had scarcely got out his first question when she burst forth with her confession. It was the release of an overcharged heart. Her tears fell abundantly, and she admitted that she had seen Strange. She had seen him in the street below, and known that he was waiting for her, and so she had run out of the house to meet him. "I will tell you everything, I promise," she said, "but not yet. I have done nothing wrong. I mean," she blushed, "apart from the falsehoods I told my aunt, for which I am very sorry. But these secrets are not mine to tell." "But why must there be secrets at all, Flora?" asked her father. "Does that not tell you that there is something wrong? People whose intentions are honourable do not have secrets. They act openly."
"Yes, I suppose. Oh, but that does not apply to magicians. Mr. Strange has enemies, that terrible old man in London, and others besides. But you must not scold me for doing wrong. I have tried so hard to do good, and I believe I have. You see, there is a sort of magic which he has been practising and which is destroying him, and yesterday I persuaded him to give it up. He made me a promise to abandon it completely."
"But, Flora," said her father sadly, "this distresses me more than all the rest. That you should regard yourself as entitled to exact promises from him is something which requires explanation. Surely you must see that. My dear, are you engaged to him?"
"No, Papa."
Another burst of tears. It took a great many caresses from her aunt to restore her to tolerable calm. When she could speak again, she said,
"There is no engagement. It is true that I was attached to him once, but that is all over and done with. You must not suspect me of it. It was for friendship's sake that I asked him to promise me, and for his wife's sake. He thinks he is doing it for her, but I know that she would not want him to do magic so destructive of his health and reason. Whatever the object, however desperate the circumstances, she is no longer able to guide his actions, and so it fell to me to speak on her behalf."
Dr. Greysteel was silent. "Flora," he said after a minute or two, "you forget, my dear, that I have seen him often in Venice. He is in no condition to keep promises. He will not even remember what promise he has made."
"Oh, but he will. I have arranged matters so that he must."
A fresh return of tears seemed to show that she was not quite as free of love as she claimed. But she had said enough to make her father and aunt a little easier in their minds. They were convinced that her attachment to Jonathan Strange must come to a natural close sooner or later. As Aunt Greysteel said later that evening, Flora was not the sort of girl to spend years in longing for an impossible love. She was too rational a creature. Now that they were all together again, Dr. Greysteel and Aunt Greysteel were eager to continue their travels. Aunt Greysteel wished to go to Rome to see the ancient buildings and artifacts which they had heard were so remarkable. But Flora no longer had any interest in remains or works of art. She was happiest, she said, where she was. Most of the time she would not even leave the house, unless absolutely forced to it. When they proposed a walk or a visit to a church with a Renaissance altarpiece, she declined to accompany them. She would complain that it was raining or that the streets were wet, all of which was true. There was a great deal of rain in Padua that winter, but the rain had never troubled her before. Her aunt and father were patient, though Dr. Greysteel in particular thought it a little hard. He had not come to Italy to sit quietly in an apartment half the size of the rooms in his own comfortable house in Wiltshire. In private he grumbled that it was perfectly possible to read novels or embroider in Wiltshire. These were now Flora's favourite pursuits, and a good deal cheaper too, but Aunt Greysteel scolded him and made him hush. If this was the way in which Flora intended to grieve for Jonathan Strange, then they must let her. Flora did propose one expedition, but that was of a most peculiar sort. After Dr. Greysteel had been in Padua about a week, she announced that she had a great desire to be upon the sea. Did she mean a sea voyage? They asked. There was no reason why they should not go to Rome or Naples by sea. But she did not mean a sea voyage. She did not wish to leave Padua. No, what she would like would be to go out on a yacht or other sort of boat. Only for an hour or two, perhaps less. But she would like to go immediately. The next day they repaired to a small fishing village. The village had no particular advantages of situation, prospect, architecture, or history. In fact, it had very little to recommend it at all, other than its proximity to Padua. Dr. Greysteel inquired in the little wine-shop and at the priest's house until he heard of two steady fellows who would be willing to take them out upon the water. The men had no objection to taking Dr. Greysteel's money, but they were obliged to point out that there was nothing to see. There would have been nothing to see even in good weather. But it was not good weather. It was raining, hard enough to make an excursion on the water most uncomfortable, not quite hard enough to dispel the heavy grey mist.
"Are you sure, my love, that this is what you want?" asked Aunt Greysteel. "It is a dismal spot, and the boat smells very strongly of fish." "I am quite sure, Aunt," said Flora, and climbed into the boat and settled herself at one end. Her aunt and father followed her. The mystified fishermen sailed out until all that could be seen in any direction was a shifting mass of grey water confined by walls of dull grey mist. The fishermen looked expectantly at Dr. Greysteel. He, in turn, looked questioningly at Flora. Flora took no notice of any of them. She was seated, leaning against the side of the boat in a pensive attitude. Her right arm was stretched out over the water. "There it is again!" cried Dr. Greysteel. "There is what again?" asked Aunt Greysteel irritably.
"That smell of cats and mustiness. A smell like the old woman's room. The old woman we visited in Correggio. Is there a cat on board?" The question was absurd. Every part of the fishing boat was visible from every other part. There was no cat. "Is anything the matter, my love?" asked Aunt Greysteel. There was something in Flora's posture she did not quite like. "Are you ill?" "No, Aunt," said Flora, straightening herself and adjusting her umbrella. "I am well. We can go back now, if you wish." For a moment Aunt Greysteel saw a little bottle floating upon the waves, a little bottle with no stopper. Then it sank beneath the water and was gone forever. This peculiar expedition was the last time for many weeks that Flora would show any inclination to go out. Sometimes Aunt Greysteel would try to persuade her to sit in a chair by the window so that she could see what was going on in the street. In an Italian street there is often something amusing going on. But Flora was greatly attached to a chair in a shadowy corner, beneath the eerie mirror, and she acquired a peculiar habit of comparing the picture of the room as it was contained in the mirror and the room as it really was. She might, for example, suddenly become interested in a shawl that was thrown across a chair, and look at its reflection and say, "That shawl looks different in the mirror." "Does it?" Aunt Greysteel would say, puzzled. "Yes, it looks brown in the mirror, whereas in truth it is blue. Do not you think so?" "Well, my dear, I am sure you are right, but it looks just the same to me." "No," Flora would say with a sigh, "you are right." 61. Tree speaks to stone. Stone speaks to water. January to February, 1817. When Mr. Norrell had destroyed Strange's book, public opinion in England had been very much against him, and very much in favour of Strange. Comparisons were made, both publicly and privately, between the two magicians. Strange was open, courageous, and energetic, whereas secrecy seemed to be the beginning and end of Mr. Norrell's character. Nor was it forgotten how, when Strange was in the peninsula in the service of his country, Norrell had bought up all the books of magic in the Duke of Roxburgh's library, so that no one else could read them. But by the middle of January the newspapers were full of reports of Strange's madness, descriptions of the Black Tower, and speculations concerning the magic which held him there. An Englishman called Lister had been at Mestre, on the Italian coast, on the day Strange had left Venice and gone to Padua. Mr. Lister had witnessed the passage of the Pillar of Darkness over the sea, and sent back an account to England. 3 weeks later accounts appeared in several London newspapers of how it had glided silently over the face of the waters. In the space of a few short months, Strange had become a symbol of horror to his countrymen, a damned creature, scarcely human. But Strange's sudden fall from grace did little to benefit Mr. Norrell. He received no new commissions from the government, and, worse yet, commissions from other sources were cancelled. In early January the Dean of St. Paul's Cathedral had inquired whether Mr. Norrell might be able to discover the burial-place of a certain dead young woman. The young woman's brother wished to erect a new monument to all the members of his family. This entailed moving the young woman's coffin, but the dean and chapter were most embarrassed to discover that her burial-place had been written down wrongly, and they did not know where she was. Mr. Norrell had assured him that it would be the easiest thing in the world to find her. As soon as the dean informed him of the young lady's name and 1 or 2 other details, he would do the magic. But the dean did not send Mr. Norrell her name. Instead, an awkwardly phrased letter had arrived, in which the dean made many elaborate apologies, and said how he had recently been struck by the inappropriateness of clergymen employing magicians. Lascelles and Norrell agreed that the situation was a worrying one. "It will be difficult to sustain the restoration of English magic if no new magic is done," said Lascelles. "At this crisis it is imperative that we bring your name and achievements continually before the public." Lascelles wrote articles for the newspapers, and he denounced Strange in all the magical journals. He also took the opportunity to review the magic that Mr. Norrell had done in the past 10 years, and suggest improvements. He decided that he and Mr. Norrell should go down to Brighton to look at the wall of spells that Mr. Norrell and Jonathan Strange had cast around Britain's coast. It had occupied the greater part of Mr. Norrell's time for the past 2 years, and had cost the government a vast sum of money. So, on a particularly icy, windy day in February, they stood together at Brighton and contemplated a wide stretch of featureless grey sea. "It is invisible," said Lascelles.
"Invisible, yes," agreed Mr. Norrell eagerly, "but no less efficacious for that. It will protect the cliffs from erosion, people's houses from storm, livestock from being swept away, and it will capsize any enemies of Britain who attempt to land."
"But could you not have placed beacons at regular intervals to remind people that the magic wall is there? Burning flames hovering mysteriously over the face of the waters, pillars shaped out of sea-water, something of that sort?"
"Ah," said Mr. Norrell, "to be sure. I could create the magical illusions you mention. They are not at all difficult to do, but you must understand that they would be purely ornamental. They would not strengthen the magic in any way whatsoever. They would have no practical effect."
"Their effect," said Lascelles severely, "would be to stand as a constant reminder to every onlooker of the works of the great Mr. Norrell. They would let the British people know that you are still the defender of the nation, eternally vigilant, watching over them while they go about their business. It would be worth 10-20 articles in the reviews."
"Indeed?" said Mr. Norrell. He promised that in future he would always bear in mind the necessity of doing magic to excite the public imagination. They stayed that night in the Old Ship Tavern, and the following morning they returned to London. As a rule, Mr. Norrell detested long journeys. Though his carriage was a most superior example of the carriage-maker's art, with everything in the way of iron springs and thick padded seats, still he felt every bump and dent in the road. After half an hour or so he would begin to suffer from pains in his back and aches in his head and queasiness in his stomach. But upon this particular morning he scarcely gave any thought to his back or his stomach at all. From the first moment of setting off from the old ship he was in a curiously nervous condition, beset by unexpected ideas and half-formed fears. Through the carriage-glass he saw great numbers of large black birds, whether ravens or crows he did not know, and in his magician's heart he was sure that they meant something. Against the pale winter sky they wheeled and turned, and spread their wings like black hands, and as they did so each one became a living embodiment of the raven in flight, John Uskglass's banner. Mr. Norrell asked Lascelles if he thought the birds were more numerous than usual, but Lascelles said he did not know. After the birds, the next thing to haunt Mr. Norrell's imagination were the wide, cold puddles that were thickly strewn across every field. As the carriage passed along the road, each puddle became a silver mirror for the blank winter sky. To a magician there is very little difference between a mirror and a door. England seemed to be wearing thin before his eyes. He felt as if he might pass through any of those mirror doors and find himself in one of the other worlds which once bordered upon England. Worse still, he was beginning to think that other people might do it. The Sussex landscape began to look uncomfortably like the England described in the old ballad, "This land is all too shallow, it is painted on the sky, and trembles like the wind-shook rain when the Raven King passed by." Note. See Chapter 3. End of note. For the first time in his life, Mr. Norrell began to feel that perhaps there was too much magic in England. When they reached Hanover Square, Mr. Norrell and Lascelles went immediately to the library. Childermus was there, seated at a desk. A pile of letters lay in front of him, and he was reading one of them. He looked up when Mr. Norrell entered the room.
"Good, you are back. Read this."
"Why, what is it?"
"It is from a man called Traquair. A young man in Nottinghamshire has saved a child's life by magic, and Traquair was a witness to it."
"Really, Mr. Childermus?" said Lascelles with a sigh. "I thought you knew better than to trouble your master with such nonsense." He glanced at the pile of opened letters. One had a large seal displaying someone's arms. He stared at it for several moments before he realized that he knew it well, and snatched it up. "Mr. Norrell," he cried, "we have a summons from Lord Liverpool."
"At last!" exclaimed Mr. Norrell. "What does he say?"
Lascelles took a moment to read the letter. "Only that he begs the favour of our attendance at Fife House upon a matter of the utmost urgency." He thought rapidly. "It is probably the Johannites. Liverpool ought to have requested your assistance years ago to deal with the Johannites. I am glad he realizes it at last. And as for you," he said, turning upon Childermus, "are you quite mad? Or do you have some game of your own to play? You chatter on about false claims of magic, while a letter from the Prime Minister of England lies unattended on the desk."
"Lord Liverpool can wait," said Childermus to Mr. Norrell. "Believe me when I tell you that you need to know the contents of this letter."
Lascelles gave a snort of exasperation. Mr. Norrell looked from one to the other. He was entirely at a loss. For years he had been accustomed to rely upon both of them, and their quarrels, which were becoming increasingly frequent, unnerved him completely. He might have stood there unable to choose between them for some time, had not Childermus decided matters by seizing his arm and pulling him bodily into a small panelled antechamber, which led off the library. Childermus shut the door with a bang and leant on it.
"Listen to me. This magic happened at a grand house in Nottinghamshire. The grown-ups were talking in the drawing-room, the servants were busy, and a little girl wandered off into the garden. She climbed a high wall that borders a kitchen garden and walked along the top of it. But the wall was covered in ice, and she tumbled down and fell through the roof of a hothouse. The glass broke and pierced her in many places. A servant heard her screaming. There was no surgeon nearer than 10 miles away. One of the party, a young man called Joseph Abney, saved her by magic. He drew the shards of glass out of her and mended the broken bones with Martin Pale's restoration and rectification. And he stopped the flow of blood using a spell which he claimed was Tylo's hand.
Notes. 1. Restoration and rectification was a spell which reversed the effects of a recent calamity. 2. Tylo's hand was an ancient fairy spell which halted all sorts of things, rain, fire, wind, coursing water, or blood. It presumably was named after the fairy who had first taught it to an English magician. End of notes.
"Ridiculous," declared Mr. Norrell. "Tylo's hand has been lost for hundreds of years, and Pale's restoration and rectification is a very difficult procedure. This young man would have had to study for years and years." "Yes, I know, and he admits that he has hardly studied at all. He barely knew the names of the spells, let alone their execution. Yet Traquair said that he performed the spells fluidly, without hesitation. Traquair and the other people who were present spoke to him and asked him what he was doing. The girl's father was much alarmed to see Abney perform magic upon her, but, so far as they could tell, Abney did not hear them. Afterwards he was like a man coming out of a dream. All he could say was, 'Tree speaks to stone, stone speaks to water.' He seemed to think that the trees and the sky had told him what to do."
"Mystical nonsense."
"Perhaps. And yet I do not think so. Since we came to London I have read hundreds of letters from people who think they can do magic and are mistaken. But this is different. This is true. I would stake money upon it. Besides, there are other letters here from people who have tried spells, and the spells have worked. But what I do not understand is—"
But at that moment the door against which Childermus was leaning was subject to a great rattling and shaking. A blow hit it, and Childermus was thrown away from the door and against Mr. Norrell. The door opened to reveal Lucas, and behind him Davy the coachman.
"Oh," said Lucas, somewhat surprised. "I beg your pardon, sir. I did not know you were here. Mr. Lascelles said the door had jammed shut, and Davy and I were trying to free it. The carriage is ready, sir, to take you to Lord Liverpool."
"Come, Mr. Norrell," cried Lascelles from within the library. Lord Liverpool is waiting." Mr. Norrell cast a worried glance at Childermus, and went. The journey to Fife House was not a very pleasant one for Mr. Norrell. Lascelles was full of spite towards Childermus, and lost no time in venting it. "Forgive me for saying so, Mr. Norrell," he said, "but you have no one but yourself to blame. Sometimes it seems like wisdom to allow an intelligent servant a certain degree of independence, but one always regrets it in the end. That villain has grown in insolence until he thinks nothing of contradicting you and insulting your friends. My father whipped him in for less, a great deal less, I assure you. And I should like— Lascelles twitched and fidgeted and threw himself back upon the cushions. In a moment he said in a calmer tone, "I advise you to consider, sir, if your need of him is really as great as you think. How many of his sympathies are with Strange, I wonder? Yes, that is the real question, is it not?" He looked out of the glass at the bleak grey buildings. "We are here, Mr. Norrell. I beg that you will remember what I told you. Whatever the difficulties of the magic which his lordship requires, do not dwell upon them. A long explanation will not make them grow any less." Mr. Norrell and Lascelles found Lord Liverpool in his study, standing by the table where he conducted a great deal of his business. With him was Lord Sidmouth, the Home Secretary. They fixed Mr. Norrell with solemn looks. Lord Liverpool said, "I have here letters from the Lord Lieutenants of Lincolnshire, Yorkshire, Somerset, Cornwall, Warwickshire, and Cumbria." Lascelles could scarcely refrain from giving a sigh of pleasure at the magic and the money that seemed to be in prospect. "All complaining of the magic that has recently occurred in those counties?" Mr. Norrell blinked his little eyes rapidly. "I beg your pardon?" Lascelles said quickly, "Mr. Norrell knows nothing of any magic done in those places." Lord Liverpool gave him a cool look, as if he did not believe him. There was a pile of papers on the table. Lord Liverpool picked one up at random. "4 days ago, in the town of Stamford," he said, "a Quaker girl and her friend were telling each other secrets. They heard a noise and discovered their younger brothers listening at the door. Full of indignation, they chased the boys into the garden. There they joined hands and recited a charm. The boys' ears leapt off their heads and flew away. It was not until the boys had made a solemn oath never to do such a thing ever again that the ears could be coaxed back out of the bare rose-bushes, which was where they had alighted, and persuaded to return to the boys' heads." Mr. Norrell was more perplexed than ever. "I am, of course, sorry that these badly behaved young women have been studying magic. That members of the female sex should study magic at all is, I may say, a thing I am very much opposed to. But I do not quite see—" "Mr. Norrell," said Lord Liverpool, "these girls were 13. Their parents are adamant that they have never so much as seen a magical text. There are no magicians in Stamford, no magic books of any kind." Mr. Norrell opened his mouth to say something, realized he was quite at a loss, and fell silent. Lascelles said, "This is very odd. What explanation did the girls give?" "The girls told their parents that they looked down and saw the spell written upon the path in grey pebbles. They said the stones told them what to do. Other people have since examined the path. There are indeed some grey pebbles, but they form no symbols, no mystical writing. They are ordinary grey pebbles." "And you say that there have been other instances of magic in other places besides Stamford?" said Mr. Norrell. "Many other instances, and many other places. Mostly, but by no means solely, in the north, and almost all within the past 2 weeks. 17 fairy roads have opened up in Yorkshire. Of course the roads have existed since the reign of the Raven King, but it is centuries since they actually led anywhere, and the local inhabitants allowed them to become overgrown. Now, without warning, they are clear again. The weeds are gone, and the inhabitants report that they can see strange destinations at the end of them, places no one has ever seen before." "Has anyone
Mr. Norrell paused and licked his lips. "Has anyone come down the roads?" "Not yet," said Lord Liverpool, "but presumably it is only a matter of time." Lord Sidmouth had been impatient to speak for some moments. "This is worst of all," he declared in a passion. "It is one thing to change Spain by magic, Mr. Norrell, but this is England. Suddenly we border upon places no one knows anything about, places no one has ever even heard of. I can scarcely describe my feelings at this juncture. It is not treason exactly. I do not think there is even a name for what you have done." "But I did not do it," said Mr. Norrell in a tone of desperation. "Why would I? I detest ferry roads. I have said so upon many occasions." He turned to Lord Liverpool. "I appeal to your lordship's memory. Have I ever given you reason to suppose that I approve of fairies or their magic? Have I not censured and condemned them at every turn?"
This was the first thing that Mr. Norrell had said that seemed in any way to mollify the Prime Minister. He inclined his head slightly.
"But if it is not your doing, whose is it?"
This question seemed to strike at some particularly vulnerable spot in Mr. Norrell's soul. He stood, eyes staring, mouth opening and closing, entirely unable to answer. Lascelles, however, was in complete command of himself. He had not the least idea in the world whose magic it was, nor did he care, but he did know precisely what answer would serve his and Mr. Norrell's interest best. "Frankly, I am surprised that your lordship need put the question," he said coolly. "Surely the wickedness of the magic proclaims its author. It is strange."
"Strange?" Lord Liverpool blinked. "What strange is in Venice?"
"Mr. Norrell believes that Strange is no longer the master of his own desires," said Lascelles. "He has done all sorts of wicked magic. He has trafficked with creatures that are enemies of Great Britain, of Christianity, of mankind itself. This catastrophe may be some sort of experiment of his which has gone awry, or it may be that he has done it deliberately. I feel it only right to remind your lordship that Mr. Norrell has warned the government on several occasions of the great danger to the nation from Strange's present researches. We have sent your lordship urgent messages, but we have received no replies. Fortunately for us all, Mr. Norrell is what he always was, firm and resolute and watchful." As he spoke, Lascelles's glance fell upon Mr. Norrell, who was at the moment the very picture of everything which was dismayed, defeated, and impotent. Lord Liverpool turned to Mr. Norrell. "Is this your opinion also, sir?" Mr. Norrell was lost in thought, murmuring over and over, "This is my doing. This is my doing." Although he spoke to himself, it was just loud enough for everyone else in the room to hear. Lascelles's eyes widened, but he was master of himself in an instant. "It is only natural that you feel that now, sir," he said quickly. "But in a while you will realize that nothing could be further from the truth. When you taught Mr. Strange magic, you could not have known that it would end like this. No one could have known." Lord Liverpool looked more than a little irritated at this attempt to make Mr. Norrell appear in the character of a victim. For years and years Mr. Norrell had set himself up as the chief magician in England, and if magic had been done in England, then Lord Liverpool considered him partly responsible at least. "I ask you again, Mr. Norrell, answer me plainly, if you please. Is it your opinion that this was done by Strange?" Mr. Norrell looked at each gentleman in turn. "Yes," he said in a frightened voice. Lord Liverpool gave him a long, hard look. Then he said, "The matter shall not rest here, Mr. Norrell. But whether it is Strange or not, one thing is clear. Great Britain already has a mad king. A mad magician would be the outside of enough. You have repeatedly asked for commissions. Well, here is one. Prevent your pupil from returning to England." "But—" began Mr. Norrell. Then he caught sight of Lascelles's warning glance and fell silent. Mr. Norrell and Lascelles returned to Hanover Square. Mr. Norrell went immediately to the library. Childermus was working at the table as before.
"Quick!" cried Mr. Norrell. "I need a spell which no longer works."
Childermus shrugged.
"There are thousands. Chauntlecet, Daedalus' Rose, the Unrobed Ladies, Stokes's Vitrification."
Notes. 1. Chauntlecet, a mysterious and ancient spell which encourages the moon to sing. The song the moon knows is apparently very beautiful, and can cure leprosy or madness in any who hear it. 2. Daedalus' Rose, a fairly complicated procedure devised by Martin Pale for preserving emotions, vices, and virtues in amber or honey or beeswax. When the preserving medium is warmed, the imprisoned qualities are released. The rose has, or rather had, a huge number of applications. It could be used to dispense courage to oneself or inflict cowardice on one's enemy. It could provoke love, lust, nobility of purpose, anger, jealousy, ambition, self-sacrifice, etc., etc. 3. Like many spells with unusual names, the Unrobed Ladies was a great deal less exciting than it sounded. The ladies of the title were only a kind of woodland flower which was used in a spell to bind a fairy's powers. The flower was required to be stripped of leaves and petals, hence the unrobing. 4. Stokes's vitrification turns objects and people to glass. End of notes.
"Stokes's Vitrification. Yes, I have a description of that." Mr. Norrell rushed to a shelf and pulled out a book. He searched for a page, found it, and looked hurriedly around the room. On a table near the fireside stood a vase of mistletoe, ivy, red-berried holly, and some sprays of a winter-flowering shrub. He fixed his eye upon the vase and began to mutter to himself. All the shadows in the room did something odd, something not easy to describe or explain. It was as if they all turned and faced another way. Even when they were motionless again, Childermus and Lascelles would have been hard-pressed to say whether they were the same as they had been or not. Something fell out of the vase and shattered upon the table with a tinkling sound. Lascelles went over to the table and examined it. One of the branches of holly had been turned into glass. The glass branch had been too heavy for the vase, and so it had toppled out. 2 or 3 unbroken holly leaves lay on the table. "That spell has not worked for almost 400 years, said Mr. Norrell. "Watership specifically mentions it in a fairy wood withering as one of the spells which worked in his youth and was entirely ineffective by the time he was 20.
"Your superior skill," began Lascelles.
"My superior skill has nothing to do with it," snapped Mr. Norrell. "I cannot do magic that is not there. Magic is returning to England. Strange has found a way to bring it back."
"Then I was right, was I not?" said Lascelles. "And our first task is to prevent him returning to England. Succeed in that, and Lord Liverpool will forgive a great many other things."
Mr. Norrell thought for a moment. "I can prevent him arriving by sea," he said.
"Excellent," said Lascelles.
Then something in the way Mr. Norrell had phrased this last statement gave him pause.
"Well, he is scarcely likely to come any other way. He cannot fly."
He gave a light laugh at the idea. Then another thought struck him.
"Can he?"
Childermus shrugged. "I do not know what Strange might be capable of by now," said Mr. Norrell, "but I was not thinking of that. I was thinking of the King's Roads."
"I thought the King's Roads led to Faery," said Lascelles.
"Yes, they do. But not only Faery. The King's Roads lead everywhere. Heaven, hell, the Houses of Parliament. They were built by magic. Every mirror, every puddle, every shadow in England is a gate to those roads. I cannot set a lock upon all of them. Nobody could. It would be a monstrous task.
If Strange comes by the King's roads, then I know nothing to prevent him." "But—" began Lascelles. "I cannot prevent him," cried Mr. Norrell, wringing his hands. "Do not ask me." "But—" he made a great effort to calm himself. "I can be ready to receive him. The greatest magician of the age. Well, soon we shall see, shall we not?" "If he comes to England," said Lascelles, "where will he go first?"
"Hertford Abbey," said Childermus. "Where else?"
Mr. Norrell and Lascelles were both about to answer him, but at that moment Lucas entered the room with a silver tray upon which lay a letter. He offered it to Lascelles. Lascelles broke the seal and read it rapidly. "Norrellites is back," he said. "Wait for me here. I will return within a day." 62. I came to them in a cry that broke the silence of a winter wood. Early February, 1817. First light in early February. A crossroads in the middle of a wood. The space between the trees was misty and indistinct. The darkness of the trees seeped into it. Neither of the two roads was of any importance. They were rutted and ill-maintained. One was scarcely more than a cart track. It was an out-of-the-way place, marked on no map. It did not even have a name. Norrellites was waiting at the crossroads. There was no horse standing nearby, no groom with a trap or cart, nothing to explain how he had come there. Yet clearly he had been standing at the crossroads for some time. His coat-sleeves were white with frost. A faint click behind him made him spin round, but there was nothing, only the same stretch of silent trees. No, he muttered to himself. "It was nothing. A dry leaf fell. That is all." There was a sharp snap. As ice cracked wood or stone, he stared again, his eyes addled by fear. "It was only a dry leaf," he murmured. There was a new sound. For a moment he was all in a panic, uncertain where it was coming from, until he recognized it for what it was. Horses' hoofs. He peered up the road. A dim grey smudge in the mist showed where a horse and rider were approaching. "He is here at last. He is here," muttered Norrellites, and hastened forward. "Where have you been?" he cried. "I have been waiting here for hours." "Sir," said Lascelles's voice, "you have nothing else to do?" "No, but you are wrong. You could not be more wrong. You must take me to London as quickly as possible." "All in good time." Lascelles emerged from the mist and reined in his horse. His fine clothes and hat were beaded with a silvery dusting of dew. Norrellites regarded him for a moment, and then, with something of his old character, said sulkily, "How nicely you are dressed. But really, you know, it is not very clever of you to parade your wealth like that. Are you not afraid of robbers? This is a very horrid spot. I dare say there are all sorts of desperate characters close at hand." "You are probably right. But you see, I have my pistols with me, and am quite as desperate as any of them." Norrellites was struck by a sudden thought. "Where's the other horse?" he asked. "What?" "The other horse! The one that is to take me to London! Oh, Lascelles, you noodle-head! How am I to get to London without a horse?" Lascelles laughed. "I would have thought you would be glad to avoid it. Your debts may have been paid off. I have paid them. But London is still full of people who hate you, and will do you an ill turn if they can." Norrellites stared as if he had understood none of this. In a shrill, excited voice he cried, "But I have instructions from the magician. He has given me messages to deliver to all sorts of people. I must begin immediately. I must not delay a single hour." Lascelles frowned. "Are you drunk? Are you dreaming? Norrell has not asked you to do anything. If he had tasks for you, he would convey them through me, and besides—
Not Norrell! Strange!
Lascelles sat stock still upon his horse. The horse shifted and fidgeted, but Lascelles moved not at all. Then, in a softer, more dangerous voice, he said, "What in the world are you talking about? Strange? How dare you talk to me of strange? I advise you to think very carefully before you speak again. I am already seriously displeased. Your instructions were quite plain, I think. You were to remain at Venice until Strange left, but here you are, and there he is."
I could not help it. I had to leave. You do not understand. I saw him, and he told me—
Lascelles held up his hand. "I have no wish to conduct this conversation in the open. We will go a little way into the trees."
Into the trees?
The little colour that was left in Drawlight's face drained away.
Oh, no, not for the world. I will not go there. Do not ask me.
What do you mean? Lascelles looked round, a little less comfortable than before. Has Strange set the trees to spy on us?
No, that is not it. I cannot explain it. They are waiting for me. They know me. I cannot go in there.
Drawlight had no words for what had happened to him. He held out his arms for a moment as if he thought he could show Lascelles the rivers that had curled about his feet, the trees that had pierced him, the stones that had been his heart and lungs and guts. Lascelles raised his riding-whip. "I have no idea what you are talking about." He urged his horse at Drawlight and flourished the whip. Poor Drawlight had never possessed the least physical courage, and he was driven, whimpering, into the trees. A briar caught the edge of his sleeve, and he screamed. "Oh, do be quiet," said Lascelles. "Anyone would think there is murder going on." They walked on until they came to a small clearing. Lascelles got down from his horse and tethered him to a tree. He removed the 2 pistols from the saddle holsters and stuck them in the pockets of his greatcoat. Then he turned to Drawlight. "So you actually saw Strange. Good. Excellent, in fact. I was sure you were too cowardly to face him."
I thought he would change me into something horrible.
Lascelles surveyed Drawlight's stained clothing and haunted face with some distaste. "Are you sure he did not do it?"
What?
said Drawlight. "Why did you not simply kill him? There, in the darkness? You were alone, I presume. No one would have known."
Oh, yes, that is very likely, is it not? He is tall and clever and quick and cruel. I am none of those things.
"I would have done it," said Lascelles.
Would you? Well, then, you are very welcome to go to Venice and try.
Where is he now?
In the darkness, in Venice. But he is coming to England.
He said so?
Yes, I told you. I have messages, one for Childermus, one for Norrell, and one for all the magicians in England.
And what are they?
I am to tell Childermus that Lady Poole was not raised from the dead in the way Norrell said. He had a fairy to help him, and the fairy has done things, wrong things, and I am to give Childermus a little box. That is the first message. And I am to tell Norrell that Strange is coming back. That is the third message.
Lascelles considered. This little box, what does it contain?
I do not know.
Why? Is it sealed shut in some way, by magic? Drawlight shut his eyes and shook his head.
I do not know that either.
Lascelles laughed out loud. You do not mean to tell me that you have had a box in your possession for weeks, and not tried to open it? You, of all people. Why, when you used to come to my house, I never dared leave you alone for a moment. My letters would have been read, my business would have been common knowledge by the next morning. Drawlight's glance sank to the ground. He seemed to shrink inside his clothes. He grew, if it were possible, several degrees more miserable. One might have supposed that he was ashamed to hear his past sins described, but it was not that.
"I am afraid,"
he whispered. Lascelles made a sound of exasperation. "Where is the box?" he cried. "Give it to me." Drawlight reached into a pocket of his coat and brought out something wrapped in a dirty handkerchief. The handkerchief was tied into many wonderfully complicated knots to guard against the box coming open of its own accord. Drawlight gave it to Lascelles. With a series of grimaces, expressive of extreme distaste, Lascelles set himself to undo the knots. When he had done so, he opened the box. A moment's silence. "You're a fool," said Lascelles, and shut the box with a snap and put it in his own pocket.
"Oh, but I have to—"
began Drawlight, reaching out ineffectually. "You said that there were 3 messages. What is the other one?"
"I do not think you will understand it."
"What? You understand it, yet I will not? You must have grown a great deal cleverer in Italy."
"That is not what I meant."
"Then what do you mean? Tell me quickly. I am growing bored of this conversation."
"Strange said that tree speaks to stone. Stone speaks to water. He said magicians can learn magic from woods and stones and such. He said John Uskglass's old alliances still held."
John Uskglass! John Uskglass! How sick I am of that name! Yet they all rattle on about him nowadays, even Norrell. I cannot understand why. His day was done 400 years ago. Drawlight held out his hand again.
"Give me back my box. I must—"
"What the devil is the matter with you? Do not you understand? Your messages will never be delivered, except for the one to Norrell, and that I shall deliver myself." A howl of anguish burst from Drawlight.
"Please, please, do not make me fail him. You do not understand. He will kill me. Worse."
Lascelles spread his arms and glanced around, as if asking the wood to bear witness how ridiculous this was. "Do you honestly believe that I would allow you to destroy Norrell? Which is to say, destroy me?"
"It is not my fault. It is not my fault. I dare not disobey him."
"Worm, what will you do between 2 such men as Strange and I? You will be crushed." Drawlight made a little sound like a whimper of fear. He gazed at Lascelles with strange, addled eyes. He seemed about to say something. Then, with surprising speed, he turned and fled through the trees. Lascelles did not trouble to follow him. He simply raised one of the pistols, aimed it, and fired. The bullet struck Drawlight in the thigh, producing, for one instant, a red, wet flowering of blood and flesh in the white and grey woods. Drawlight screamed and fell with a crash into a patch of briars. He tried to crawl away, but his leg was quite useless, and besides, the briars were catching at his clothes. He could not pull free of them. He turned his head to see Lascelles advance upon him. Fear and pain rendered his features entirely unrecognizable. Lascelles fired the second pistol. The left side of Drawlight's head burst open like an egg or an orange. He convulsed several times and was still. Although there was no one there to see, and although his blood was pounding in his ears, in his chest, in his everything, Lascelles would not permit himself to appear in the least disturbed. That, he felt, would not have been the behaviour of a gentleman. He had a valet who was much addicted to accounts of murders and hangings in the Newgate Calendar and the Malefactors' Register. Sometimes Lascelles would amuse himself by picking up one of these volumes. A prominent characteristic of these histories was that the murderer, however bold he was during the act of murder, would soon afterwards be overcome with emotion, leading him to act in strange, irrational ways that were always his undoing. Lascelles doubted there was much truth in these accounts, but for safety's sake he examined himself for signs of remorse or horror. He found none, Indeed, his chief thought was that there was one less ugly thing in the world. Really, he said to himself, if he had known 3 or 4 years ago that it would come to this, he would have begged me to do it. There was a rustling sound. To Lascelles's surprise, he saw that a small shoot was poking out of Drawlight's right eye. The left one had been destroyed by the pistol blast. Strands of ivy were winding themselves about his neck and chest. A holly shoot had pierced his hand. A young birch had shot up through his foot. A hawthorn had sprung up through his belly. He looked as if he had been crucified upon the wood itself. But the trees did not stop there. They kept growing. A tangle of bronze and scarlet stems blotted out his ruined face, and his limbs and body decayed as plants and other living things took strength from them. Within a short space of time, nothing of Christopher Drawlight remained. The trees, the stones, and the earth had taken him inside themselves, but in their shape it was possible still to discern something of the man he had once been. "That briar was his arm, I think," mused Lascelles. "That stone his heart, perhaps. It is small enough and hard enough." He laughed. "That is the ridiculous thing about strangers' magic," he said, to no one at all. "Sooner or later it all works against him." He mounted on his horse and rode back towards the road. 63. The first shall bury his heart in a dark wood beneath the snow, yet still feel its ache. Mid-February, 1817. More than 28 hours had passed since Lascelles had left Hanover Square, and Mr. Norrell was half frantic. He had promised Lascelles they would wait for him, but now he feared they would arrive at Hertford Abbey to find Strange in possession of the library. No one in the house at Hanover Square was permitted to go to bed that night, and by morning everyone was tired and wretched.
"But why do we wait at all?" asked Childermus. "What good do you suppose he will be when Strange comes?" "I place great reliance on Mr. Lascelles. You know I do. He is my only adviser now." "You still have me," said Childermus. Mr. Norrell blinked his small eyes rapidly. They seemed to be half a sentence away from, "But you are only a servant." Mr. Norrell said nothing. Childermus seemed to understand him anyway. He made a small sound of disgust and walked off. At 6 o'clock in the evening the library door was thrown open, and Lascelles walked in. He looked as he had never looked before. His hair was dishevelled, his neckcloth was stained with dust and sweat, and there were mud splashes on his greatcoat and boots. "We were right, Mr. Norrell," he cried. "Strange is coming." "When?"
said Mr. Norrell, turning pale. "I do not know. He has not been so kind as to furnish us with those details. But we should leave for Hertford Abbey as soon as possible."
"We can go immediately. All is in readiness. So you actually saw Drawlight? Is he here?"
Mr. Norrell leant sideways to see if he could catch a glimpse of Drawlight behind Lascelles. "No, I did not see him. I waited for him, but he never came. But do not fear, sir." Mr. Norrell was on the point of interrupting. "He has sent a letter. We have all the intelligence we need."
"A letter? May I see it?"
"Of course, but there will be time enough for that on the journey. We must be off. You need not delay on my account. My wants are few, and what I do not have I can very easily do without." This was perhaps a little surprising. Lascelles's wants had never been few before. They had been numerous and complicated. "Come, come, Mr. Norrell, rouse yourself. Strange is coming." He strode out of the room again. Mr. Norrell heard later from Lucas that he had not even asked for water to wash or for anything to drink. He had simply gone to the carriage, thrown himself into a corner, and waited. By 8 o'clock they were on their way to Yorkshire. Mr. Norrell and Lascelles were inside the carriage. Lucas and Davy were upon the box. Childermus was on horseback. At the Islington toll-gate Lucas paid the keeper. There was a smell of snow in the air. Mr. Norrell gazed idly at a shop window ablaze with lamplight. It was a superior sort of shop, with an uncluttered interior and elegant modern chairs for the customers to sit upon. In fact, it was so very refined an establishment that it was by no means clear what it sold. A heap of brightly coloured somethings lay tossed upon a chair, but whether they were shawls or materials for gowns or something else entirely, Mr. Norrell could not tell. There were 3 women in the shop. One was a customer, a smart, stylish person in a spencer like a hussar's uniform, complete with fur trim and frogging. On her head was a little Russian fur cap. She kept touching the back of it, as if she feared it would fall off. The shopkeeper was more discreetly dressed in a plain dark gown, and there was besides a little assistant who looked on respectfully, and bobbed a nervous little curtsy whenever anyone chanced to look at her. The customer and the shopkeeper were not engaged in business. They were talking together with a great deal of animation and laughter. It was a scene as far removed from Mr. Norrell's usual interests as it was possible to be, yet it went to his heart in a way he could not understand. He thought fleetingly of Mrs. Strange and Lady Poole. Then something flew between him and the cheerful scene, something like a piece of the darkness made solid. He thought that it was a raven. The toll was paid. Davy shook the reins, and the carriage moved on towards the archway. Snow began to fall. A sleety wind buffeted the sides of the carriage and made it rock from side to side. It penetrated every chink and crack, and chilled shoulders, noses, and feet. Mr. Norrell was not made any more comfortable by the fact that Lascelles appeared to be in a very odd mood. He was excited, almost elated, though Mr. Norrell could not tell why he should be. When the wind howled, he laughed, as if he suspected it of trying to frighten him, and wished to show it that it was mistaken. When he saw that Mr. Norrell was observing him, he said, "I have been thinking. This is the merest nothing. You and I, sir, will soon get the better of Strange and his tricks. What a pack of old women the ministers are! They disgust me. All this alarm over one lunatic, it makes me laugh to think of it. Of course Liverpool and Sidmouth are the very worst of them. For years they have hardly dared put their noses out of their front doors for fear of Bonaparte, and now Strange has sent them into fits merely by going insane."
"But you are wrong," declared Mr. Norrell. "Indeed you are. The threat from Strange is immense. Bonaparte was nothing to it. But you have not told me what Drawlight said. I should very much like to see his letter. I will tell Davy to stop at the Angel in Hadley, and then—"
"But I do not have it. I left it at Bruton Street."
"Oh, but—"
Lascelles laughed. "Mr. Norrell, do not concern yourself. Do I not tell you that it does not matter? I recall it exactly."
"What does it say?"
"That Strange is mad and imprisoned in eternal darkness, all of which we knew before, and—"
"What form does his madness take?"
asked Mr. Norrell. The merest pause. "Talking nonsense, mostly. But then he did that before, did he not?" Lascelles laughed. Catching sight of Mr. Norrell's expression, he continued more soberly. "He babbles about trees and stones and John Usglass and," glancing round for inspiration, "invisible coaches. And, oh yes, this will amuse you. He has stolen fingers off the hands of several Venetian maidens, stolen them clean away, keeps the stolen fingers in little boxes."
"Fingers?"
said Mr. Norrell in alarm. This seemed to suggest some unpleasant associations to him. He thought for a moment, but could make nothing of it.
"Did Drawlight describe the darkness? Did he say anything that might help us understand it?"
"No. He saw Strange, and Strange gave him a message for you. He says that he is coming. That is the substance of the letter."
They fell into silence. Mr. Norrell began to doze without intending to,
but several times in his dreams he heard Lascelles whispering to himself in the darkness. At midnight they changed horses at the Haycock Inn at Wansford. Lascelles and Mr. Norrell waited in the public parlour, a large plain apartment with wood-panelled walls, a sanded floor, and two great fireplaces. The door opened, and Childermus walked in. He went straight to Lascelles and addressed him in the following words.
"Lucas says there is a letter from Norrellite telling what he has seen in Venice."
Lascelles half turned his head, but he did not look at Childermus.
"May I see it?"
asked Childermus. "I left it at Bruton Street," said Lascelles. Childermus looked a little surprised.
"Very well, then," he said. "Lucas can fetch it. We will hire a horse for him here. He will catch up with us again before we reach Hertford."
Lascelles smiled. "I said Bruton Street, did I not? But do you know, I do not think it is there. I believe I left it at the inn, the one in Chatham, where I waited for Norrelite. They will have thrown it away." He turned back to the fire. Childermus scowled at him for a moment or two. Then he strode out of the room. A manservant came to say that hot water, towels, and other necessaries had been set out in two bedchambers, so that Mr. Norrell and Lascelles might refresh themselves. "And it's a blind man's holiday in the passageway, gentlemen," he said cheerfully, "so I've lit your candle each." Mr. Norrell took his candle and made his way along the passageway, which was indeed very dark. Suddenly Childermus appeared and seized his arm.
"What in the world were you thinking of?" he hissed. "To leave London without that letter?" "But he says he remembers what it contains," pleaded Mr. Norrell. "Oh, and you believe him, do you?"
Mr. Norrell made no reply. He went into the room that had been made ready. He washed his hands and face, and as he did so, he caught a glimpse in the mirror of the bed behind him. It was heavy, old-fashioned, and, as often happens at inns, much too large for the room. 4 carved mahogany columns, a high dark canopy, and bunches of black ostrich feathers at each corner, all contrived to give it a funereal look. It was as if someone had brought him into the room and shown him his own tomb. He began to have the strangest feeling, the same feeling he had had at the toll-gate, watching the 3 women, the feeling that something was coming to an end, and that all his choices had now been made. He had taken a road in his youth, but the road did not lead where he had supposed. He was going home, but home had become something monstrous. In the half-dark, standing by the black bed, he remembered why he had always feared the darkness as a child. The darkness belonged to John Uskglass.
For always and for always, I pray, remember me upon the moors beneath the stars, with the king's wild company.
He hurried from the room, back to the warmth and lights of the public parlour. A little after 6 o'clock, a grey dawn came up that was scarcely any dawn at all. White snow fell through a grey sky onto a grey and white world. Davy was so liberally coated in snow that one might have supposed that someone had ordered a waxworks model of him, and the plaster mould was being prepared. All that day a succession of post-horses laboured to bring the carriage through snow and wind. A succession of inns provided hot drinks and a brief respite from the weather. Davy and Childermus, who, as coachman and rider, were undoubtedly the most exhausted of the party, derived the least benefit from these halts. They were generally in the stables arguing with the innkeeper about the horses. At Grantham, the innkeeper infuriated Childermus by proposing to rent them a stone-blind horse. Childermus swore he would not take it. The innkeeper, on the other hand, swore it was the best horse he had. There was very little choice, and they ended by hiring it. Davy said afterwards that it was an excellent beast, hard-working and all the more obedient to his instructions, since it had no other means of knowing where to go or what to do. Davy himself lasted as far as the Newcastle Arms at Tuxford, and there they were obliged to leave him. He had driven more than 130 miles, and was, said Childermus, so tired he could barely speak. Childermus hired a postilion, and they travelled on. An hour or so before sunset the snow ceased, and the skies cleared. Long blue-black shadows overlaid the bare fields. 5 miles out of Doncaster they passed the inn that is called the Red House, by reason of its painted walls. In the low winter sun it blazed like a house of fire. The carriage went on a little way, and then halted.
"Why are we stopping?" cried Mr. Norrell from within.
Lucas leant down from the box and said something in reply, but the wind carried his voice away, and Mr. Norrell did not hear what it was. Childemus had left the highway and was riding across a field. The field was filled with ravens. As he passed, they flew up with a great croaking and cawing. On the far side of the field was an ancient hedge with an opening and 2 tall holly trees, one on each side. The opening led into another road or lane, bounded by hedges. Childemus halted there and looked first one way and then the other. He hesitated. Then he shook his reins, and the horse trotted between the trees into the lane and out of sight.
"He has gone into the ferry road,"
cried Mr. Norrell in alarm. "Oh," said Lascelles, "is that what it is?"
"Yes, indeed," said Mr. Norrell. "That is one of the more famous ones. It is reputed to have joined Doncaster to Newcastle by way of 2 ferry citadels."
They waited. After about 20 minutes, Lucas climbed down from the box. "How long ought we to stay here, sir?" he asked. Mr. Norrell shook his head.
"No Englishman has stepped over the boundaries into faery since Martin Pale 300 years ago. It is perfectly possible that he will never come out again. Perhaps—"
Just then Childemus reappeared and galloped back across the field.
"Well, it is true," he told Mr. Norrell. "The paths to faery are open again."
"What did you see?"
asked Mr. Norrell.
"The road goes on a little way, and then leads into a wood of thorn trees. At the entrance to the wood there is a statue of a woman with her hands outstretched. In one hand she holds a stone eye, and in the other a stone heart. As for the wood itself—" Childemus made a gesture, perhaps expressive of his inability to describe what he had seen, or perhaps of his powerlessness in the face of it. "Corpses hang from every tree. Some might have died as recently as yesterday. Others are no more than age-old skeletons dressed in rusting armour. I came to a high tower built of rough-hewn stones. The walls were pierced with a few tiny windows. There was a light at one of them, and the shadow of someone looking out. Beneath the tower was a clearing with a brook running through it. A young man was standing there. He looked pale and sickly, with dead eyes, and he wore a British uniform. He told me he was the champion of the castle of the Plucked Iron Heart. He had sworn to protect the lady of the castle by challenging anyone who approached with the intent of harming or insulting her. I asked him if he had killed all the men I had seen. He said he had killed some of them, and hung them upon the thorns, as his predecessor had done before him. I asked him how the lady intended to reward him for his service. He said he did not know. He had never seen her or spoken to her. She remained in the castle of the Plucked Iron Heart. He stayed between the brook and the thorn trees. He asked me if I intended to fight him. I reminded him that I had neither insulted nor harmed his lady. I told him I was a servant and bound to return to my master, who was at that moment waiting for me. Then I turned my horse and rode back.
"What?" cried Lascelles. "A man offers to fight you, and you run away? Have you no honour at all, no shame? A sickly face, dead eyes, an unknown person at the window." He gave a snort of derision. "These are nothing but excuses for your cowardice." Childemus flinched as if he had been struck, and seemed about to return a sharp answer, but he was interrupted by Mr. Norrell.
"Upon the contrary, Childemus did well to leave as soon as he could. There is always more magic in such a place than appears at first sight. Some fairies delight in combat and death. I do not know why. They are prepared to go to great lengths to secure such pleasures for themselves." "Please, Mr. Lascelles,"
said Childermus. "If the place has a strong appeal for you, then go. Do not stay upon our account."
Lascelles looked thoughtfully at the field and the gap in the hedge, but he did not move.
"You do not like the ravens, perhaps?" said Childermus in a quietly mocking tone. "No one likes them," declared Mr. Norrell. "Why are they here? What do they mean?"
Childermus shrugged.
"Some people think that they are part of the darkness that envelops Strange, and which, for some reason, he has made incarnate and sent back to England. Other people think that they portend the return of John Uskglass."
"John Uskglass, of course," said Lascelles. "The first and last resort of vulgar minds. Whenever anything happens, it must be because of John Uskglass. I think, Mr. Norrell, it is time for another article in the Friends reviling that gentleman. What shall we say? That he was unchristian, un-English, demonic. Somewhere, I believe, I have a list of the saints and archbishops who denounced him. I could easily work that up."
Mr. Norrell looked uncomfortable. He glanced nervously at the Tuxford postilion. "If I were you, Mr. Lascelles," said Childermus softly, "I would speak more guardedly. You are in the north now, in John Uskglass's own country. Our towns and cities and abbeys were built by him. Our laws were made by him. He is in our minds and hearts and speech. Were it summer, you would see a carpet of tiny flowers beneath every hedgerow, of a bluish-white colour. We call them John's farthings. When the weather is contrary, and we have warm weather in winter, or it rains in summer, the country people say that John Uskglass is in love again, and neglects his business."
Note: It has often been observed that the northern English, though never wavering in their loyalty to John Uskglass, do not always treat him with the respect he commands in the south. In fact, Uskglass's subjects take a particular delight in stories and ballads that show him at a decided disadvantage. Compare the tale of John Uskglass and the charcoal burner of Ullswater, or the tale of the hag and the sorceress. There are many versions of the latter, some of them quite vulgar. It tells how Uskglass almost lost his heart, his kingdoms, and his power to a common Cornish witch. End of note.
"And when we are sure of something, we say it is as safe as a pebble in John Uskglass's pocket."
Lascelles laughed. "Far be it from me, Mr. Childermus, to disparage your quaint country sayings, but surely it is one thing to pay lip service to one's history, and quite another to talk of bringing back a king who numbered Lucifer himself among his allies and overlords. No one wants that, do they? I mean, apart from a few Johannites and madmen."
"I am a North Englishman, Mr. Lascelles," said Childermus. "Nothing would please me better than that my king should come home. It is what I have wished for all my life."
It was nearly midnight when they arrived at Hertford Abbey. There was no sign of Strange. Lascelles went to bed, but Mr. Norrell walked about the house, examining the condition of certain spells that had long been in place. Next morning at breakfast, Lascelles said, "I have been wondering if there were ever magical duels in the past, struggles between two magicians, that sort of thing." Mr. Norrell sighed.
"It is difficult to know. Well, Stokesy seems to have fought 2 or 3 magicians by magic, one a very powerful Scottish magician, the magician of Atherdell."
Note: Like John Uskglass, the magician of Atherdell ruled his own island or kingdom. Atherdell seems to have been one of the western isles of Scotland, but either it has sunk, or else it is, as some people think, invisible. Some Scottish historians like to see Atherdell as evidence of the superiority of Scottish magic over English. John Uskglass's kingdom, they argue, has fallen and is in the hands of the southern English, whereas Atherdell remains independent. Since Atherdell is both invisible and inaccessible, This is a difficult proposition to prove or disprove. End of note.
Catherine of Winchester was once driven to send a young magician to Granada by magic. He kept disturbing her with inconvenient proposals of marriage when she wanted to study, and Granada was the furthest place she could think of at the time. Then there is the curious tale of the Cumbrian charcoal burner.
Note. In the tale of John Uskglass and the charcoal burner of Ullswater, Uskglass engages in a contest of magic with a poor charcoal burner and loses. It bears similarities to other old stories in which a great ruler is outwitted by one of his humblest subjects, and because of this, many scholars have argued that it has no historical basis. End of note. And did such duels ever end in the death of one of the magicians?
What? Mr. Norrell stared at him, horror-struck. No. Well, that is to say, I do not know. I do not think so.
Lascelles smiled. Yet the magic must exist, surely. If you gave your mind to it, I dare say you could think of half a dozen spells that would do the trick. It would be like a common duel with pistols or swords. There would be no question of a prosecution afterwards. Besides, the victor's friends and servants would be perfectly justified in helping him shroud the matter in all possible secrecy.
Mr. Norrell was silent. Then he said, "It will not come to that."
Lascelles laughed. "My dear Mr. Norrell, what else can it possibly come to?"
Curiously, Lascelles had never been to Hertford Abbey before. Whenever, in days gone by, Drawlight had gone to stay there, Lascelles had always contrived to have a previous engagement. A sojourn at a country house in Yorkshire was Lascelles's idea of purgatory. At best, he fancied Hertford must be like its owner, dusty, old-fashioned, and given to long, dull silences. At worst, he pictured a rain-lashed farmhouse upon a dark, dreary moor. He was surprised to find that it was none of these things. There was nothing of the Gothic about it. The house was modern, elegant, and comfortable, and the servants were far from the uncouth farmhands of his imagination. In fact, they were the same servants who waited upon Mr. Norrell in Hanover Square. They were London-trained and well acquainted with all Lascelles's preferences. But any magician's house has its oddities, and Hertford Abbey, at first sight so commodious and elegant, seemed to have been constructed upon a plan so extremely muddle-headed that it was quite impossible to go from one side of the house to the other without getting lost. Later that morning, Lascelles was informed by Lucas that he must on no account attempt to go to the library alone, but only in the company of Mr. Norrell or Childermus. It was, said Lucas, the first rule of the house. Naturally, Lascelles had no intention of obeying such a prohibition, delivered to him by a servant. He examined the eastern part of the house, and found the usual arrangement of morning-room, dining-room, drawing-room, but no library. He concluded that the library must lie in the unexplored western part. He set off, and immediately found himself back in the room he had just left. Thinking he must have taken a wrong turn, he tried again. This time he arrived at one of the sculleries, where a small, unclean, sniffling maid first wiped her nose on the back of her hand, and then used that same hand to wash the cooking-pots. No matter which path he chose, it returned him immediately to either morning-room or the scullery. He grew very sick of the sight of the little maid, and she did not seem exactly overjoyed to see him. But though he wasted an entire morning on this fruitless endeavour, it never occurred to him to attribute his failure to anything other than a peculiarity of Yorkshire architecture. For the next 3 days Mr. Norrell kept to the library as much as he could. Whenever he saw Lascelles, he was sure to hear some fresh complaint about Childermus, while Childermus kept harassing him with demands that he search for Drawlight's letter by magic. In the end he found it easier to avoid them both. Nor did he divulge to either of them something he had discovered which worried him a great deal. Ever since he and Strange had parted, he had been in the habit of summoning up visions to try and discover what Strange was doing. But he had never succeeded. One night, about 4 weeks ago, he had not been able to sleep.
He had got up and performed the magic. The vision had not been very distinct, but he had seen a magician in the darkness doing magic. He had congratulated himself on penetrating Strange's counterspells at last, until it occurred to him that he was looking at a vision of himself in his own library. He had tried again. He had varied the spells. He named Strange in different ways. It did not matter. He was forced to conclude that English magic could no longer tell the difference between himself and Strange. Letters arrived from Lord Liverpool and the ministers with angry descriptions of more magic, which no one could explain. Mr. Norrell wrote back, promising his earliest attention to these matters just as soon as Strange had been defeated. On the third evening after their arrival, Mr. Norrell, Lascelles, and Childermus were gathered together in the drawing-room. Lascelles was eating an orange. He had a little pearl-handled fruit-knife with a jagged blade, which he used to cut the peel. Childermus was laying out his cards upon a little table. He had been reading the cards for the past 2 hours. It was a measure of how far Mr. Norrell was distracted by the present situation that he made not the slightest objection. Lascelles, on the other hand, was driven half-mad by those cards. He was certain that one of the subjects of all those layings out and turnings over was himself. In this he was perfectly correct. "How I detest this inactivity," he said abruptly. "What can Strange be waiting for, do you suppose? We do not even know for certain that he will come."
"He will come," said Childermus.
"And how do you know that?" asked Lascelles. "Because you have told him to?" Childermus did not respond. Something he had seen in the cards had claimed his attention. His glance flickered over them. Suddenly he rose from the table.
"Mr. Lascelles, you have a message for me."
"I?" said Lascelles in surprise.
"Yes, sir."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that someone has recently given you a message for me. The cards say so. I would be grateful if you would deliver it to me."
Lascelles gave a snort of contempt. "I am not anybody's messenger, yours least of all." Childermus ignored this.
"Who is the message from?"
he asked. Lascelles said nothing. He went back to his knife and his orange.
"Very well,"
said Childermus, and he sat down and laid out the cards again. Mr. Norrell, in a state of great apprehension, watched them. His hand fluttered up towards the bell-cord, but after a moment's consideration he changed his mind and went in search of a servant himself. Lucas was in the dining-room, laying the table. Mr. Norrell told him what was going on.
"Can not something be done to separate them?" he asked. "They might be cooler in a while. Has no message come for Mr. Lascelles? Is there nothing that needs Childermus's attention? Can you not invent something? What about dinner? Can it be ready?"
Lucas shook his head. "There is no message. Mr. Childermus will do as he pleases. He always does. And you ordered dinner for 9:30, sir. You know you did."
"I wish Mr. Strange were here," said Mr. Norrell miserably. "He would know what to say to them. He would know what to do."
Lucas touched his master's arm as if trying to rouse him. "Mr. Norrell, we are trying to prevent Mr. Strange from coming here, if you remember, sir." Mr. Norrell looked at him in some irritation.
Yes, I know that. But still—"
Mr. Norrell and Lucas returned to the drawing-room together. Childermus was turning over his last card. Lascelles was staring with great determination at a newspaper.
"What do the cards say?" said Mr. Norrell to Childermus.
Mr. Norrell asked the question, but Childermus spoke his answer to Lascelles.
"They say that you are a liar and a thief. They say that there is more than a message. You have been given something, an object, something of great value. It is meant for me, and yet you retain it."
A short silence. Lascelles said coldly, Mr. Norrell, how long do you intend that I shall be insulted in this manner?
I ask you for the last time, Mr. Lascelles, said Childermus, will you give me what is mine?
How dare you address a gentleman in such a fashion? Asked Lascelles.
And is it the act of a gentleman to steal from me? Replied Childermus.
Lascelles turned a dead white. Apologize, he hissed. Apologize to me, or I swear, you whoreson, you dregs of every Yorkshire gutter, I will teach you better manners.
Childermus shrugged. Better a whoreson than a thief.
With a cry of rage, Lascelles seized him and thrust him against the wall so hard that Childermus's feet actually left the ground. He shook Childermus, and the paintings on the wall rattled in their frames. Curiously, Childermus seemed defenceless against Lascelles. His arms had somehow got pinned against Lascelles's body, and though he struggled hard, he seemed unable to free them. It was over in a moment. Childermus nodded briefly at Lascelles, as if to say Lascelles had won. But Lascelles did not release him. Instead, he leant hard against him, keeping him trapped against the wall. Then he reached down and picked up the pearl-handled knife with a jagged edge. He drew the blade slowly across Childermus's face, cutting him from eye to mouth. Lucas let out a cry, but Childermus said nothing at all. He somehow freed his left hand and raised it. It was closed in a tight fist. There remained like that for a moment, a tableau. Then Childermus dropped his hand. Lascelles smiled broadly. He let Childermus go and turned to Mr. Norrell. In a calm, quiet voice he addressed him thus. I will not suffer any excuses to be made for this person. I have been insulted. If this person were of a rank to be noticed by me, I should certainly call him out. He knows it. His inferior condition protects him. If I am to remain another moment in this house, if I am to continue as your friend and adviser, then this person must leave your service this minute. After tonight I can never hear his name spoken by you or any of your servants again on pain of dismissal. I hope, sir, that this is sufficiently plain. Lucas took the opportunity to hand Childermus a surreptitious napkin. "Well, sir," said Childermus to Mr. Norrell, wiping the blood from his face, "which of us is it to be?" A long moment of silence. Then, in a hoarse voice, quite unlike his usual tone, Mr. Norrell said, "You must go." "Good-bye, Mr. Norrell," said Childermus, bowing. "You have made the wrong choice, sir. As usual." He gathered up his cards and left. He went up to his bare little attic bedroom and lit the candle which stood upon a table. There was a cracked, cheap looking-glass hanging on the wall. He examined his face. The cut was ugly. His neckcloth and the right shoulder of his shirt were soaked in blood. He washed the wound as best he could. Then he washed and dried his hands. Carefully he took something out of his coat pocket. It was a box, the colour of heartache, about the size of a snuff-box, but a little longer. He whispered to himself, "A man cannot help his training." Note: At the engraver's house in Spitalfields, in the early spring of 1816, Strange had told Childermus, "One can never help one's training, you know." Childermus had had several careers before he became Mr. Norrell's servant and adviser. His first was as a highly talented child pickpocket. His mother, Black Joan, had once managed a small pack of dirty, ragged child thieves that had worked the towns of the East Riding in the late 1770s. End of note. He opened it. For a moment or two he looked thoughtful. He scratched his head and then cursed because he had very nearly dropped blood into it. He snapped it shut and put it in his pocket. It did not take long to collect his possessions. There was a mahogany case containing a pair of pistols, a small purse of money, a razor, a comb, a toothbrush, a bit of soap, some clothes, all as ancient as the ones he was wearing, and a small parcel of books, including a Bible, a child's history of the Raven King by Lord Portishead, and a copy of Paris Ormskirk's Revelations of 36 Other Worlds. Mr. Norrell had paid Childermus well for years, but what he did with his money no one knew. As Davy and Lucas had often remarked to each other, he certainly did not spend it. Childermus packed everything into a battered valise. There was a dish of apples upon the table. He wrapped them in a cloth and added them to the valise. Then, holding the napkin to his face, he went downstairs. He was in the stable-yard before he remembered that his pen, ink, and memorandum book were still in the drawing-room. He had put them on a side table while he read his cards. "Well, it is too late to go back," he thought. "I shall have to buy others." There was a party waiting for him in the stables. Davy, Lucas, the grooms, and several of the manservants who had managed to slip away from the house.
"What are you all doing here?"
he asked in surprise.
"Holding a prayer meeting?"
The men glanced at each other.
"We saddled Brewer for you, Mr. Childermus,"
said Davy. Brewer was Childermus's horse, a big, unhandsome stallion.
"Thank you, Davy."
"Why did you let him do it, sir?" asked Lucas. "Why did you let him cut you?"
"Don't fret about it, lad. It's of no consequence."
"I brought bandages. Let me bind up your face."
"Lucas, I need my wits tonight, and I cannot think if I am all over bandages."
"But it will leave a terrible scar if the lips of the wound are not closed."
"Let it. No one will complain if I am less beautiful than I was. Just give me another clout to staunch the flow."
Note. Clout, a Yorkshire word meaning cloth. End of note.
"This one is soaked through. Now, lads, when Strange comes—"
He sighed.
"I do not know what to tell you. I have no advice. But if you get a chance to help them, then do it."
"What?"
asked one manservant.
"Help Mr. Norrell and Mr. Lascelles?"
"No, you blockhead. Help Mr. Norrell and Mr. Strange. Lucas, tell Lucy, Hannah, and Dido that I said good-bye, and wished them well, and good obedient husbands when they want them."
These were 3 housemaids who were particular favourites of Childermus. Davy grinned.
"And you yourself willing to do the job, sir?" he said.
Childermus laughed, then flinched at the pain in his face.
"Well, for Hannah, perhaps," he said. "Good-bye, lads."
He shook hands with all of them, and was a little taken aback when Davy, who, for all his strength and size, was as sentimental as a schoolgirl, insisted on embracing him and actually shed tears. Lucas gave him a bottle of Mr. Norrell's best claret as a parting gift. Childermus led Brewer out of the stables. The moon had risen. He had no difficulty in following the sweep out of the pleasure grounds into the park. He was just crossing over the bridge when the sudden realization came upon him that there was magic going on. It was as if 1,000 trumpets had sounded in his ear, or a dazzling light had shone out of the darkness. The world was entirely different from what it had been a moment before, but what that difference was he could not at first make out. He looked around. Directly above the park and house there was a patch of night sky shoved in where it did not belong. The constellations were broken. New stars hung there, stars that Childermus had never seen before. They were, presumably, the stars of Strange's eternal darkness. He took one last look at Hurtview Abbey and galloped away.
All the clocks began to strike at the same moment. This in itself was extraordinary enough. For 15 years Lucas had been trying to persuade the clocks of Hurtview to tell the hour together, and they had never done so until this moment.
But what o'clock it might be was hard to say. The clocks struck on and on, long past 12, telling the time of a strange new era. "What in the world is that hideous sound?" asked Lascelles. Mr. Norrell stood up. He rubbed his hands together, with him always a sign of great nervousness and strain.
"Strange is here,"
he said quickly. He spoke a word. The clocks were silent. The door burst open. Mr. Norrell and Mr. Lascelles turned with faces all alarm, in full expectation of seeing Strange standing there, but it was only Lucas and two of the other servants. "Mr. Norrell," began Lucas, "I think—"
Yes, I know. Go to the storeroom at the foot of the kitchen stairs. In the chest under the window you will find lead chains, lead padlocks, and lead keys. Bring them here, quickly."
"And I will go and fetch a pair of pistols," declared Lascelles.
"They will do no good,"
said Mr. Norrell. "Oh, you would be surprised at how many problems a pair of pistols can solve." They returned within 5 minutes. There was Lucas, looking reluctant and unhappy, holding the chains and locks, Lascelles with his pistols, and 4 or 5 more manservants. "Where do you suppose he is?" asked Lascelles.
"In the library. Where else?" said Mr. Norrell. "Come."
They left the drawing-room and entered the dining-room. From here they passed into a short corridor, which contained an inlaid ebony sideboard, the marble statue of a centaur and its foal, and a painting of Salome carrying St. John's head on a silver platter. There were 2 doors ahead of them. The one on the right had an unfamiliar look to Lascelles, as if he had never seen it before. Mr. Norrell led them through it, and they immediately found themselves back in the drawing-room.
"Wait," said Mr. Norrell in confusion. He looked behind him. "I must have— No, wait, I have it now. Come."
Once again they passed through the dining-room into the corridor. This time they went through the door upon the left. It, too, led straight back to the drawing-room. Mr. Norrell gave a loud, despairing cry. "He has broken my labyrinth and woven another against me." "In some ways, sir," remarked Lascelles, "I could have wished that you had not taught him so well."
"I never taught him to do this, and you may be sure that he never learnt it from anyone else. Either the devil taught him, or he learnt it this very night in my house. This is the genius of my enemy. Lock a door against him, and all that happens is that he learns first how to pick a lock, and second how to build a better one against you."
Lucas and the other servants lit more candles, as if light could somehow help them see through Strange's spells and help them distinguish reality from magic. Soon each of the 3 apartments was ablaze with light. Candlesticks and candelabras were crowded upon every surface, but it only served to confuse them more. They went from dining-room to drawing-room, from drawing-room to corridor. "Like foxes in a stopped earth," said Lascelles. But, try as they might, they could not leave the 3 apartments. Time passed. It was impossible to say how much. The clocks had all turned to midnight. Every window showed the black of eternal night and the unknown stars. Mr. Norrell stopped walking. He closed his eyes. His face was as dark and tight as a fist. He stood quite still, and only his lips moved slightly. Then he opened his eyes briefly and said, "Follow me." Closing his eyes again, he walked. It was as if he were following the plan of an entirely different house that had somehow got wedged inside his own. The turns he took, the rights and lefts, made a new path, one he had never taken before. After 3 or 4 minutes he opened his eyes. There, before him, was the corridor he had been searching for, the one with the floor of stone flags, and at the end of it the tall, shadowy shape of the library door.
"Now we shall see what he is doing," he cried. "Lucas, keep the lead chains and locks ready. There is no better prophylactic against magic than lead. We will bind his hands, and that will hinder him a little. Mr. Lascelles, how quickly do you suppose we might get a letter to one of the ministers?"
He was a little surprised that none of them made any reply, and so he turned. He was quite alone. A little way off he heard Lascelles say something. His cold, languid voice was unmistakable. He heard one of the other servants reply, and then Lucas. But gradually all the noise grew less. The sounds of the servants rushing from room to room were gone. There was silence. 64. Two versions of Lady Poole. Mid-February 1817. "Well," said Lascelles, "that was unexpected." He and the servants were gathered at the north wall of the dining-room, a wall through which Mr. Norrell had just walked with all the composure in the world. Lascelles put out his hand and touched it. It was perfectly solid. He pressed it hard. It did not move.
"Did he mean to do that, do you think?"
wondered one of the servants. "I do not think it much matters what he meant," said Lucas. "He has gone to be with Mr. Strange now." "Which is as much as to say he has gone to the devil," added Lascelles.
"What will happen now?"
asked another servant. No one answered him. Images of magical battles flitted through the minds of everyone present. Mr. Norrell hurling mystical cannon-balls at Strange, Strange calling up devils to come and carry Mr. Norrell away. They listened for sounds of a struggle. There were none. A shout came from the next room. One of the servants had opened the drawing-room door and found the breakfast-room on the other side of it. Beyond the breakfast-room was Mr. Norrell's sitting-room, and beyond that his dressing-room. The old sequence of rooms was suddenly re-established. The labyrinth was broken. The relief of this discovery was very great. The servants immediately abandoned Lascelles and went down to the kitchen, the natural refuge and solace of their class. Lascelles, just as naturally, sat down in solitary state in Mr. Norrell's sitting-room. He had some idea of staying there until Mr. Norrell returned, or, if Mr. Norrell never came back, of waiting for Strange and then shooting him. After all, he thought, what can a magician do against a lead ball? Between the pistol firing and his heart exploding, there is no time for magic. But such thoughts as these provided only a temporary comfort. The house was too silent, the darkness too magical. He was too aware of the servants gathered together sociably in one place, and the two magicians doing God knew what in another place, and himself alone in a third place. There was an old long-case clock that stood in one corner of the room, a last remnant of Mr. Norrell's childhood home in York. This clock had, like all the others in the house, turned to midnight when Strange arrived, but it had not done so willingly. It protested very volubly against such an unexpected turn of events. Its ticking was all askew. It seemed to be drunk, or possibly in a fever, and from time to time it made a sound that was remarkably like an indrawn breath, and every time it did so, Lascelles thought that Strange had entered the room and was about to say something. He got up and followed the servants to the kitchen. The kitchen at Hertford Abbey was very much like the undercroft of a great church, full of classical angles and classical gloom. In the centre of the room was a huge number of tallow candles, and gathered there was every servant that Lascelles had ever seen at Hertford, and a great many that he had not. He leant against a pillar at the top of a flight of steps. Lucas glanced up at him. He said, "We have been discussing what to do, sir. We shall leave within a half-hour. We can do Mr. Norrell no good by staying here, and may do ourselves some harm. That is our intention, sir. But if you have another opinion, I shall be glad to hear it." "My opinion!" exclaimed Lascelles. He looked all amazement, and only part of it was feigned. "This is the first time I was ever asked my opinion by a footman." "Thank you, but I believe I shall decline my share of this," he thought for a moment, before settling upon the most offensive word in his vocabulary. "Democracy." "As you wish, sir," said Lucas mildly.
"It must be daylight in England by now," said one of the maids, looking longingly at the windows set high in the walls.
"This is England, silly girl," declared Lascelles.
"No, sir, begging your pardon," said Lucas, "but it is not
England is a natural place. Davy, how long to turn the horses out?" Cried Lascelles. "You are all very bold, I must say, to discuss your thievery in front of me. What, you think I shall not speak out against you? On the contrary, I shall see you all hanged." Some of the servants nervously eyed the pistols in Lascelles's hands. Lucas, however, ignored him. The servants soon agreed that those among them who had relations or friends in the neighbourhood would go to them. The rest would be dispatched with the horses to the various farms which stood upon Mr. Norrell's estate. "So you see, sir," said Lucas to Lascelles, "nobody is stealing. Nobody is a thief. All of Mr. Norrell's property is to remain on Mr. Norrell's land, and we will take as good care of his horses as if they were still in his stables. But it would be a wicked cruelty to leave any creature in this perpetual darkness." Some time later the servants left Hertfield. There was no saying exactly how much later it was. Their pocket-watches, like the clocks, had all turned to midnight. With baskets and valises slung over their arms and knapsacks on their backs, they led the horses by the halter. There were also 2 donkeys and a goat, who had always lived in the stables because the horses found him agreeable company. Lascelles followed at a distance. He had no desire to appear part of this ragtag and bobtail procession, but neither did he want to be left alone in the house. 10 yards short of the river, they walked out of the darkness into the dawn. There was a sudden rush of scents upon the air, scents of frost, winter earth, and the nearby river. The colours and shapes of the park seemed simplified, as if England had been made afresh during the night. To the poor servants, who had been in some doubt whether they would ever see anything but dark and stars again, the sight was an exceedingly welcome one. Their watches had started up again, and they found by a general consultation that it was 7:45. But the alarms of that night were not quite over yet. 2 bridges now led across the river where only one had been before. Lascelles came hurrying up. "What is that?" he demanded, pointing at the new bridge. An old servant, a man with a beard like a miniature white cloud stuck to the end of his chin, said that it was a ferry bridge. He had seen it in his youth. It had been built long ago, when John Uskclass still ruled Yorkshire. It had fallen into disrepair, and been dismantled in the time of Mr. Norrell's uncle. "And yet here it is, back again," said Lucas with a shudder. "And what lies on the other side?" asked Lascelles. The old servant said that it had led to Northallerton once upon a time, by way of various queer places. "Does it meet up with the road we saw near the Red House?" asked Lascelles. The old servant shook his head. He did not know. Lucas was losing patience. He wished to be away. "Ferry roads are not like Christian roads," he said. "Often they do not go where they are supposed to at all. But what does it matter? Nobody here is going to put so much as a foot upon the wicked thing." "Thank you," said Lascelles, "but I believe I shall make up my own mind upon that point." He hesitated a moment, and then strode forward on to the ferry bridge. Several of the servants called out to him to come back. "Oh, let him go!" cried Lucas, tightening his hold upon a basket which contained his cat. "Let him be damned if he wishes. I am sure no one could deserve it more." He threw Lascelles one last hearty look of dislike, and followed the others into the park. Behind them the black pillar rose up into the grey Yorkshire sky, and the end of it could not be seen. 20 miles away, Childermus was crossing over the pack-horse bridge that led into Staircross village. He rode through the village to the hall and dismounted.
"Hey, hey!"
He banged on the door with his whip. He shouted some more and gave the door a few vigorous kicks. 2 servants appeared. They had been alarmed enough by all the shouting and banging, but when they held up their candle and found that its author was a wild-eyed, cut-throat-looking person, with a slit in his face and his shirt all bloody, they were not in the least reassured.
"Do not stand there gawping," he told them. "Go fetch master. He knows me."
10 minutes more brought Mr. Secundus in a dressing-gown. Childermus, waiting impatiently just within the door, saw that as he came along the passage his eyes were closed, and the servant led him by the hand. It looked for all the world as if he had gone blind. The servant placed him just before Childermus. He opened his eyes. "Good Lord, Mr. Childermus," he cried, "what happened to your face?"
"Someone mistook it for an orange. And you, sir, what has happened to you? Have you been ill?"
"No, not ill." Mr. Secundus looked embarrassed. "It is living in constant proximity to strong magic. I had not realized before how weakening that can be. To a person who is susceptible to it, I mean. The servants feel no effects whatsoever, I am glad to say." There was a queer insubstantiality about him. He looked as if he were painted on the air. The merest draught from a gap in the casement took his hair and made little corkscrews and curlicues of it, as if it weighed nothing at all. "I suppose that is what you have come about," he continued, "but you should tell Mr. Norrell that I have done nothing but study the occurrences that presented themselves. I confess I have made a few notes, but really he has nothing to complain about."
"What magic?" asked Childermus. "What are you talking about? And you need not concern yourself any longer about Mr. Norrell. He has problems of his own, and knows nothing of my being here. What have you been doing, Mr. Secundus?"
"Only watching and recording, as a magician should." Mr. Secundus leant forward eagerly. "And I have come to some surprising conclusions concerning Lady Poole's illness."
"Ah?"
"In my opinion, it is not madness at all. It is magic." Mr. Secundus waited for Childermus to be amazed. He looked a little disappointed when Childermus simply nodded.
"I have something that belongs to her ladyship," said Childermus, "something she has long missed. So I beg that you will do me the kindness of taking me to her. Oh, but I mean her no harm, Mr. Secundus, and I believe I may be able to do her some good. I swear it by bird and book. By bird and book."
Note: this is an old Northern English oath. John Uskglass's arms showed a raven in flight upon a white field, argent, raven volant. Those of his Chancellor, William Lanchester, showed the same, with the addition of an open book, argent, raven volant, above an open book. For much of the 13th century, John Uskglass devoted himself to scholarship and magic, abandoning the business of government to Lanchester. Lanchester's arms were displayed in all the great courts of law and upon many important legal documents. Consequently, the people fell into the habit of swearing by bird and book, the elements of those arms. End of note. "I cannot take you to her," said Mr. Secundus. He put up his hand to forestall Childermus's objection. "I do not mean that I am unwilling. I mean I cannot. Charles will take us." He indicated the servant at his side. This seemed rather eccentric, but Childermus was in no mood to argue about it. Mr. Secundus grasped Charles's arm and closed his eyes. Behind the stone and oak passages of Staircross Hall, a vision of another house leapt up. Childermus saw high corridors that stretched away into unthinkable distances. It was as if two transparencies had been put into a magic lantern at the same time, so that one picture overlaid the other. The impression of walking through both houses at once rapidly brought on a sensation akin to seasickness. Confusion mounted in his mind, and had he been alone, he would soon have been at a loss to know which way to go. He could not tell whether he was walking or falling, whether he climbed one step or mounted a staircase of impossible length. Sometimes he seemed to be skimming across an acre of stone flags, while at the same time he was scarcely moving at all. His head spun, and he felt sick. "Stop! Stop!" he cried, and sank to the ground with his eyes closed. "It affects you badly," said Mr. Secundus. "Worse even than me. Close your eyes and take hold of my arm. Charles will lead us both." They walked on, eyes closed. Charles guided them round a right-hand turning and up a staircase. At the top of the staircase there was a murmured conversation between Mr. Secundus and someone. Charles drew Childermus forward. Childermus had the impression of entering a room. It smelt of clean linen and dried roses. "This is the person you wish me to see?" said a woman's voice. There was something odd about it, as if it were coming from two places at once, as if there were an echo. "But I know this person. He is the magician's servant. He is—" "I am the person your ladyship shot," said Childermus, and he opened his eyes. He saw not one woman, but two, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he saw the same woman doubled. Both sat in the same posture, looking up at him. They occupied the same space, so that he had the same giddy feeling in looking at her as he had had walking through the corridors. One version of Lady Poole sat in the house in Yorkshire. She wore an ivory-coloured morning dress, and regarded him with calm indifference. The other version was fainter, more ghostly. She sat in the gloomy labyrinthine house, dressed in a blood-red evening gown. There were jewels or stars in her dark hair, and she regarded him with fury and hatred. Mr. Secundus pulled Childermus to the right. "Stand just here," he said, excitedly. "Now, close one eye. Can you see it? Observe a red and white rose where her mouth ought to be."
"The magic affects us differently," said Childermus. "I see something very strange, but I do not see that."
"You are very bold to come here," said both versions of Lady Poole, addressing Childermus, "considering who you are and whom you represent."
"I am not here on Mr. Norrell's business. To own the truth, I am not entirely sure who it is I represent. I think it is Jonathan Strange. It is my belief that he sent me a message, and I think it was about your ladyship. But the messenger was prevented from reaching me, and the message was lost. Do you know, your ladyship, what Mr. Strange might have wished to tell me about you?"
"Yes,"
said both versions of Lady Poole.
"Will you tell me what it is?"
"If I speak," they said, "I shall speak nothing but madness."
Childermus shrugged his shoulders.
"I have passed 20 years in the society of magicians. I am accustomed to it. Speak."
So she, or they, began. Immediately Mr. Secundus took a memorandum-book out of a pocket of his nightgown and began to scribble notes. But in Childermus's eyes the two versions of Lady Poole were no longer speaking as one. The Lady Poole who sat in Staircross Hall told a tale about a child who lived near Carlisle. But the woman in the blood-red gown seemed to be telling quite a different story. Note: one autumn morning the Cumbrian child went out into her grandmother's garden. In a forgotten corner she discovered a house about the height and largeness of a beast-cap, built of spiders' webs, stiffened and whitened with hoarfrost. Inside the lazy house was a tiny person, who at times appeared immeasurably old, and at other times no older than the child herself. The little person told the Cumbrian child that she was a songbird herd, and that for ages past it had been her task to watch over the field-fares, redwings, and mistle-thrushes in that part of Cumbria. All winter the Cumbrian child and the songbird herd played together, and the progress of their friendship was not in the least impeded by the difference in their sizes. In fact, the songbird herd generally did away with this obstacle by making herself as large as the Cumbrian child, or sometimes by making them both as small as birds, or beetles, or snowflakes. The songbird herd introduced the Cumbrian child to many odd and interesting persons, some of whom lived in houses even more eccentric and delightful than the songbird herd's own. End of note. She wore a fierce expression and emphasized her words with passionate gestures. But what she said Childermus could not tell. The whimsical tale of the Cumbrian child drowned it out. "There, you see," exclaimed Mr. Secundus, as he finished scribbling his notes. "This is what makes them think her mad, these odd stories and tales. But I have made a list of all that she has told me, and I have begun to find correspondences between them and ancient fairy lore. I am sure that if you and I were to make inquiries, we would discover some reference to a set of fairies who had some close connection with songbirds. They may not have been songbird herds. That, you will agree, sounds a little too much like settled occupation for such a feckless race. But they may have pursued a particular sort of magic related to songbirds, and it may have suited one of their number to tell an impressionable child that she was a songbird herd.
"Perhaps," said Childermus, not much interested, "but that was not what she meant to tell us. And I have remembered the magical significance of roses. They stand for silence. That is why you see a red and white rose. It is a muffling spell."
"A muffling spell," said Mr. Secundus in amazement. Yes, I see that. I have read about such things. But how do we break it?" From his coat pocket Childermus took a little box, the colour of heartache.
"Your ladyship," he said, "give me your left hand."
She laid her white hand in Childermus's lined brown one. Childermus opened the box, took out the finger, and laid it against the empty place. Nothing happened. "We must find Mr. Strange," said Mr. Secundus, "or Mr. Norrell. They may be able to mend it."
"No," said Childermus, "there is no need. Not now. You and I are two magicians, Mr. Secundus, and England is full of magic. How many years' study do we have between us? We must know something to the point. What about Pale's restoration and rectification?"
"I know the form of it," said Mr. Secundus, "but I have never been a practical magician."
"And you never will be, if you do not try. Do the magic, Mr. Secundus."
So Mr. Secundus did the magic. Note: like most of Martin Pale's magic, restoration and rectification involves the use of a tool or key made specifically for the purpose. In this case the key is a small cross-like object made of two thin pieces of metal. The four arms of the cross represent past state and future state, wholeness or wellness, and incompleteness or sickness. As he later reported in The Modern Magician, Mr. Secundus used a spoon and a bodkin from Lady Poole's dressing-case, which Lady Poole's maid tied together with a ribbon. End of note. The finger flowed into the hand, making a seamless whole. In the same instant, the impression of endless dreary corridors surrounding them disappeared. The two women before Childermus's eyes resolved themselves into one. Lady Poole rose slowly from her chair. Her eyes went rapidly this way and that, like someone who was seeing the world anew. Everyone in the room could see she was changed. There was animation and fire in every feature. Her eyes glowed with a furious light. She raised both arms. Her hands were clenched in tight fists, as if she intended to bring them down upon someone's head. "I have been enchanted," she burst out, "bargained away for the sake of a wicked man's career." "Good God!" cried Mr. Secundus. "My dear Lady Poole—"
"Compose yourself, Mr. Secundus," said Childermus. "We have no time for trivialities. Let her speak."
"I have been dead within and almost dead without." Tears started from her eyes, and she struck her own breast with her clenched hand. "Not only me. Others suffer even now. Mrs. Strange and my husband's servant, Stephen Black." She recounted the cold, ghostly balls she had endured, the dreary processions she had been forced to take part in, and the strange handicap that would not allow her and Stephen Black to speak of their predicament. Mr. Secundus and the servants heard each new revelation with mounting horror. Childermus sat and listened with impassive expression. "We must write to the editors of the newspapers," cried Lady Poole. "I am determined upon public exposure." "Exposure of whom?" asked Mr. Secundus. "The magicians, of course, Strange and Norrell." Mr. Strange?" faltered Mr. Secundus. "No, you are mistaken. My dear Lady Poole, take a moment to consider what you are saying. I have not a word to say for Mr. Norrell. His crimes against you are monstrous, but Mr. Strange has done no harm, not knowingly, at any rate. Surely he is more sinned against than sinning." "No," cried Lady Poole. "Upon the contrary, I consider him by far the worse of the two. By his negligence and cold masculine magic he has betrayed the best of women, the most excellent of wives." Childermus stood up. "Where are you going?" asked Mr. Secundus.
"To find Strange and Norrell," said Childermus.
"Why?" cried Lady Poole, rounding on him. "To warn them, so that they can prepare themselves against a woman's vengeance? Oh, how these men protect one another!"
"No, I am going to offer them my assistance to free Mrs. Strange and Stephen Black."
Lascelles walked on. The path entered a wood. At the entrance to the wood was the statue of the woman holding the plucked iron heart, just as Childermus had described. Corpses hung from the thorn trees in various states of decay. Snow lay on the ground, and it was very quiet. After a while he came to the tower. He had imagined it to be a fanciful, otherlandish sort of place. "But really," he thought, "it is very plain, like the castles of the Scottish border country." High in the tower was a single window glowing with candlelight, and the shadow of someone watching. Lascelles noticed something else, too, something that Childermus had either not seen, or else had not troubled to report. The trees were full of serpent-like creatures. They had heavy, sagging forms. One was in the process of swallowing whole a fresh, meaty-looking corpse. Between the trees and the brook was the pale young man. His eyes were empty, and there was a slight dew upon his brow. His uniform was, thought Lascelles, that of the 11th Light Dragoons. Lascelles addressed him thus. "One of our countrymen approached you a few days ago. He spoke to you. You challenged him, then he ran away. He was a dark, ill-favoured fellow, a person of despicable habits and base origins." If the pale young man recognized Childermus from this description, he showed no sign of it. In a dead voice he said, "I am the champion of the castle of the plucked iron heart. I offer challenges to—" Yes, cried Lascelles impatiently. "I do not care about that. I have come here to fight, to erase the stain upon England's honour that was made by that fellow's cowardice." The figure at the window leaned forward eagerly. The pale young man said nothing. Lascelles made a sound of exasperation. "Very well. Believe that I mean this woman all sorts of harm, if it pleases you. It matters not one whit to me. Pistols?" The pale young man shrugged. There being no seconds to act for them, Lascelles told the young man that they would stand at 20 paces, and he measured the ground himself. They had taken their positions and were about to fire when something occurred to Lascelles. "Wait," he cried. "What is your name?" The young man stared dully at him. "I do not remember," he said. They both fired their pistols at the same time. Lascelles had the impression that, at the last moment, the young man turned his pistol and deliberately fired wide. Lascelles did not care. If the young man was a coward, then so much the worse for him. His own ball flew with pleasing exactitude to pierce the young man's breast. He watched him die with the same intense interest and sense of satisfaction that he had felt when he had killed Drawlight. He hung the body upon the nearest thorn tree. Then he amused himself by taking shots at the decaying bodies and the serpents. He had not been engaged in this pleasant occupation for more than an hour when he heard the sounds of hoofs upon the woodland path. From the opposite direction, from Faery rather than England, a dark figure upon a dark horse was approaching. Lascelles spun round. "I am the champion of the castle of the plucked iron heart," he began. 65. The ashes, the pearls, the counterpane, and the kiss. Mid-February, 1817. As Lucas and the others were leaving Hertford Abbey, Stephen was dressing in his bedchamber at the top of the house in Harley Street. London is a city with more than its fair share of eccentricities, but of all the surprising places it contained at this time, the most extraordinary was undoubtedly Stephen's bedchamber. It was full of things that were precious, rare, or wonderful. If the cabinet, or the gentlemen who direct the Bank of England, had been somehow able to acquire the contents of Stephen's bedchamber, their cares would have all been over. They could have paid off Britain's debts and built London anew with a change. Thanks to the gentleman with the thistledown hair, Stephen possessed crown jewels from who knew what kingdoms, and embroidered robes that had once belonged to Coptic popes. The flower-pots upon his window-sill contained no flowers, but only ruby and pearl crosses, carved jewels, and the insignia of long-dead military orders. Inside his small cupboard was a piece of the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and the thigh-bone of a Basque saint. St. Christopher's hat hung upon a peg behind the door, and a marble statue of Lorenzo de' Medici by Michelangelo, which had stood until recently upon the great man's tomb in Florence, occupied most of the floor. Stephen was shaving himself in a little mirror balanced upon Lorenzo de' Medici's knee, when the gentleman appeared at his shoulder.
"The magician has returned to England," he cried. "I saw him last night in the King's Roads, with the darkness wrapped about him like a mystical cloak. What does he want? What can he be planning? Oh, this will be the end of me, Stephen. I feel it. He means me great harm."
Stephen felt a chill. The gentleman was always at his most dangerous in this mood of agitation and alarm.
"We should kill him,"
said the gentleman. "Kill him? Oh, no, sir."
"Why not? We could be rid of him forever. I could bind his arms, eyes, and tongue with magic, and you could stab him through the heart."
Stephen thought rapidly. "But his return may have nothing to do with you at all, sir," he offered. "Consider how many enemies he has in England. Human enemies, I mean. Perhaps he has come back to continue his quarrel with one of them." The gentleman looked doubtful. Any reasoning that did not contain a reference to himself was always difficult for him to follow.
"I do not think that very likely," he said.
"Oh, but yes," said Stephen, beginning to feel upon surer ground. "There have been terrible things written about him in the newspapers and the magical journals. There is a rumor that he killed his wife. Many people believe it. Were it not for his present situation, he would very likely have been arrested by now. And it is common knowledge that the other magician is the author of all these lies and half-truths. Probably Strange has come to take revenge upon his master." The gentleman stared at Stephen for a moment or two. Then he laughed, his spirits as elevated as moments before they had been the reverse.
"We have nothing to fear, Stephen," he cried in delight. "The magicians have quarrelled and hate each other. Yet they are nothing without one another. How glad that makes me! How happy I am to have you to advise me! And it so happens that I intend to give you a wonderful present today, something you have long desired."
"Indeed, sir," said Stephen with a sigh. "That will be most delightful."
"Yet we ought to kill someone," said the gentleman, immediately reverting to his former subject. "I have been quite put out of temper this morning, and someone ought to die for it. What do you say to the old magician? Oh, but wait. That would oblige the younger one, which I do not want to do. What about Lady Poole's husband? He is tall and arrogant, and treats you like a servant."
"But I am a servant, sir."
"Or the King of England? Yes, that is an excellent plan. Let you and I go immediately to the King of England. Then you can put him to death and be king in his place. Do you have the orb, crown, and sceptre that I gave you?"
"But the laws of Great Britain do not allow—" began Stephen.
"The laws of Great Britain? Pish-tush! What nonsense!
I thought you would have understood by now that the laws of Great Britain are nothing but a flimsy testament to the idle wishes and dreams of mankind. According to the ancient laws by which my race conducts itself, a king is most commonly succeeded by the person who killed him.
But, sir, remember how much you liked the old gentleman when you met him.
That is true. But in a matter of such importance, I am willing to put aside my personal feelings. The difficulty is that we have too many enemies, Stephen. There are too many wicked persons in England. I know. I shall ask some of my allies to tell us who is our greatest enemy of all. We must be careful. We must be cunning. We must frame our question with exactitude.
Note: it is all very well in fairy tales to ask, who is the fairest of them all? But in reality, no magic, fairy or human, could ever be persuaded to answer such an imprecise question.
End of note. I shall ask the north wind and the dawn to bring us immediately into the presence of the one person in England whose existence is the greatest threat to me. And then we can kill him, whoever he is. You observe, Stephen, that I make reference to my own life, but I consider your fate and mine as bound so closely together that there is scarcely any difference between us. Whosoever is a danger to me is a danger to you also. Now, take up your crown and orb and sceptre, and say a last farewell to the scenes of your slavery. It may be that you shall never see them again.
But, began Stephen. It was too late. The gentleman raised his long white hands and gave a sort of flourish. Stephen expected to be brought before one or other of the magicians, possibly both. Instead, the gentleman and he found themselves upon a wide, empty moor, covered in snow. More snow was falling. On one side the ground rose up to meet the heavy slate-coloured sky. On the other was a misty view of far-away white hills. In all that desolate landscape there was only one tree, a twisted hawthorn not far from where they stood. It was, thought Stephen, very like the country around Staircross Hall.
"Well, that is very odd," said the gentleman. "I do not see anybody at all, do you?"
"No, sir, no one," said Stephen in relief. "Let us return to London."
"I cannot understand." "Oh, but wait! Here is someone."
Half a mile or so away there seemed to be a road or track of some sort. A horse and cart were coming slowly along it. When the cart drew level with a hawthorn tree, it stopped, and someone got out. This person began to stump across the moor towards them.
"Excellent!" cried the gentleman. "Now we shall see our wickedest and most powerful enemy. Put on your crown, Stephen. Let him tremble before our power and majesty. Excellent! Raise your sceptre. Yes, yes. Hold forth your orb. How handsome you look. How regal. Now, Stephen, since we have a little time before he arrives—"
The gentleman gazed at the little figure in the distance labouring across the snowy moor.
"I have something else to tell you. What is the date today?"
"The 15th of February, sir. St. Anthony's Day."
"Ah, a dreary saint indeed. Well, in future, the people of England will have something better to celebrate on the 15th of February than the life of a monk who keeps the rain off people and finds their lost thimbles."
Note: St. Anthony of Padua. Several of his miracles involved preserving from rain congregations to whom he was preaching, or maidservants with whom he was friendly. He also helps people find things they have lost. End of note. "Will they indeed, sir? And what is that?"
"The naming of Stephen Black."
"I beg your pardon, sir?"
"I told you, Stephen, that I would find your true name."
"What? Did my mother really name me, sir?"
"Yes, indeed. It is all just as I supposed, which is scarcely surprising, since I am rarely wrong in such matters. She named you with a name in her own tongue, with a name she had heard often among her own people when she was a young girl. She named you, but she did not
tell the name to a single soul. She did not even whisper it into your infant ear. She had no time, because death stole upon her and took her unawares."
A picture rose up in Stephen's mind. The dark, fusty hold of the ship, his mother worn out by the pains of childbirth, surrounded by strangers, himself a tiny infant. Did she even speak the language of the other people on board? He had no way of knowing. How alone she must have felt. He would have given a great deal at that moment to be able to reach out and comfort her, but all the years of his life lay between them. He felt his heart harden another degree against the English. Only a few minutes ago he had struggled to persuade the gentleman not to kill Strange. But why should he care what became of one Englishman? Why should he care what became of any of that cold, callous race? With a sigh he put these thoughts aside, and discovered that the gentleman was still talking.
"It is a most edifying tale, and demonstrates to perfection all those qualities for which I am especially famed, namely, self-sacrifice, devoted friendship, nobility of purpose, perceptiveness, ingenuity, and courageousness."
"I beg your pardon, sir?"
"The story of my finding your name, Stephen, which I am now going to relate. Know, then, that your mother died in the hold of a ship, the Penlaw, that was sailing from Jamaica to Liverpool."
Note: Penlaw is the name of the place in Northumbria, where John Uskglass and his fairy army first appeared in England. End of note.
"And then," he added in a matter-of-fact tone, "the English sailors stripped her body and flung it into the sea."
"Ah," breathed Stephen.
Now, as you may imagine, this made the task of recovering your name extremely difficult. After 30 or 40 years, all that was left of your mother was 4 things: her screams in childbirth, which had sunk into the planks of the ship; her bones, which was all that was left of her, once the flesh and softer parts had been devoured by fishes.
Exclaimed Stephen again.
Her gown of rose-coloured cotton, which had passed into the possession of a sailor, and a kiss which the captain of the ship had stolen from her 2 days earlier. "Now," said the gentleman, who was clearly enjoying himself immensely, "you will observe with what cleverness and finesse I traced the passage of each part of her through the world, until I was able to recover them and so divine your glorious name. The Penlaw sailed on to Liverpool, where the wicked grandfather of Lady Poole's wicked husband disembarked with his servant, who carried your own infant person in his arms. On the Penlaw's next voyage, which was to Leith in Scotland, it met with a storm and was wrecked. Various spars and bits of broken hull were cast up upon the rocky shore, including the planks that contained your mother's screams. These were taken by a very poor man to make a roof and walls for his house. I found the house very easily. It stood upon a windy promontory overlooking a stormy sea. Inside, several generations of the poor man's family were living in the utmost poverty and degradation. Now, you should know, Stephen, that wood has a stubborn, proud nature. It does not readily tell what it knows, even to its friends. It is always easier to deal with the ashes of the wood rather than wood itself. So I burnt the poor man's house to the ground, placed the ashes in a bottle, and continued on my way."
"Burnt, sir? I hope no one was hurt."
"Well, some people were. The strong young men were able to run out of the conflagration in time, but the older, enfeebled members of the family, the women and infants, were all burnt to death."
"Oh."
"Next I traced the history of her bones. I believe I mentioned before that she was cast into the ocean where, due to the movement of the waters and the importunate interference of the fishes, the body became bones, the bones became dust, and the dust was very soon transformed by a bed of oysters into several handfuls of the most beautiful pearls. In time the pearls were harvested and sold to a jeweller in Paris, who created a necklace of 5 perfect strands. This he sold to a beautiful French countess. 7 years later the countess was guillotined, and her jewels, gowns, and personal possessions became the property of a revolutionary official. This wicked man was, until quite recently, the mayor of a small town in the Loire Valley. Late at night he would wait until all his servants had gone to bed, and then, in the privacy of his bedchamber, he would put on the Comtesse's jewels and gowns and other finery, and parade up and down in front of a large mirror. Here I found him one night, looking, I may say, very ridiculous. I strangled him upon the spot, using the pearl necklace.
"Oh," said Stephen.
I took the pearls, let the miserable corpse fall to the ground, and passed on. Next I turned my attention to your mother's pretty rose-coloured gown. The sailor who had acquired it kept it among his things for a year or two, until he happened to find himself in a cold, miserable little hamlet on the eastern coast of America called Piper's Grave. There he met a tall, thin woman, and wishing to impress her, he gave her the gown as a present. The gown did not fit this woman. Your mother, Stephen, had a sweetly rounded, feminine figure. But she liked the colour, and so she cut it up and sewed the pieces into a counterpane with some other cheap materials. The rest of this woman's history is not very interesting. She married several husbands and buried them all, and by the time I found her she was old and withered. I plucked the counterpane off her bed as she slept.
"You did not kill her, did you, sir?" asked Stephen anxiously.
"No, Stephen, why would I? Of course it was a bitter night, with 4 feet of snow and a raging north wind outside. She may have died of the cold. I do not know. So we come at last to the kiss and the captain who stole it from her."
"Did you kill him, sir?"
"No, Stephen, though I would certainly have done so to punish him for his insult to your esteemed mother. But he was hanged in the town of Valletta 29 years ago. Fortunately, he had kissed a great many other young women before he died, and the virtue and strength of your mother's kiss had been conveyed to them. So all I had to do was to find them and extract what was left of your mother's kiss."
"And how did you do that, sir?" asked Stephen, though he feared that he knew the answer all too well.
"Oh, it is easy enough, once the women are dead."
"So many people dead, just to find my name," sighed Stephen.
"And I would gladly have killed twice that number, nay, 100 times, nay, 100,000 times or more. So great is the love I bear you, Stephen. With the ashes that were her screams, and the pearls that were her bones, and the counterpane that was her gown, and the magical essence of her kiss, I was able to divine your name, which I, your truest friend and most noble benefactor, will now— But here is our enemy. As soon as we have killed him, I will bestow your name upon you. Beware, Stephen, there will probably be a magical combat of some sort. I dare say I shall have to take on different forms, cockatrices, raw head and bloody bones, rains of fire, etc., etc. You may wish to stand back a little."
The unknown person drew closer. He was as thin as a Banbury cheese, with a hawk-like, disreputable-looking face. His coat and shirt were in rags, and his boots were broken and full of holes.
"Well," said the gentleman, after a moment, "I could not be more astonished. Have you ever seen this person before, Stephen?"
"Yes, sir, I must confess that I have. This is the man I told you about, the one with the strange disfiguration who told me the prophecy. His name is Vinculus."
"Good day to you, King," said Vinculus to Stephen. "Did I not tell you the hour was almost come? And now it has. The rain shall make a door for you, and you shall go through it. The stones shall make a throne for you, and you shall sit upon it."
He surveyed Stephen with a mysterious satisfaction, as if the crown, orb, and sceptre were somehow all his doing. Stephen said to the gentleman, "Perhaps the venerable beings to whom you applied are mistaken, sir. Perhaps they have brought us to the wrong person."
"Nothing seems more likely," agreed the gentleman. "This vagabond is scarcely any threat to anyone, to me least of all. But as the north wind and the dawn have taken the trouble to point him out to us, it would be most disrespectful to them not to kill him."
Vinculus seemed curiously unmoved by this proposal. He gave a laugh.
"Try it if you can do it, fairy. You will discover that I am very hard to kill."
"Are you indeed?" said the gentleman.
for I must confess that it looks to me as if nothing would be easier. But then, you see, I am very adept at killing all sorts of things. I have slain dragons, drowned armies, and persuaded the earthquakes and tempests to devour cities. You are a man. You are all alone, as all men are. I am surrounded by ancient friends and allies. Rogue, what do you have to counter that?
Vinculus thrust out his dirty chin at the gentleman in a gesture of the utmost contempt.
"A book," he said.
It was an odd thing to say. Stephen could not help thinking that if Vinculus had indeed possessed a book, he would have been well advised to sell it and buy a better coat. The gentleman turned his head to gaze with sudden intensity at a distant line of white hills.
"Ah!"
he exclaimed with as much violence as if he had been struck.
"Oh! They have stolen her from me! Thieves! Thieves! English thieves!"
"Who, sir?"
"Lady Poole! Someone has broken the enchantment."
"The magic of Englishmen, fairy," cried Vinculus. "The magic of Englishmen is coming back."
"Now you see their arrogance, Stephen,"
cried the gentleman, spinning round to bestow a look of vivid fury upon Vinculus.
"Now you see the malice of our enemies. Stephen, procure me some rope."
"Rope, sir? There is none for miles around, I am sure. Let you and I—"
"No rope, fairy,"
jeered Vinculus. But something was happening in the air above them. The lines of sleet and snow were somehow twisting together. They snaked across the sky towards Stephen. Without warning, a length of strong rope fell into his hand.
"There!"
cried the gentleman triumphantly.
"Stephen, look! Here is a tree. One tree in all this desolate waste, exactly where we need it. But England has always been my friend. She has always served me well. Throw the rope over a branch and let us hang this rogue."
Stephen hesitated, uncertain for the moment how to prevent this new disaster. The rope in his hand seemed to grow impatient with him. It jumped away and divided itself neatly into two lengths. One snaked across the ground to Vinculus and trussed him tight, and the other quickly formed itself into a well-made noose and hung itself neatly over a branch. The gentleman was in high glee, his spirits quite restored at the prospect of a hanging.
"Do you dance, rogue?" he asked Vinculus. "I shall teach you some new steps."
Everything took on the character of a nightmare. Events happened quickly and seamlessly, and Stephen never found the right moment to intervene or the right words to say. As for Vinculus himself, he behaved very oddly throughout his entire execution. He never appeared to understand what was happening to him. He said not another word, but he did make several exclamations of exasperation, as if he was being put to some serious inconvenience, and it was putting him out of temper. Without any appearance of exertion, the gentleman took hold of Vinculus and placed him beneath the noose. The noose draped itself about his neck and hoisted him abruptly into the air. At the same time, the other rope unwound itself from his body and folded itself neatly on the ground. Vinculus kicked his feet uselessly in the empty air. His body jerked and spun. For all his boast of being hard to kill, his neck broke very easily. The snapping sound could be clearly heard on the empty moor. A jerk or two more, and he was finished. Stephen, forgetting that he had determined to hate all Englishmen, covered his face with his hands and wept. The gentleman danced round and sang to himself as a child will when something has pleased it particularly, and when he was done he said in a conversational tone, "Well, that was disappointing. He did not struggle at all. I wonder who he was." "I told you, sir," said Stephen, wiping his eyes. "He is the man who told me that prophecy. He has a strange disfiguration upon his body, like writing."
The gentleman pulled off Vinculus's coat, shirt, and neckcloth.
"Yes, there it is,"
he said in mild surprise. He scratched with one nail at a little circle on Vinculus's right shoulder to see if it would come off. Finding it did not, he lost interest. "Now," he said, "let us go and cast a spell upon Lady Poole."
"A spell, sir?" said Stephen. "But why would he wish to do that?"
Oh, so that she will die within a month or two. It is, apart from anything else, very traditional. It is very rare that anyone released from an enchantment is permitted to live long. Certainly not if I have enchanted them. Lady Poole is not far away, and the magicians must be taught that they may not oppose us with impunity. Come, Stephen.
66. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Mid-February, 1817. Mr. Norrell turned and looked back along the corridor which had once led from the library to the rest of the house. If he had had any confidence that it could take him back to Lascelles and the servants, he would have gone down it. But he was quite certain that Strange's magic would simply return him to this spot. There was a sound from within the library, and he gave a start of terror. He waited, but no one appeared. After a moment he realized that he knew what the sound was. He had heard it 1,000 times before. It was the sound of Strange exclaiming in exasperation over some passage in a book. It was such a very familiar sound, and so closely connected in Mr. Norrell's mind with the happiest period of his existence, that it gave him the courage to open the door and go inside. The first thing that struck him was the immense quantity of candles. The room was full of light. Strange had not troubled to find candlesticks. He had simply stuck the candles to tables or to bookshelves. He had even stuck them to piles of books. The library was in imminent danger of catching fire. There were books everywhere, scattered over tables, tumbled on the floor. Many had been laid face down on the floor so that Strange should not lose his place. Strange was standing at the far end of the room. He was a much thinner person than Mr. Norrell remembered. He had shaved himself with no extraordinary degree of perfection, and his hair was ragged. He did not look up at Mr. Norrell's approach. 7 people from Norwich in 1124, he said, reading from the book in his hand. 4 from Aysgarth in Yorkshire at Christmas in 1151, 23 at Exeter in 1201, 1 from Hathersage in Derbyshire in 1243, all enchanted and stolen away into faerie. It was a problem he never solved. He spoke with such calm that Mr. Norrell, who was rather expecting to be blasted with a bolt of magic at any moment, looked round to see if someone else was in the room.
"I beg your pardon?" he asked.
"John Uskglass," said Strange, still not troubling to turn around. "He could not prevent fairies stealing away Christian men and women. Why should I suppose that I might be capable of something he was not?" He read a little further. "I like your labyrinth," he said conversationally. "Did you use Hickman?"
"What? No. Deshep."
"Deshep, really?" For the first time Strange looked directly at his master. "I had always supposed him to be a very minor scholar, without an original thought in his head."
"He was never much to the taste of people who like the showier sorts of magic," said Mr. Norrell, nervously, uncertain of how long this civil mood of Strange's might last. "He was interested in labyrinths, magical pathways, spells which may be effected by following certain steps and turns, things of that sort. There is a long description of his magic in Belas's instructions." He paused. "Which you have never seen. The only copy is here. It is on the 3rd shelf by the window." He pointed and discovered that the shelf had been emptied. "Or it might be on the floor," he offered, "in that pile."
"I shall look in a moment," Strange assured him.
"Your own labyrinth was quite remarkable," said Mr. Norrell. "I have been half the night trying to escape it."
"Oh, I did what I usually do in such circumstances," said Strange, carelessly. "I copied you and added some refinements." "How long has it been?"
"I beg your pardon?"
"How long have I been in the darkness?"
"Since the beginning of December."
"And what month is it now?"
"February."
3 months," exclaimed Strange. 3 months! I thought it had been years." Mr. Norrell had imagined this conversation many times. Each time he had pictured Strange angry and vengeful, and himself putting forth powerful arguments of self-justification. Now that they had finally met, Strange's unconcern was utterly bewildering. The distant pains Mr. Norrell had long felt in his small, shriveled soul awakened. They grew claws and rent at him. His hands began to shake.
"I have been your enemy," he burst out. "I destroyed your book, all except my own copy. I have slandered your name and plotted against you. Lascelles and Norrellites have told everyone that you murdered your wife. I have let them believe it."
"Yes," said Strange.
"But these are terrible crimes. Why are you not angry?"
Strange seemed to concede that this was a reasonable question. He thought for a moment. "I suppose it is because I have been many things since last we met. I have been trees and rivers and hills and stones. I have spoken to stars and earth and wind. One cannot be the conduit through which all English magic flows and still be oneself." "I would have been angry, you say?" Mr. Norrell nodded. Strange smiled his old ironic smile. "Then be comforted. I dare say I shall be so again. In time."
"And you have done all this just to thwart me?"
asked Mr. Norrell. "To thwart you?" said Strange in astonishment. "No, I have done this to save my wife." There was a short silence, during which time Mr. Norrell found it impossible to meet Strange's eye.
"What do you want from me?"
he asked in a low voice. "Only what I have always wanted, your help."
"To break the enchantments?"
"Yes." Mr. Norrell considered this for a moment.
"The 100th anniversary of an enchantment is often most auspicious," he said. "There are several rites and procedures—"
"Thank you," said Strange, with more than a tinge of his old sarcastic manner. "But I believe I was hoping for something a little more immediate in its effect."
"The death of the enchanter puts an end to all such contracts and enchantments, but—"
Yes, quite," interrupted Strange eagerly. "The death of the enchanter. I thought of it often in Venice. With all of English magic at my disposal, there were so many ways I could have killed him, sent him hurtling down from great heights, burned him with bolts of lightning, raised up mountains and crushed him beneath them. Had it been my freedom at stake, I would have certainly attempted it. But it was not my freedom. It was Arabella's, and if I had tried and failed, if I had been killed, then her fate would have been sealed forever. So I set to thinking some more, and I thought how there was one man in all the world, and all the worlds that ever were, who would know how to defeat my enemy. One man who could advise me what I ought to do. I realized the time had come to speak to him." Mr. Norrell looked more alarmed than ever.
"Oh, but I must tell you that I no longer regard myself as your superior. My reading has been a great deal more extensive than yours, it is true, and I will give you what help I can, but I can offer you no security that I will be any more successful than you."
Strange frowned. "What? What are you talking about? I do not mean you. I mean John Uskglass. I want your help in summoning John Uskglass." Mr. Norrell breathed hard. The very air seemed to quiver, as if a deep note had been sounded. He was aware, to an almost painful degree, of the darkness surrounding them, of the new stars above them, and of the silence of the stopped clocks. It was one great black moment, going on forever, pressing down upon him, suffocating him. And in that moment it cost no effort to believe that John Uskglass was near, a mere spell away. The deep shadows in the far corners of the room were the folds of his robe. The smoke from the guttering candles was the raven mantling of his helm. Strange, however, seemed oppressed by no such immortal fears. He leant forward a little, with an eager half-smile. "Come, Mr. Norrell," he whispered. "It is very dull working for Lord Liverpool. You must feel it so. Let other magicians cast protection spells over cliffs and beaches. There will be plenty of them to do it soon. Let you and me do something extraordinary." Another silence. "You are afraid," said Strange, drawing back, displeased.
"Afraid?" burst out Norrell. "Of course I am afraid. It would be madness, absolute madness, to be anything else. But that is not my objection. It will not work. Whatever you hope to gain by it, it will not work. Even if we succeeded in bringing him forth, which we might very well do, you and I together, he will not help you in the way you imagine. Kings do not satisfy idle curiosity, this king least of all."
"You call it idle curiosity?" began Strange.
No, said Norrell, interrupting hastily. "I do not. I merely represent to you how it will appear to him. What will he care about 2 lost women? You are thinking of John Uskglass as if he were an ordinary man. I mean a man like you or me. He was brought up and educated in faerie. The ways of the Bruch were natural to him, and most Bruchs contained captive Christians. He was one himself. It will not seem so extraordinary to him. He will not understand."
"Then I will explain it to him. Mr. Norrell, I have changed England to save my wife. I have changed the world. I shall not flinch from summoning up one man, let him be as tremendous as he may. Come, sir, there is very little sense in arguing about it. The first thing is to bring him here. How do we begin?"
Mr. Norrell sighed. "It is not like summoning anyone else. There are difficulties peculiar to any magic involving John Uskglass."
"Such as?"
"Well, for one thing, we do not know what to call him. Spells of summoning require the magician to be most particular about names. None of the names by which we call John Uskglass were really his own. He was, as the histories tell, stolen away into faerie before he could be christened, and so he became the nameless child in the Bruch. The nameless slave was one of the ways in which he referred to himself. Of course, the fairies gave him a name after their own fashion, but he cast that off when he returned to England. As for all his titles, the Raven King, the Black King, the King of the North, these are what other people called him, not what he called himself."
Yes, declared Strange impatiently. "I know all that, but surely John Uskglass was his true name?"
"Oh, by no means. That was the name of a young Norman aristocrat who died, I believe, in the summer of 1097. The king, our John Uskglass, claimed that man as his father, but many people have disputed whether they were really related at all. I do not suppose that this muddle of names and titles is accidental. The king knew that he would always draw the eyes of other magicians to him, and so he protected himself from the nuisance of their magic by deliberately confusing their spells."
"So what ought I to do?"
Strange snapped his fingers.
"Advise me."
Mr. Norrell blinked his small eyes. He was unaccustomed to think so rapidly. "If we use an ordinary English spell of summoning, and I strongly advise that we do, as they cannot be bettered, then we can make the elements of the spell do the work of identification for us. We will need an envoy, a path, and a hansel."
Note: These are the customary 3 elements of a traditional English summoning spell. The envoy finds the person summoned, the path brings him to the summoner, and the hansel, or gift, binds him to come. End of note.
"If we choose tools that already know the king, and know him well, then it will not matter that we cannot name him properly. They will find him, bring him, and bind him without our help. Do you see?"
In spite of all his terror, he was growing more animated at the prospect of magic, new magic, to be performed with Mr. Strange. "No," said Strange, "I do not see it all."
"This house is built upon the king's land, with stones from the king's abbey.
A river runs by it, not more than 200 yards from this room. That river has often borne the king in his royal barge upon its waters. In my kitchen garden are a pear tree and an apple tree, the direct descendants of some pips spat out by the king when he sat one summer's evening in the abbot's garden. Let the old abbey stones be our envoy. Let the river be our path. Let next year's apples and pears from those trees be our Hansel. Then we may name him simply the king. These stones, this river, those trees, know none other.
Good, said Strange. And what spell do you recommend? Are there any in Belassus?
Yes, 3.
Are they worth trying?
No, not really.
Mr. Norrell opened a drawer and drew out a piece of paper.
This is the best I know. I am not in the habit of using summoning spells, but if I were, this is the one I would use.
He passed it to Strange. It was covered with Mr. Norrell's small, meticulous handwriting. At the top was written, Mr. Strange's Spell of Summoning.
It is the one you used to summon Maria Absalom,
explained Norrell. Note. At the Shadow House in July 1809, Mr. Secundus, Mr. Honeyfoot, and Henry Woodhope being present. End of note.
I have made some amendments. I have omitted the Florilegium, which you copied word for word from Ormskirk. I have, as you know, no opinion of Florilegia in general, and this one seems particularly nonsensical. I have added an epitome of preservation and deliverance, and a skimmer of supplication, though I doubt that either will help us much in this case.
Note. Florilegium, epitome, and skimmer are all terms for parts of spells. In the 13th and 14th centuries, fairies in England were fond of adding to their magic exhortations to random collections of Christian saints. Fairies were baffled by Christian doctrine, but they were greatly attracted to saints, whom they saw as powerful magical beings whose patronage it was useful to have. These exhortations were called florilegia, literally cullings or gatherings of flowers, and fairies taught them to their Christian masters. When the Protestant religion took hold in England, and saints fell out of favour, florilegia degenerated into meaningless collections of magical words and bits of other spells, thrown in by the magician in the hope that some of them might take effect. An epitome is a highly condensed form of a spell inserted within another spell to strengthen or enlarge it. In this case, an epitome of preservation and deliverance is intended to protect the magician from the person summoned. A skimmer is a sprinkling of words or charms, from a dialect word of Northern English meaning to brighten or sparkle. A skimmer of supplication encourages the person summoned to aid the magician. End of note. It is as much your work as mine now, observed Strange. There was no trace of rivalry or resentment in his voice.
No, no, said Norrell. All the fabric of it is yours. I have merely neatened the edges.
Good. Then we are ready, are we not?
There is one more thing.
What is it?
There are certain precautions that are necessary to secure Mrs. Strange's safety, explained Mr. Norrell.
Strange cast a glance at him as if he thought it a little late in the day for Mr. Norrell to be thinking of Arabella's safety. But Mr. Norrell had hurried to a bookshelf and was busy delving in a large volume, and did not notice.
The spell is written in Chasten's Liber Novus. Yes, here it is. We must build a magical road and make a door, so that Mrs. Strange may come safely out of Faerie. Otherwise she might be trapped there forever. It might take us centuries to find her.
Oh, that, said Strange. I have done it already, and appointed a doorkeeper to meet her when she comes out. All is in readiness. He took the merest stub of a candle, placed it in a candlestick, and lit it. Note. The last element of a successful summoning spell is temporal. The magician must somehow convey to the summoned person when he is meant to appear. Otherwise, as Strange once observed, the summoned person might appear at any time, and feel he had fulfilled his obligations. A candle stub is a very convenient device. The magician instructs the person summoned to appear when the flame goes out. End of note. Then he began to recite the spell. He named the abbey stones as the envoy sent to seek the king. He named the river as the path the king was to come. He named next year's apples and pears from Mr. Norrell's trees as the handsel the king was to receive. He named the moment of the flames dying as the time when the king was to appear. The candle guttered and went out. And in that moment, the room was full of ravens. Black wings filled the air like great hands gesturing, filled Strange's vision like a tumult of black flames. He was struck at from every side by wings and claws. The cawing and the croaking were deafening. Ravens battered walls, battered windows, battered Strange himself. He covered his head with his hands and fell to the floor. The din and strife of wings continued a little while longer. Then, in the blink of an eye, they were gone, and the room was silent. The candles had all been extinguished. Strange rolled onto his back, but for some moments he could do nothing but stare into the darkness. "Mr. Norrell," he said at last. No one answered. In the pitch-black darkness he got to his feet. He succeeded in finding one of the library desks, and felt about until his hand met with an upturned candle. He took his tinder-box from his pocket and lit it. Raising it above his head, he saw that the room was in the last extremes of chaos and disorder. Not a book remained upon a shelf. Tables and library steps had been overturned. Several fine chairs had been reduced to firewood. A thick drift of raven feathers covered everything as if a black snow had fallen. Norrell was half lying, half sitting on the floor, his back against a desk. His eyes were open, but blank-looking. Strange passed the candle before his face. "Mr. Norrell?" he said again. In a dazed whisper, Norrell said, "I believe we may assume that we have his attention." "I believe you are right, sir. Do you know what happened?" Still in a whisper, Norrell said, "The books all turned into ravens. I had my eye upon Hugh Pontifex's The Fountain of the Heart, and I saw it change. He used it often, you know, that chaos of blackbirds. I've been reading about it since I was a boy. That I should live to see it, Mr. Strange. That I should live to see it. It has a name in the she language, the language of his childhood, but the name is lost." Note: the chaos of ravens and wind is also described in the tale of the Newcastle glovemaker's child. Chapter 39, footnote. End of note. He suddenly seized Strange's hand. "Are the books safe?" Strange picked up one from the floor. He shook the raven feathers off it and glanced at the title. 7 Doors and 42 Keys, by Piers Roussinol. He opened it and began to read at random. "And there you will find a strange country like a chessboard, where alternates barren rock with fruitful orchards, wastes of thorns with fields of bearded corn, water-meadows with deserts. And in this country the god of magicians, thrice great Hermes, has set a guard upon every gate and every bridge. In one place a ram, in another place serpent." "Does that sound right?" he asked doubtfully. Mr. Norrell nodded. He took out his pocket-handkerchief and dabbed the blood from his face with it. The two magicians sat upon the floor amid the books and feathers, and for a little while they said nothing at all. The world had shrunk to the breadth of a candle's light. Finally Strange said, "How near to us must he be in order to do magic like that?" "John Uscaglass? For aught I know, he can do magic like that from 100 worlds away, from the heart of hell." "Still, it is worth trying to find out, is it not?" "Is it?" asked Norrell. "Well, for example, if we found he was close by, we could—" Strange considered a moment. "We could go to him." "Very well," sighed Norrell. He did not sound or look very hopeful. "The first, and indeed only, requirement for spells of location is a silver dish of water. At Hertfiew Abbey, Mr. Norrell's dish had stood upon a little table in the corner of the room, but the table had been destroyed by the violence of the ravens, and the dish was nowhere to be seen. They searched for a while, and eventually found it in the fireplace, upside down beneath a mess of raven feathers and damp, torn pages from books.
"We need water," said Norrell. "I always made Lucas get it from the river. Water that has travelled rapidly is best for location magic, and Hertfiew's river is quick-flowing, even in summer. I will fetch it."
But Mr. Norrell was not much in the habit of doing anything for himself, and it was a little while before he was out of the house. He stood on the lawn and stared up at stars he had never seen before. He did not feel as if he were inside a pillar of darkness in the middle of Yorkshire. He felt more as if the rest of the world had fallen away, and he and Strange were left alone upon a solitary island or promontory. The idea distressed him a great deal less than one might have supposed. He had never much cared for the world, and he bore its loss philosophically. At the river's edge he knelt down among the frozen grasses to fill the dish with water. The unknown stars shone up at him from the depths. He stood up again, a little dizzy from the unaccustomed exertion, and immediately he had an overwhelming sense of magic going on, much stronger than he had ever felt it before. If anyone had asked him to describe what was happening, he would have said that all of Yorkshire was turning itself inside out. For a moment he could not think which direction the house lay in. He turned, stumbled, and walked straight into Mr. Strange, who, for some reason, was standing directly behind him.
"I thought you were going to remain in the library," he said in surprise.
Strange glared at him. "I did remain in the library. One moment I was reading Goubert's Gatekeeper of Apollo. The next moment I was here."
"You did not follow me?"
asked Norrell. "No, of course not. What is happening? And what in God's name is taking you so long?"
"I could not find my greatcoat," said Norrell humbly. "I did not know where Lucas had put it."
Strange raised one eyebrow, sighed, and said, "I presume you experienced the same as me. Just before I was plucked up and brought here, there was a sensation like winds and waters and flames all mixed together?"
"Yes," said
Norrell. "And a faint odour as of wild herbs and mountainsides?"
"Yes," said Norrell.
"Fairy magic?"
"Oh," said Norrell, "undoubtedly. This is part of the same spell that keeps you here in eternal darkness."
He looked around.
"How extensive is it?"
"What?"
"The darkness."
"Well, it is hard for me to know exactly, since it moves around with me. But other people have told me that it is the size of the parish in Venice where I lived. Say 1/2 an acre?"
1/2 an acre? Stay here."
Mr. Norrell put the silver dish of water down upon the frozen ground. He walked off in the direction of the bridge. Soon all that was visible of him was his grey wig. In the starlight it resembled nothing so much as a little stone tortoise waddling away. The world gave another twist, and suddenly the two magicians were standing together on the bridge over the river at Hertfiew. "What in the world?" began Strange.
"You see," said Norrell grimly, "the spell will not allow us to move too far from one another. It has gripped me too. I dare say there was some regrettable impreciseness in the fairy's magic. He has been careless. I dare say he named you as the English magician, or some such vague term. Consequently his spell, meant only for you, now entraps any English magician who stumbles into it."
"Ah," said Strange. He said nothing more. There did not seem anything to say. Mr. Norrell turned towards the house.
"If nothing else, Mr. Strange," he said, "this is an excellent illustration of the need for great preciseness about names and spells."
Behind him Strange raised his eyes heavenward. In the library they placed the silver dish of water on a table between them. It was very odd, but the discovery that he was now imprisoned in eternal darkness with Strange seemed to have raised Mr. Norrell's spirits, rather than otherwise. Cheerfully he reminded Strange that they still had not found a way to name John Uskglass, and that this was certain to be a great obstacle in finding him, by magic or any other means. Strange, with his head propped up on his hands, stared at him gloomily. "Just try John Uskglass," he said. So Norrell did the magic, naming John Uskglass as the person they sought. He divided the surface of the water into quarters with lines of glittering light. He gave each quarter a name: Heaven, Hell, Earth, and Faerie. Instantly a speck of bluish light shone in the quarter that represented Earth. "There," said Strange, leaping up triumphantly. "You see, sir, things are not always as difficult as you suppose." Norrell tapped the surface of the quarter. The divisions disappeared. He redrew them, naming them afresh: England, Scotland, Ireland, elsewhere. The speck of light appeared in England. He tapped the quarter, redrew the divisions, and examined the result. And on he went, refining the magic. The speck glowed steadily. He made a soft sound of exclamation. "What is it?" asked Strange. In a tone of wonder, Norrell said,
"I think we may have succeeded after all. It says he is here, in Yorkshire."
67. The Hawthorn Tree. February 1817. Childemus was crossing a lonely moorland. In the middle of the moor, a misshapen hawthorn tree stood all alone, and from the tree a man was hanging. He had been stripped of his coat and shirt, revealing in death what he had doubtless kept hidden during his life, that his skin bore a strange deformation. His chest, back, and arms were covered with intricate blue marks, marks so dense that he was more blue than white. As he rode up to the tree, Childemus wondered if the murderer had written upon the body as a joke. When he had been a sailor, he had heard tales of countries where criminals' confessions were written onto their bodies by various horrible means before they were killed. From a distance the marks looked very like writing, but as he got closer he saw that they were beneath the skin. He got down from his horse and swung the body round until it was facing him. The face was purple and swollen. The eyes were bulging and filled with blood. He studied it until he could discern in the distorted features a face he knew. "Vinculus," he said. Taking out his pocket-knife, he cut the body down. Then he pulled off Vinculus's breeches and boots and surveyed the body, the corpse of a forked animal on a barren winter moor. The strange marks covered every inch of skin. The only exceptions were his face, hands, private parts, and the soles of his feet. He looked like a blue man wearing white gloves and a white mask. The more Childemus looked at him, the more he felt that the marks meant something.
"This is the king's letters," he said at last. "This is Robert Findhelm's book."
Just then it started to snow, with a flurry of sharp, icy flakes. The wind blew harder. Childemus thought of Strange and Norrell 20 miles away, and he laughed out loud. What did it matter who read the books at Hurtview? The most precious book of all lay naked and dead in the snow and the wind.
"So," he said, "it has fallen to me, has it? The greatest glory and the greatest burden given to any man in this age."
At present the burden was more obvious than the glory. The book was in a most inconvenient form. He had no idea how long Vinculus had been dead, or how soon he might begin to rot. What to do? He could take his chances and throw the body over his horse, but a freshly hanged corpse would be difficult to explain to any one he met on the road. He could hide the body and go and fetch a horse and cart. How long would it take? And supposing that in the meantime someone found the body and took it? There were doctors in York who would pay money for corpses and no questions asked.
"I could cast a spell of concealment," he thought.
A spell of concealment would certainly hide it from human eyes, but there were dogs, foxes, and crows to consider. They could not be deceived by any magic Childemus knew. The book had been eaten once already. He had no wish to risk it happening a second time. The obvious thing was to make a copy, but his memorandum book, pen and ink, were lying upon the table in the drawing-room in the darkness of Hertford Abbey. So what then? He could scratch a copy on to the frozen earth with a stick, but that was no better than what he had already. If only there had been some trees, he might have been able to strip the bark and burn some wood and write upon the bark with the ashes. But there was only this one twisted hawthorn. He looked at his pocket-knife. Perhaps he ought to copy the book onto his own body. There were several things in favour of this plan. First, who was to say that the positioning upon Vinculus's body did not carry some meaning with it? The closer to the head, the more important the text. Anything was possible. Second, it would make the book both secret and secure. He would not have to worry about anyone stealing it. Whether he intended to show it to Strange or Norrell, he had not yet decided. But the writing upon Vinculus's body was both dense and intricate. Even if he were able to force his knife to mimic all those delicate dots, circles, and flourishes exactly, which he doubted, he would have to cut quite deep to make the marks permanent. He took off his greatcoat and his ordinary coat. He undid the wrist of his shirt and rolled up his sleeve. As an experiment, he cut one of the symbols on the inside of Vinculus's arm into the same place upon his own arm. The result was not promising. There was so much blood that it was difficult to see what he was doing, and the pain made him feel faint. "I can afford to lose some blood in this cause, but there is so much writing, it would surely kill me. Besides, how in the world could I copy what is written on his back? I will put him over my horse, and if anyone challenges me, well, I will fire at them if needs be. That is a plan. It is not a very good plan, but it is a plan." He put on his coat and his greatcoat again. Brewer had wandered off a little way and was cropping at some dry grasses, which the wind had exposed. Childemus walked over to him. Out of his valise he took a length of strong rope and the box containing his pistols. He rammed a ball into each pistol and primed them with powder. He turned back to make sure that all was right with the body. Someone, a man, was bending over it. He shoved the pistols into the pockets of his greatcoat and began to run, calling out. The man wore black boots and a black travelling coat. He was half stooping, half kneeling on the snowy ground beside Vinculus. For a brief moment Childemus thought it was strange, but this man was not quite so tall, and was somewhat slighter in figure. His dark clothes were clearly expensive, and looked fashionable. Yet his straight, dark hair was longer than any fashionable gentleman would have worn it. It gave him something of the look of a Methodist preacher or a romantic poet. "I know him," thought Childemus. "He is a magician. I know him well. Why can I not think what his name is?" Out loud he said, "The body is mine, sir. Leave it be." The man looked up. "Yours, John Childemus," he said with a mildly ironic air. "I thought it was mine." It was a curious thing, but despite his clothes and his air of cool authority, his speech sounded uncouth, even to Childemus's ears. His accent was northern, of that there was no doubt, but Childemus did not recognize it. It might have been Northumbrian, but it was tinged with something else, the speech of the cold countries that lie over the North Sea, and, which seemed more extraordinary still, there was more than a hint of French in his pronunciation. "Well, you are mistaken." Childemus raised his pistols. "I will fire upon you if I have to, sir. But I would much rather not. Leave the body to me and go on your way." The man said nothing. He regarded Childemus a moment longer, and then, as if he had become bored with him, turned back to his examination of the body. Childemus looked round for a horse or a carriage, some indication of how the man had got here. There was nothing. In all the wide moor there were only the two men, the horse, the corpse, and the hawthorn tree. "Yet there must be a carriage somewhere," he thought.
There is not so much as a spot of mud on his coat, and none on his boots. He looks as if he has just come fresh from his valet. Where are his servants?"
This was a discomforting thought. Childemus doubted he would have much difficulty in overpowering this pale, thin, poetical-looking person, but a coachman and 2 or 3 stout footmen would be another matter entirely.
"Does the land hereabouts belong to you, sir?" he asked.
"Yes."
"And where is your horse? Where is your carriage? Where are your servants?"
"I have no horse, John Childemus. I have no carriage, and only one of my servants is here."
"Where?"
Without troubling to look up, the man raised his arm and pointed a thin, pale finger. Childemus looked behind him in confusion. There was no one there. Just the wind blowing across the snowy tussocks. What did he mean? Was it the wind or the snow? He had heard of medieval magicians who claimed these and other natural forces as servants. Then comprehension dawned on him.
"What? No, sir, you are mistaken. I am not your servant."
"You boasted of it not 3 days ago," said the man. There was only one person who had any claim to be Childemus's master. Was this, in some mysterious fashion, Norrell? An aspect of Norrell? In the past, magicians had sometimes appeared in different forms according to the qualities which made up their character. Childemus tried to think what part of Gilbert Norrell's character might suddenly manifest as a pale, handsome man with a peculiar accent and an air of great authority. He reflected that strange things had happened recently, but nothing as queer as that.
"Sir," he cried, "I have warned you. Let the body be."
The man bent closer to Vinculus's corpse. He plucked something out of his own mouth, a tiny pearl of light, faintly tinged with rose and silver. He placed it in Vinculus's mouth. The corpse shivered. It was not like the shudder of a sick man, nor yet like the shiver of a healthy one. It was like the shiver of a bare birch wood as spring breathes upon it.
"Move away from the body, sir," cried Childemus. "I will not ask you again."
The man did not even trouble to look up. He passed the tip of his finger over the body as if he were writing upon it. Childemus aimed the right-hand pistol somewhat wide of the man's left shoulder, intending to frighten him away. The pistol fired perfectly. A cloud of smoke and a smell of gunpowder rose from the pan. Sparks and more smoke disgorged from the barrel. But the lead refused to fly. It hung in the air as if in a dream. It twisted, swelled, and changed shape. Suddenly it put forth wings, turned into a lapwing, and flew away. In the same instant, Childemus's mind grew as quiet and fixed as a stone. The man moved his finger over Vinculus, and all the patterns and symbols flowed and swirled as if they had been written upon water. He did this for a while, and when he was satisfied, he stopped and stood up. "You're wrong," he said to Childemus. "He is not dead." He came and stood directly before Childemus, with as little ceremony as a parent who claims something from a child's face. The man licked his finger and daubed a sort of symbol on each of Childemus's eyelids, on his lips, and over his heart. Then he gave Childemus's left hand a knock so that the pistol fell to the ground. He drew another symbol on Childemus's palm. He turned and seemed about to depart, but glancing back, and apparently as an afterthought, he made a final gesture over the cut in Childemus's face. The wind shook the falling snow and made it spin and twist about. Brewer made a sound as if something had disturbed him. Briefly, the snow and the shadows seemed to form a picture of a thin, dark man in a greatcoat and boots. The next moment the illusion was gone. Childemus blinked.
"Where am I wandering to?" he asked himself irritably. "And what am I doing talking to myself? This is no time to be wool-gathering."
There was a smell of gunpowder. One of his pistols lay in the snow. When he picked it up, it was still warm, as if he had recently discharged it. That was odd. But he had no time to be properly surprised, because a sound made him look up. Vinculus was getting up off the ground. He did it clumsily, in jerks, like something new-born that has not yet discovered what its limbs are for. He stood for a moment, his body swaying and his head twitching from side to side. Then he opened his mouth and screamed at Childemus. But the sound that came out of his mouth was no sound at all. It was the emptied skin of sound, without flesh or bones. It was, without a doubt, the strangest thing Childemus had ever seen. A naked, blue man with blood-engorged eyes, silently screaming in the middle of a snow-covered moor. It was such a very extraordinary situation that for some moments he was at a loss to know what to do. He wondered if he ought to try the spell called Gillis de Marston's Restoration of Flown Tranquillity, but on further consideration he thought of something better. He took out the claret that Lucas had given him and showed it to Vinculus. Vinculus grew calmer and fixed his gaze upon it. A quarter of an hour later they were seated together on a tussock beneath the hawthorn, breakfasting on the claret and a handful of apples. Vinculus had put on his shirt and breeches, and was wrapped in a blanket that belonged to Brewer. He had recovered from his hanging with surprising rapidity. His eyes were still bloodshot, but they were less alarming to look at than before. His speech was hoarse and liable to be interrupted at any moment by fits of violent coughing, but it was comprehensible.
"Someone tried to hang you," Childemus told him. "I do not know who or why. Luckily I found you in time and cut you down."
As he said this, he felt a faint question disturb his thoughts. In his mind's eye he saw Vinculus dead on the ground, and a thin, white hand pointing. Who had that been? The memory slipped away from him.
"So tell me," he continued, "how does a man become a book? I know that your father was given the book by Robert Findhelm, and that he was supposed to take the book to a man in the Derbyshire hills."
"The last man in England who could read the king's letters," croaked Vinculus.
"But your father did not deliver the book. Instead he ate it in the drinking contest in Sheffield."
Vinculus took another drink from the bottle and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
4 years later I was born, and the king's letters were written on my infant body. When I was 17 I went to look for the man in the Derbyshire hills. He lived just long enough for me to find him out. That was a night indeed, a starlit summer night, when the king's book and the last reader of the king's letters met and drank wine together. We sat upon the brow of the hill in Breton, looking out over England, and he read England's destiny from me." "And that was the prophecy which you told to Strange and Norrell?"
Vinculus, who had been seized with a fit of coughing, nodded. When he was able to speak again, he added,
"And also to the nameless slave."
"Who?" said Childemus with a frown.
"Who is that?"
"A man," replied Vinculus.
"It has been part of my task to bear his story. He began as a slave, will soon be a king. His true name was denied him at his birth."
Childemus pondered this description for a moment or two.
"You mean John Usclass?" he said.
Vinculus made a noise of exasperation.
"If I meant John Usclass, I would say so. No. He is not a magician at all. He is a man like any other."
He thought for a moment.
"But black," he added.
"I have never heard of him,"
said Childemus. Vinculus looked at him with amusement.
"Of course not. You have lived your life in the Mayfair magician's pocket. You only know what he knows."
"So?" said Childemus, stung.
"That is not so very trifling, is it? Norrell is a clever man, and Strange another. They have their faults, as other men do, but their achievements are still remarkable. Make no mistake, I am John Usclass's man. Or would be if he were here. But you must admit that the restoration of English magic is their work, not his."
"Their work,"
scoffed Vinculus.
"Theirs. Do you still not understand? They are the spell John Usclass is doing.
That is all they have ever been. And he is doing it now.
68. Yes. February 1817. In the silver dish of water the speck of light flickered and disappeared. "What?" cried Strange. "What has happened? Quickly, Mr. Norrell." Norrell tapped the water surface, redrew the lines of light, and whispered a few words, but the water in the dish remained dark and still.
"He is gone,"
he said. Strange closed his eyes.
"It is very odd," continued Norrell in a tone of wonder. "What do you suppose he was doing in Yorkshire?"
"Oh," cried Strange, "I dare say he came here on purpose to make me mad." With a cry of mingled rage and self-pity he demanded, "Why will he not attend to me? After everything I have done, why does he not care enough to look at me, to speak to me?"
"He is an old magician and an old king," answered Norrell briefly. "Two things that are not easily impressed."
"All magicians long to astonish their masters. I have certainly astonished you. I wanted to do the same to him."
"But your real purpose is to free Mrs. Strange from the enchantment," Norrell reminded him.
Yes, that is right," said Strange irritably. "Of course it is, only—" He did not finish his thought. There was a silence, and then Norrell, who had been looking thoughtful, said, "You mentioned magicians always wishing to impress their masters. I am reminded of something which happened in 1156. Strange sighed. In that year John Uskglass suffered some strange malady, as he did from time to time. When he recovered, a celebration was held at his house in Newcastle. Kings and queens brought presents of immense value and splendour, gold, rubies, ivory, rare spices. Magicians brought magical things, clouds of revelation, singing trees, keys to mystical doors, and so on, each one trying to outdo the other. The king thanked them all in the same grave manner. Last of all came the magician Thomas Godbless. His hands were empty. He had no gift. He lifted his head and said, 'Lord, I bring you the trees and hills. I bring you the wind and the rain.' The kings and queens, the great lords and ladies, and the other magicians were amazed at his impudence. It appeared to them as if he had done nothing at all. But for the first time since he had been ill, the king smiled." Strange considered this. "Well," he said, "I am afraid I am with the kings and queens. I can make nothing of it. Where did you get this tale?" "It is in Bellass's instructions. In my youth I studied the instructions with a passionate devotion, and I found this passage particularly intriguing. I concluded that Godbless had somehow persuaded the trees and the hills, and so on, to greet John Uskglass in some mystical fashion, to bow down before him, as it were. I was pleased to have understood something that Bellass's had not, but I thought no more about it. I had no use for such magic. Years later I discovered a spell in Lanchester's The Language of Birds. Lanchester got it from an older book, now lost. He admitted that he did not know what it was for, but I believe it is the spell Godbless used, or one very like it. If you are serious in your intention of talking to John Uskglass, suppose we cast it now. Suppose we ask England to greet him." "What will that achieve?" asked Strange. "Achieve? Nothing. At least, nothing directly. But it will remind John Uskglass of the bonds between him and England, and it will show a sort of respectfulness on our part, which is surely more in keeping with the behaviour a king expects from his subjects." Strange shrugged. "Well," he said, "I have nothing better to suggest. Where is your copy of The Language of Birds?" He looked about the room. Every book lay where it had fallen the moment it had ceased to be a raven. "How many books are there?" he asked. 4,000 or 5,000, said Norrell. The magicians took a candle each and began to search. The gentleman with the thistledown hair strode rapidly along the walled lane which led to the village of Staircross. Stephen stumbled after him on his way from one death to another. England seemed to him to be nothing but horrors and misery now. The very shapes of the trees were like frozen screams. A bunch of dry leaves hung from a branch and rattled in the wind. That was Vinculus upon the hawthorn tree. The corpse of a rabbit, ripped apart by a fox, lay upon the path. That was Lady Poole, soon to be killed by the gentleman. Death upon death, horror upon horror, and there was nothing Stephen could do to prevent any of it. At Staircross Hall, Lady Poole was seated at a desk in her sitting-room, writing furiously. The desk was scattered with sheets of paper, all covered with handwriting. There was a knock, and Mr. Secundus entered the room. "I beg your pardon," he said. "Might I inquire? Do you write to Sir Walter?" She shook her head. "These letters are to Lord Liverpool and the editor of the Times." "Indeed?" said Mr. Secundus. "Well, I have, in fact, just finished a letter of my own to Sir Walter, but nothing, I am sure, will delight him so much as a line or two in your ladyship's own hand, assuring him that you are well and disenchanted." "But your own letter will do that. I am sorry, Mr. Secundus, but while my dear Mrs. Strange and poor Stephen remain in the power of that wicked spirit, I can spare no thought for anything else. You must send these letters off straight away, and when they are done I shall write to the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Prince Regent." "You do not think, perhaps, that Sir Walter is the proper person to apply to such exalted gentlemen? Surely—" "No, indeed," she cried, all indignation. "I have no notion of asking people to perform services for me, which I can do perfectly well for myself. I do not intend to go, in the space of 1 hour, from the helplessness of enchantment to another sort of helplessness. Besides, Sir Walter will not be able to explain half so well as me the true hideousness of Mr. Norrell's crimes." Just then another person entered the room, Mr. Secundus's manservant, Charles, who came to say that something very odd was happening in the village. The tall black man, the person who had originally brought her ladyship to Staircross, had appeared with a silver diadem upon his head, and with him was a gentleman with thistledown hair, wearing a bright green coat. "Stephen! Stephen and the enchanter!" cried Lady Poole. "Quickly, Mr. Secundus, summon up all your powers. We depend upon you to defeat him. You must free Stephen as you freed me." "Defeat a fairy?" exclaimed Mr. Secundus in horror. "Oh, but no, I could not. It would take a far greater magician." "Nonsense!" she cried, with shining eyes. "Remember what Chiltern has told you. Your years of study have prepared you. You have simply to try." "But I do not know—" he began helplessly. But it did not much matter what he knew. The moment she finished speaking she ran from the room, and since he considered himself bound to protect her, he was obliged to run after her. At Hertfew the two magicians had found the language of birds. It lay open on the table at the page where the fairy spell was printed. But the problem of finding a name for John Uskglass remained. Norrell sat crouched over the silver dish of water doing location spells. They had already run through all the titles and names they could think of, and the location spell did not recognize a single one. The water in the silver dish remained dark and featureless. "What of his fairy name?" said Strange. "That is lost," replied Norrell. "Did we try the King of the North yet?" "Yes." Oh. Strange thought for a moment, and then said, "What was that curious appellation you mentioned before? Something you said he called himself? Nameless something?"
"The Nameless Slave?"
"Yes, try that." Norrell looked very doubtful, but he cast the spell for the Nameless Slave. Instantly a speck of bluish light appeared. He proceeded, and the Nameless Slave proved to be in Yorkshire, in very much the same place where John Uskglass had appeared before. "There!" exclaimed Strange triumphantly. "All our anxiety was quite needless. He is still here."
"But I do not think that is the same person," interrupted Norrell. "It looks different somehow."
"Mr. Norrell, do not be fanciful, I beg you. Who else could it be? How many Nameless Slaves can there possibly be in Yorkshire?" This was so very reasonable a question that Mr. Norrell offered no further objections. "And now for the magic itself," said Strange. He picked up the book and began to recite the spell. He addressed the trees of England, the hills of England, the sunlight, water, birds, earth, and stones. He addressed them all, one after the other, and exhorted them to place themselves in the hands of the nameless slave. Stephen and the gentleman came to the pack-horse bridge that led into Staircross. The village was quiet. There was hardly anyone to be seen. In a doorway a girl in a print gown and woolen shawl was tipping milk from wooden pails into cheese-vats. A man in gaiters and a broad-brimmed hat came down a lane at the side of the house. A dog trotted at his side. When the man and the dog rounded the corner, the girl and the man greeted each other smilingly, and the dog barked his pleasure. It was the sort of simple, domestic scene that would ordinarily have delighted Stephen, but in his present mood he could only feel a chill. If the man had reached out and struck the girl, or strangled her, he would have felt no surprise. The gentleman was already on the pack-horse bridge. Stephen followed him, and everything changed. The sun came out from behind a cloud. It shone through the winter trees. Hundreds of small, bright patches of sunlight appeared. The world became a kind of puzzle or labyrinth. It was like the superstition which says that one must not walk upon lines between flagstones, or the strange magic called the Doncaster squares, which is performed upon a board like a chessboard. Suddenly, everything had meaning. Stephen hardly dared take another step. If he did so, if, for example, he stepped into that shadow or that spot of light, then the world might be forever altered. "Wait," he thought wildly. "I am not ready for this. I have not considered. I do not know what to do." But it was too late. He looked up. The bare branches against the sky were a writing, and, though he did not want to, he could read it. He saw that it was a question put to him by the trees. "Yes," he answered them. Their age and their knowledge belonged to him. Beyond the trees was a high, snow-covered ridge, like a line drawn across the sky. Its shadow was blue upon the snow before it. It embodied all kinds of cold and hardness. It hailed Stephen as a king. It had long missed. At a word from Stephen it would tumble down and crush his enemies. It asked Stephen a question. "Yes," he told it. Its scorn and strength were his for the taking. The black beck beneath the pack-horse bridge sang its question to him. "Yes," he said. The earth said, "Yes," he said. The rooks and magpies and redwings and chaffinches said, "Yes," he said. The stones said, "Yes," said Stephen. "Yes, yes, yes." Now all of England lay cupped in his black palm. All Englishmen were at his mercy. Now every insult could be revenged. Now every injury to his poor mother could be paid back 1,000-fold. All of England could be laid waste in a moment. He could bring houses crashing down upon the occupants' heads. He could command hills to fall and valleys to close their lips. He could summon up centaurs, snuff out stars, steal the moon from the sky. Now! Now came Lady Poole and Mr. Secundus running down from the hall in the pale winter sunlight. Lady Poole looked at the gentleman with eyes ablaze with hatred. Poor Mr. Secundus was all confusion and dismay. The gentleman turned to Stephen and said something. Stephen could not hear him. The hills and the trees spoke too loud, but, "Yes," he said. The gentleman laughed gaily and raised his hands to cast spells on Lady Poole. Stephen closed his eyes. He spoke a word to the stones of the pack-horse bridge. "Yes," said the stones. The bridge reared up like a raging horse and cast the gentleman into the beck. Stephen spoke a word to the beck. "Yes," said the beck. It grasped the gentleman in a grip of iron and bore him swiftly away. Stephen was aware that Lady Poole spoke to him, that she tried to catch hold of his arm. He saw Mr. Segundus's pale, astonished face, saw him say something, but he had no time to answer them. Who knew how long the world would consent to obey him? He leapt down from the bridge and ran along the bank. The trees seemed to greet him as he ran past. They spoke of old alliances and reminded him of times gone by. The sunlight called him king and spoke its pleasure at finding him here. He had no time to tell them he was not the person they imagined. He came to a place where the land rose steeply upon either side of the beck, a deep dale in the moor, a place where millstones were quarried. Scattered around the sides of the dale were great, round-hewn stones, each of them half the height of a man. The surface of the beck seethed and boiled where the gentleman was imprisoned. Stephen knelt upon a flat stone and leant over the water. "I am sorry," he said. "You intended nothing but kindness, I know." The gentleman's hair streamed out like silver snakes in the dark water. His face was a terrible sight. In his fury and hatred he began to lose his resemblance to humankind. His eyes grew further apart. There was fur upon his face, and his lips rolled back from his teeth in a snarl. A voice inside Stephen's mind said, "If you kill me, you will never know your name." "I am the nameless slave," said Stephen. "That is all I have ever been, and today I am content to be nothing more." He spoke a word to the millstones. They flew up in the air and flung themselves down upon the gentleman. He spoke to the boulders and rocks. They did the same. The gentleman was old beyond telling, and very strong. Long after his bones and flesh must have been crushed to pieces, Stephen could feel whatever was left of him struggling to bind itself back together by magic. So Stephen spoke to the stony shoulders of the dale and asked them to help him. Earth and rock crumbled. It heaped itself on top of the millstones and the rocks until there was a hill standing there as high as the sides of the dale. For years Stephen had felt as if a pane of dirty grey glass hung between him and the world. The moment that the last spark of the gentleman's life was extinguished, the pane shattered. Stephen stood a moment, gasping for breath. But his allies and servants were growing doubtful. There was a question in the minds of the hills and the trees. They began to know that he was not the person they had taken him for, that all this was borrowed glory. One by one he felt them withdraw. As the last one left him, he fell, empty and insensible, to the ground. In Padua, the Greysteels had already breakfasted and were gathered together in the little sitting-room on the first floor. They were not in the best of spirits this morning. There had been a disagreement. Dr. Greysteel had taken to smoking a pipe indoors, a thing to which Flora and Aunt Greysteel were very much opposed. Aunt Greysteel had tried to argue him out of it, but Dr. Greysteel had proved stubborn. Pipe-smoking was a pastime he was particularly fond of, and he felt that he ought to be permitted an indulgence or two, to make up for their never going anywhere any more. Aunt Greysteel said that he ought to smoke his pipe outside. Dr. Greysteel replied that he could not, because it was raining. It was difficult to smoke a pipe in the rain. The rain made the tobacco wet. So he was smoking the pipe, and Aunt Greysteel was coughing, and Flora, who was disposed to blame herself, glanced at each from time to time with an unhappy expression. Things had gone on like this for about an hour when Dr. Greysteel happened to look up and exclaimed in amazement, "My head is black, completely black." "Well, what do you expect if you smoke a pipe?" replied his sister. "Papa," asked Flora, putting down her work in alarm, "what do you mean?" Dr. Greysteel was staring at the mirror, the very same mirror which had so mysteriously appeared when day had turned to night and Strange had come to Padua. Flora went and stood behind his chair so that she could see what he saw. Her exclamation of surprise brought Aunt Greysteel to join her. Where Dr. Greysteel's head ought to have been in the mirror was a dark spot that moved and changed shape. The spot grew in size until gradually it began to resemble a figure fleeing down an immense corridor towards them. The figure drew closer, and they could see it was a woman. Several times she looked back as she ran, as if in fear of something behind her. "What has frightened her to make her run like that?" wondered Aunt Greysteel. "Lancelot, can you see anything? Does anyone chase after her? Oh, poor lady! Lancelot, is there anything you can do?" Dr. Greysteel went to the mirror, placed his hand upon it, and pushed, but the surface was as hard and smooth as mirrors usually are. He hesitated for a moment, as though debating with himself whether to try a more violent approach. "Be careful, Papa!" cried Flora in alarm. "You must not break it." The woman within the mirror drew nearer. For a moment she appeared directly behind it, and they could see the elaborate embroidery and beading of her gown. Then she mounted up upon the frame as on a step. The surface of the mirror became softer, like a dense cloud or mist. Flora hastened to push a chair against the wall so that the lady might more easily descend. 3 pairs of hands were raised to catch her, to pull her away from whatever it was that frightened her. She was perhaps 30 or 32 years of age. She was dressed in a gown the colour of autumn. But she was breathless and a little disordered from running. With a frantic look she surveyed the unknown room, the unknown faces, the unfamiliar look of everything. "Is this fair, eh?" she asked. "No, madam," answered Flora. "Is it England?" "No, madam." Tears began to course down Flora's face. She put her hand on her breast to steady herself. "This is Padua, in Italy. My name is Flora Greysteel. It is a name quite unknown to you, but I have waited for you here at your husband's desire. I promised him I would meet you here." "Is Jonathan here?" "No, madam." "You are Arabella Strange," said Dr. Greysteel in amazement.
"Yes," she said.
"Oh, my dear!" exclaimed Aunt Greysteel, one hand flying to cover her mouth and the other to her heart. "Oh, my dear!" Then both hands fluttered around Arabella's face and shoulders. "Oh, my dear!" she exclaimed for the 3rd time. She burst into tears and embraced Arabella. Stephen awoke. He was lying on the frozen ground in a narrow dale. The sunlight was gone. It was grey and cold. The dale was choked with a great wall of millstones and boulders and earth, an eerie tomb. The wall had dammed the beck, but a little water still seeped through and was now spreading across the ground. Stephen's crown, sceptre, and orb lay a little distance away in pools of dirty water. Wearily he stood up. In the distance he could hear someone calling, "Stephen! Stephen!" He thought it was Lady Poole. "I cast off the name of my captivity," he said. "It is gone." He picked up the crown, the sceptre, and orb, and began to walk. He had no notion of where he was going. He had killed the gentleman, and he had allowed the gentleman to kill Vinculus. He could never go home, if home it had been in the first place. What would an English judge and jury say to a black man who was a murderer twice over? Stephen had done with England, and England had done with him. He walked on. After a while it seemed to him that the landscape was no longer as English as it had been. The trees that now surrounded him were immense, ancient things, their boughs twice the thickness of a man's body, and curved into strange, fantastical shapes. Though it was winter and the briars were bare, a few roses still bloomed here, blood-red and snow-white. England lay behind him. He did not regret it. He did not look back. He walked on. He came to a long, low hill, and in the middle of the hill was an opening. It was more like a mouth than a door, yet it did not have an evil look. Someone was standing there, just within the opening, waiting for him. "I know this place," he thought. "It is Woodhope. But how can that be?" It was not simply that the house had become a hill. Everything seemed to have undergone a revolution. The wood was suddenly possessed of a spirit of freshness, of innocence. The trees no longer threatened the traveller. Between their branches were glints of a serene winter sky of coldest blue. Here and there shone the pure light of a star, though whether they were stars of morning or stars of evening he could no longer remember. He looked around for the ancient bones and rusting armour, those ghastly emblems of the gentleman's bloodthirsty nature. To his surprise he found that they were everywhere, beneath his feet, stuffed into hollows of the tree roots, tangled up with briars and brambles, but they were in a far more advanced state of decay than he remembered. They were moss-covered, rust-eaten, and crumbling into dust. In a little while, nothing would be left of them. The figure within the opening was a familiar one. He had often attended the balls and processions at Leucrocuta. But he too was changed. His features had become more fairy-like, his eyes more glittering, his eyebrows more extravagant. His hair curled tightly like the fleece of a young lamb, or like young ferns in spring, and there was a light dusting of fur upon his face. He looked older, yet at the same time more innocent. "Welcome," he cried. "Is this truly Leucrocuta?" asked the person who had once been Stephen Black. "Yes, grandfather." "But I do not understand. Leucrocuta was a great mansion. This is—" The person who had once been Stephen Black paused. "I do not have a word for what this is." "This is a brook, grandfather. This is the world beneath the hill. Leucrocuta is changing. The old king is dead. The new king approaches, and at his approach the world sheds its sorrow. The sins of the old king dissolve like morning mist. The world assumes the character of the new. His virtues fill up the wood and the wold." "The new king?" The person who had once been Stephen Black looked down at his own hands. In one was the sceptre, and in the other the orb. The fairy smiled at him, as if wondering why he should be surprised. "The changes you wrought here far surpass anything you did in England." They passed through the opening into a great hall. The new king sat down upon an ancient throne. A crowd of people came and gathered around him. Some faces he knew, others were unfamiliar to him, but he suspected that this was because he had never seen them as they truly were before. For a long time he was silent. "This house," he told them at last, "is disordered and dirty. Its inhabitants have idled away their days in pointless pleasures and in celebrations of past cruelties, things that ought not to be remembered, let alone celebrated. I have often observed it, and often regretted it. All these faults I shall in time set right." Note: a surprising number of kings and princes of faerie have been human. John Uskglass, Stephen Black, and Alessandro Simonelli are just three. Fairies are, by and large, irredeemably indolent. Though they are fond of high rank, honours, and riches, they detest the hard work of government. End of note. The moment the spell took effect, a great wind blew through Hurtview. Doors banged in the darkness. Black curtains billowed out in black rooms. Black papers were swept from black tables and made to dance. A bell, taken from the original abbey long ago and since forgotten, rang frantically in a little turret above the stables. In the library, visions appeared in mirrors and clock faces. The wind blew the curtains apart, and visions appeared in the windows too. They followed thick and fast upon one another, almost too rapid to comprehend. Mr. Norrell saw some that seemed familiar, the shattered branch of holly in his own library at Hanover Square, a raven flying in front of St. Paul's Cathedral, so that for a moment it was the living embodiment of the raven in flight, the great black bed in the inn at Wansford. But others were entirely strange to him, a hawthorn tree, a man crucified upon a thicket, a crude wall of stones in a narrow valley, an unstoppered bottle floating on a wave. Then all the visions disappeared, except for one. It filled one of the tall library windows, but what it was a vision of, Mr. Norrell was at a loss to know. It resembled a large, perfectly round, black stone, of almost impossible brilliance and glossiness, set into a thin ring of rough stone and mounted upon what appeared to be a black hillside. Mr. Norrell thought of it as a hillside because it bore some resemblance to a moor, where the heather is all burnt and charred, except that this hillside was not the black of burnt things. It was the black of wet silk or well-shone leather. Suddenly the stone did something. It moved or spun. The movement was almost too quick to grasp, but Mr. Norrell was left with a sickening impression that it had blinked. The wind died away. The bell above the stable ceased to ring. Mr. Norrell breathed a long sigh of relief that it was over. Strange was standing with his arms crossed, deep in thought, staring at the floor.
"What did you make of that?" asked Mr. Norrell. "The last was by far the worst. I thought for a moment it was an eye."
"It was an eye," said Strange.
"But what could it belong to? Some horror or monster, I suppose. Most unsettling."
"It was monstrous," agreed Strange, "though not quite in the way you imagine. It was a raven's eye."
"A raven's eye? But it filled the whole window."
"Yes. Either the raven was immensely large, or—"
"Or?"
quavered Mr. Norrell. Strange gave a short, uncheerful laugh. "Or we were ridiculously small. Pleasant, is it not, to see oneself as others see one? I said I wanted John Uskglass to look at me, and I think for a moment he did. Or at least one of his lieutenants did. And in that moment you and I were smaller than a raven's eye, and presumably as insignificant. Speaking of John Uskglass, I do not suppose that we know where he is." Mr. Norrell sat down at the silver dish and began to work. After 5 minutes or so of patient labour, he said,
"Mr. Strange, there is no sign of John Uskglass, nothing at all. But I have looked for Lady Poole and Mrs. Strange. Lady Poole is in Yorkshire, and Mrs. Strange is in Italy. There is no shadow of their presence in Faerie. Both are completely disenchanted."
There was a silence. Strange turned away abruptly.
"It is more than a little odd," continued Mr. Norrell in a tone of wonder. "We have done everything we set out to do, but how we did it I do not pretend to understand. I can only suppose that John Uskglass simply saw what was amiss and stretched out his hand to put it right. Unfortunately, his obligingness did not extend to freeing us from the darkness. That remains."
Mr. Norrell paused. This, then, was his destiny. A destiny full of fear, horror, and desolation. He sat patiently for a few moments in expectation of falling prey to some or all of these terrible emotions, but was forced to conclude that he felt none of them. Indeed, what seemed remarkable to him now were the long years he had spent in London, away from his library, at the beck and call of the ministers and the admirals. He wondered how he had borne it.
"I am glad I did not recognize the raven's eye for what it was," he said cheerfully, "or I believe I would have been a good deal frightened."
"Indeed, sir," said Strange hoarsely, "you were fortunate there. And I believe I am cured of wanting to be looked at. Henceforth John Uskglass is welcome to ignore me for as long as he pleases."
"Oh, indeed," agreed Mr. Norrell. "You know, Mr. Strange, you really should try to rid yourself of the habit of wishing for things. It is a dangerous thing in a magician."
He began a long and not particularly interesting story about a 14th-century magician in Lancashire, who had often made idle wishes and had caused no end of inconvenience in the village where he lived, accidentally turning the cows into clouds, and the cooking pots into ships, and causing the villagers to speak in colours rather than words, and other such signs of magical chaos. At first Strange barely answered him, and such replies as he made were random and illogical, but gradually he appeared to listen with more attention, and he spoke in his usual manner. Mr. Norrell had many talents, but penetration into the hearts of men and women was not one of them. Strange did not speak of the restoration of his wife, so Mr. Norrell imagined that it could not have affected him very deeply. 69. Strangites and Norrellites. February to spring 1817. Childermus rode, and Vinculus walked at his side. All around them was spread the wide expanse of snow-covered moor, appearing, with all its various hummocks and hills, like a vast feather mattress. Something of the sort may have occurred to Vinculus, because he was describing in great detail the soft, pillowy bed he intended to sleep in that night, and the very large dinner he intended to eat before he retired there. There was no doubt that he expected Childermus to pay for these luxuries, and it would not have been particularly surprising if Childermus had had a word or two to say about them, but Childermus said nothing. His mind was wholly taken up with the problem of whether or not he ought to show Vinculus to Strange and Norrell. Certainly there was no one in England better qualified to examine Vinculus, but on the other hand Childermus could not quite predict how the magicians would act when faced with a man who was also a book. Childermus scratched his cheek. There was a faint, well-healed scar upon it, the merest silvery line upon his brown face. Vinculus had stopped talking and was standing in the road. His blanket had fallen from him, and he was eagerly pushing back the sleeves of his coat.
"What is it?"
asked Childermus.
"What is the matter?"
"I have changed," said Vinculus. "Look."
He took off his coat and opened his shirt.
"The words are different. On my arms, on my chest, everywhere. This is not what I said before."
Despite the cold, he began to undress. Then, when he was quite naked again, he celebrated his transformation by dancing about gleefully like a blue-skinned devil. Childermus dismounted from his horse with feelings of panic and desperation. He had succeeded in preserving John Uskglass's book from death and destruction, and then, just when it seemed secure, the book itself had defeated him by changing.
"We must get to an inn as soon as we can," he declared. "We must get paper and ink. We must make a record of exactly what was written upon you before. You must search every corner of your memory."
Vinculus stared at him, as if he thought he must have taken leave of his senses.
"Why?" he asked. "Because it is John Uskglass's magic, John Uskglass's thoughts, the only record anyone ever had of them. We must preserve every scrap we can."
Vinculus remained unenlightened.
"Why?" he asked again. "John Uskglass did not think it worth preserving." "But why should you change all of a sudden? There is no rhyme or reason in it."
"There is every sort of reason," said Vinculus. "I was a prophecy before, but the things that I foretold have come to pass. So it is just as well I have changed, or I would have become a history. A dry-as-dust history."
"So what are you now?"
Vinculus shrugged his shoulders. "Perhaps I am a receipt book. Perhaps I am a novel. Perhaps I am a collection of sermons." He was excessively diverted by these thoughts, and cackled to himself, and capered about some more.
"I hope you are what you have always been, a book of magic. But what are you saying? Vinculus, do you mean to tell me that you never learnt these letters?"
"I am a book," said Vinculus, stopping in mid-caper. "I am the book. It is the task of the book to bear the words, which I do. It is the task of the reader to know what they say."
"But the last reader is dead."
Vinculus shrugged, as if that were none of his concern.
"You must know something,"
cried Childermus, growing almost wild with exasperation. He seized Vinculus's arm.
"What about this? This symbol like a horned circle with a line through it. It occurs over and over again. What does it mean?"
Vinculus pulled his arm away again.
"It means last Tuesday," he said. "It means 3 pigs, one of them wearing a straw hat. It means Sally went a-dancing in the moon's shadow and lost a little rosy purse."
He grinned and wagged a finger at Childermus.
"I know what you are doing. You hope to be the next reader."
"Perhaps," said Childermus, "though I cannot for the life of me tell how I shall begin. Yet I cannot see that anyone else has a better claim to be the next reader. But whatever else happens, I shall not let you out of my sight again. Henceforth, Vinculus, you and I shall be each other's shadow." Vinculus's mood soured upon the instant. Gloomily he dressed himself again. Spring returned to England. Birds followed ploughs, stones were warmed by the sun, rains and winds grew softer, and were fragranced with the scents of earth and growing things. Woods were tinged with a colour so soft, so subtle, that it could scarcely be said to be a colour at all. It was more the idea of a colour, as if the trees were dreaming green dreams or thinking green thoughts. Spring returned to England, but Strange and Norrell did not. The pillar of darkness covered Hertfew Abbey, and Norrell did not come out of it. People speculated upon the probability of Strange having killed Norrell, or Norrell having killed Strange, the different degrees to which each deserved it, and whether or not someone ought to go and find out. But before anyone could reach a conclusion concerning these interesting questions, the darkness disappeared, taking Hertfew Abbey with it. House, park, bridge, and part of the river were all gone. Roads that used to lead to Hertfew now led back upon themselves, or to dull corners of fields and copses that no one wished to visit. The house in Hanover Square, and both Strange's houses, the one in Soho Square and his home in Clun, suffered the same queer fate. Note: for years afterwards the people of Clun said that if you stood slightly upon tiptoes, close by a particular tree in winter at full moon, and craned your neck to look between the branches of another tree, then it was possible still to see Ashfair in the distance. In the moonlight and snow the house looked very eerie, lost and lonely. In time, however, the trees grew differently, and Ashfair was seen no more. End of note. In London, the only creature in the world who could still find the house in Soho Square was Jeremy John's cat, Bullfinch. Indeed, Bullfinch did not appear to be aware that the house was in any way changed, and he continued to go there whenever he wished, slipping between number 30 and number 32, and everyone who saw him do it agreed that it was the oddest sight in the world. Note: this is by no means unusual, as the following passage from The Modern Magician, autumn 1812, shows. Where is Pale's house? Where Stokes's? Why has no one ever seen them? Pale's house was in Warwick. The very street was known. Stokes's house faced the cathedral in Exeter. Where is the Raven King's castle in Newcastle? Everyone who saw it proclaimed it to be the first house for beauty and splendour in all the world. But has anyone ever seen it in the modern age? No. Is there any record of it being destroyed? No. It simply disappeared. All these houses exist somewhere, but when the magician goes away or dies, they disappear. He may enter and leave as he pleases, but no one else may find them. End of note. Lord Liverpool and the other ministers said a great deal publicly about their regret at Strange and Norrell's disappearance, but privately they were glad to be relieved of such a peculiar problem. Neither Strange nor Norrell had proved as respectable as they once had seemed. Both had indulged in, if not black magic, then certainly magic of a darker hue than seemed desirable or legitimate. Instead, the ministers turned their attention to the great number of new magicians who had suddenly sprung up. These magicians had performed scarcely any magic, and were largely uneducated. Nevertheless, they promised to be every bit as quarrelsome as Strange and Norrell themselves, and some means of regulating them would quickly have to be found. Suddenly, Mr. Norrell's plans for reviving the Court of Cinq Dragons, which had seemed so irrelevant before, were found to be of the utmost pertinence. Note: many of the new magicians applied to Lord Liverpool and the ministers for permission to go and find Strange and Norrell. Some gentlemen were so thoughtful as to append lists of equipment, both magical and mundane, which they thought they might need, and which they hoped that the government would be kind enough to supply. One, a man called Beach, in Plymouth, asked for the loan of the Inniskilling dragoons. End of note. In the second week of March, a paragraph appeared in the York Chronicle addressed to former members of the Learned Society of York Magicians, and also to anyone who might wish to become a member of that society. It invited them to come to the Old Star Inn on the following Wednesday, this being the day upon which the society had traditionally met. This curious announcement offended at least as many of the former members of the York Society as it pleased. Placed as it was in a newspaper, it could be read by everyone who possessed a penny. Furthermore, the author, who was not named, appeared to have taken it upon himself to invite people to join the York Society, something which he clearly had no right to do, whoever he was. When the interesting evening came, the former members arrived at the Old Star to find 50 or so magicians, or would-be magicians, assembled in the long room. The most comfortable seats were all taken, and the former members, who included Mr. Secundus, Mr. Honeyfoot, and Dr. Foxcastle, were obliged to take their places upon a little dais some distance from the fireplaces. The situation had this advantage, however. They had an excellent view of the new magicians. It was not a sight calculated to bring joy to the bosoms of the former members. The assembly was made up of the most miscellaneous people. "With scarcely," observed Dr. Foxcastle, "a gentleman among them. There were 2 farmers and several shopkeepers. There was a pale-faced young man with light-coloured hair and an excitable manner, who was telling his neighbours that he was quite certain the announcement had been placed in the newspaper by Jonathan Strange himself, and Strange would doubtless arrive at any moment to teach them all magic. There was also a clergyman, which was rather more promising. He was a clean-shaven, sober-looking person of 50 or 60, in black clothes. He was accompanied by a dog, as grey-haired and respectable as himself, and a young, striking-looking female person in a red velvet gown. This seemed rather less respectable. She had dark hair and a fierce expression. "Mr. Taylor," said Dr. Foxcastle to an acolyte of his, "perhaps you would be so good as to go and give that gentleman a hint that we do not bring members of our family to these meetings?" Mr. Taylor scurried away. From where they sat, the former members of the York Society observed that the clean-shaven clergyman was more flinty than his quiet face suggested, and that he returned Mr. Taylor quite a sharp answer. Mr. Taylor came back with the following message. "Mr. Redruth begs the Society's pardon, but he is not a magician at all. He has a great deal of interest in magic, but no skill. It is his daughter who is the magician. He has 1 son and 3 daughters, and he says they are all magicians. The others did not wish to attend the meeting. He says that they have no wish to consort with other magicians, preferring to pursue their studies privately at home without distractions." There was a pause while the former members tried and failed to make any sense of this. "Perhaps his dog is a magician too," said Dr. Foxcastle, and the former members of the Society laughed. It soon became clear that the newcomers fell into 2 distinct parties. Miss Redruth, the young lady in the red velvet gown, was one of the first to speak. Her voice was low and rather hurried. She was not used to speaking in public, and not all of the magicians caught her words, but her delivery was very passionate. The burden of what she had to say seemed to be that Jonathan Strange was everything, Gilbert Norrell nothing. Strange would soon be vindicated, and Norrell universally reviled. Magic would be freed from the shackles that Gilbert Norrell had placed upon it. These observations, together with various references to Strange's lost masterpiece, the history and practice of English magic, drew angry responses from several other magicians to the effect that Strange's book was full of wicked magic, and Strange himself was a murderer. He had certainly murdered his wife, and had probably murdered Norrell too. Note: this slander was not entirely discredited until Arabella Strange herself returned to England in early June 1817. End of note. The discussion was growing yet more heated when it was interrupted by the arrival of 2 men. Neither looked in the least respectable. Both had long, ragged hair, and wore ancient coats. However, while one seemed to be nothing more or less than a vagabond, the other was considerably neater in his appearance, and had about him an air of business, almost, one might say, of authority. The vagabonding fellow did not even trouble to look at the York Society. He simply sat down upon the floor and demanded gin and hot water. The other strode to the centre of the room and regarded them all with a wry smile. He bowed in the direction of Miss Redruth, and addressed the magicians with the following words.
"Gentlemen, madam, some of you may remember me. I was with you 10 years ago when Mr. Norrell did the magic in York Cathedral. My name is John Childermus. I was, until last month, the servant of Gilbert Norrell, and this," he indicated the man sitting on the floor, "is Vinculus, a sometime street sorcerer of London."
Childermus got no further. Everyone began speaking at once. The former members of the York Society were dismayed to find that they had left their comfortable firesides to come here and be lectured by a servant. But while these gentlemen were unburdening themselves of their indignation, most of the newcomers were affected quite differently. They were all either Strangites or Norrellites, but not one of them had ever laid eyes on his hero, and to be seated in such proximity to a person who had actually known and spoken to him wound them up to an unprecedented pitch of excitement. Childermus was not in the least discomfited by the uproar. He simply waited until it was quiet enough for him to speak, and then he said,
"I have come to tell you that the agreement with Gilbert Norrell is void. Null and void, gentlemen. You are magicians once more, if you wish to be."
One of the new magicians shouted out to know if Strange were coming. Another wished to know if Norrell were coming.
"No, gentlemen," said Childermus, "they are not. You must make do with me. I do not think Strange and Norrell will be seen again in England. At least, not in this generation."
"Why?" asked Mr. Secundus. "Where have they gone?"
Childermus smiled. "Wherever magicians used to go, behind the sky, on the other side of the rain."
One of the Norrellites remarked that Jonathan Strange was wise to remove himself from England. Otherwise he would have certainly been hanged. The excitable young man with the light-coloured hair retorted spitefully that the whole pack of Norrellites would soon find themselves at a grave disadvantage. Surely the first principle of Norrellite magic was that everything must be based upon books, and how were they going to do that when the books had all disappeared with Hurtview Abbey? Note: there are very few modern magicians who do not declare themselves to be either Strangite or Norrellite, the only notable exception being John Childermus himself. Whenever he is asked, he claims to be in some degree both. As this is like claiming to be both Whig and Tory at the same time, no one understands what he means. End of note.
"You do not need the library at Hurtview, gentlemen," said Childermus, "nor yet the library in Hanover Square. I have brought you something much better. A book Norrell long desired, but never saw. A book Strange did not even know existed. I have brought you John Uskglass's book."
More shouting, more uproar, in the midst of all of which Miss Redruth appeared to be making a speech in defence of John Uskglass, whom she insisted upon calling His Grace the King, as if he were at any moment about to enter Newcastle and resume the government of northern England.
"Wait!"
cried Dr. Foxcastle, his loud, important voice gradually overpowering first those nearest him and then the rest of the assembly.
"I see no book in this rogue's hands. Where is it? This is a trick, gentlemen. He wants our money, I'll be bound. Well, sir," this to Childermus, "what do you say? Bring out your book, if indeed it exists."
"On the contrary, sir,"
said Childermus, with his long, dark, one-sided grin,
"I want nothing of yours.
Vinculus, stand up."
In the house in Padua, the first concern of the Greysteels and their servants was to make Mrs. Strange as comfortable as they could, and each had his or her own way of doing it. Dr. Greysteel's comfort chiefly took a philosophical form. He searched his memory for examples from history of people, particularly ladies, who had triumphed over adverse circumstances, often with the help of their friends. Minicello and Frank, the two manservants, ran to open doors for her, often whether she wanted to go through them or not. Bonifazia, the maid, preferred to treat a year's sojourn in Faery as if it had been rather a severe sort of cold, and brought her strengthening cordials throughout the day. Aunt Greysteel sent all over the town for the best wines and the rarest delicacies, and she purchased the softest, down-filled cushions and pillows, as if she hoped that by laying her head on them Arabella might be induced to forget all that had happened to her. But of all the various sorts of consolation that were offered her, that which seemed to suit Arabella best was Flora's company and Flora's conversation. One morning they were sitting together at their needlework. Arabella put down her work with a gesture of impatience and went to the window.
"There is a spirit of restlessness upon me," she said. "It is to be expected," said Flora gently. "Be patient. In time your spirits will be what they were before."
"Will they?" said Arabella with a sigh. "Truth to own, I really do not remember what I was like before."
"Then I will tell you. You were always cheerful, though often left to your own devices. You were hardly ever out of temper, though often severely provoked. Your every speech was remarkable for its wit and genius, though you got no credit for it, and almost always received a flat contradiction."
Arabella laughed. "Good heavens, what a prodigy I was! But," she said with a wry look, "I am not inclined to put much trust in this portrait, since you never saw me."
"Mr. Strange told me. Those are his words."
"Oh," said Arabella. She turned her face away. Flora cast her eyes down and said softly,
"When he returns, he will do more to restore you to yourself than anyone else could. You will be happy again."
She glanced up. Arabella was silent for a moment. She said, "I am not sure that we will see each other again." Flora took up her needlework again. After a moment she said,
"It is very odd that he should have gone back to his old master at last."
"Is it? There seems nothing very extraordinary in it to me. I never thought the quarrel would last as long as it did. I thought they would have been friends again by the end of the first month."
"You quite astonish me," said Flora. "When Mr. Strange was with us, he did not have a good word to say for Mr. Norrell, and Mr. Norrell has published the most dreadful things about Mr. Strange in the magical journals."
"Oh, I dare say," said Arabella, entirely unimpressed. "But that was just their nonsense. They are both as stubborn as Old Scratch. I have no cause to love Mr. Norrell, far from it. But I know this about him. He is a magician first, and everything else second. And Jonathan is the same. Books and magic are all either of them really cares about. No one else understands the subject as they do. And so, you see, it is only natural that they should like to be together." As the weeks went by, Arabella smiled and laughed more often. She became interested in everything that concerned her new friends. Her days were taken up with sociable meals, errands, and the pleasant obligations of friendship. Small domestic matters with which her sore mind and wounded spirit were glad to refresh themselves. Of her absent husband she thought very little, except to be grateful for his consideration in placing her with the Greysteels. There happened to be a young Irish captain in Padua just then, and several people were of the opinion that he admired Flora, though Flora said that he did not. He had led a company of cavalry into the teeth of the severest gunfire at Waterloo, yet his courage all seemed to desert him where Flora was concerned. He could not look at her without blushing, and was most alarmed whenever she entered a room. Generally he found it easier to apply to Mrs. Strange for intelligence of when Flora might be walking in the Prato della Valle, a beautiful garden at the heart of the city, or when she might next visit the Baxters, some mutual friends, and Arabella was always glad to help him. But there were some consequences of her captivity which she could not easily shake off. She was accustomed to dancing all night, and sleep did not come easily to her. Sometimes at night she could still hear a mournful fiddle and a pipe playing fairy tunes, compelling her to dance, though it was the last thing in the world that she wanted to do.
"Talk to me," she would say to Flora and Aunt Greysteel. "Talk to me, and I think I can master it."
Then one or both of them would sit up with her and talk to her of everything they could think of. But sometimes Arabella found that the impulse to movement, any sort of movement, was too strong to be denied, and then she would take to pacing the bedchamber she shared with Flora, and on several occasions Dr. Greysteel and Frank kindly sacrificed their own sleep to walk with her in the night streets of Padua. On one such night in April they were strolling about near to the cathedral. Arabella and Dr. Greysteel were speaking of their departure for England, which had been arranged for the following month. Arabella found the prospect of being amongst all her English friends again a little daunting, and Dr. Greysteel was reassuring her. Suddenly Frank gave an exclamation of surprise and pointed upwards. The stars were shifting and changing. In the patch of sky above them were new constellations. A little further on was an ancient-looking stone arch. There was nothing exactly unusual in this. Padua is a city full of intriguing doorways, arches, and arcades. But this arch was not like the others. Padua is built of medieval bricks, and consequently many of its streets are a pleasing pink-gold colour. This arch was built of dour, dark northern stones, and upon each side was a statue of John Uskglass, his face half hidden by a cap with raven wings. Just within the arch, a tall figure was standing. Arabella hesitated. "You will not go far," she said to Dr. Greysteel. "Frank and I shall be here," Dr. Greysteel told her. "We shall not move from this spot. You have only to call us." She went on alone. The person within the doorway was reading. He looked up as she approached, with the old dear expression of not quite remembering where he was or what he had to do with the world outside his book. "You have not brought a thunderstorm with you this time," she said. "I heard about that, did you?" Strange gave a slightly self-conscious laugh. "That was a little overdone, perhaps. Not altogether in the best of taste. I believe I spent too much time in Lord Byron's society when I was in Venice. I caught something of his style." They walked on a little, and at every moment new patterns of stars appeared above their heads. "You look well, Arabella," he said. "I feared—" What did I fear? Oh, 1,000 different things. I feared you would not speak to me. But here you are. I am very glad to see you." "And now your 1,000 fears can be laid to rest," she said, "at least as far as they concern me. Have you found anything yet to dispel the darkness?" "No, not yet. Though, to own the truth, we have been so busy recently, some new conjectures concerning naiads, that we have scarcely had time to apply ourselves seriously to the problem. But there are one or two things in Goubert's Gatekeeper of Apollo which look promising. We are optimistic."
"I am glad. I am miserable when I think of you suffering."
"Do not be miserable, I beg you. Apart from anything else, I do not suffer. A little, perhaps, at first, but not now. And Norrell and I are hardly the first English magicians to labour under an enchantment. Robert Dymoke fell foul of a fairy in the 12th century, and thereafter could not speak, but only sing, which I am sure is not so pleasant as it sounds. And there was a 14th century magician who had a silver foot, which must have been very disagreeable. Besides, who is to say that the darkness may not be of advantage to us? We intend to go out of England, and are likely to meet with all sorts of tricksy persons. An English magician is an impressive thing. 2 English magicians are, I suppose, twice as impressive. But when those 2 English magicians are shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, well, that, I should think, is enough to strike terror into the heart of anyone short of a demigod."
"Where will you go?"
"Oh, there are plenty of places. This world is only one amongst so many, and it does not do for a magician to become too, what shall I say, too parochial."
"But will Mr. Norrell like it?" she asked doubtfully. "He was never fond of travelling, not even as far as Portsmouth."
But that is one of the advantages of our particular mode of travel. He need never leave the house if he does not wish it. The world, all worlds, will come to us." He paused and looked about him. "I had better not go further. Norrell is a little way off. For various reasons to do with the enchantment, it is best that we do not stray very far from each other. Arabella," he said, with a degree of seriousness unusual to him, "it hurt me more than I could bear to think of you under the earth. I would have done anything at all, to fetch you safely out."
She took his hands, and her eyes were shining. "And you did it," she whispered.
They looked at each other for a long moment, and in that moment all was as it used to be. It was as if they had never parted. But she did not offer to go into the darkness with him, and he did not ask her. "One day," he said, "I shall find the right spell and banish the darkness, and on that day I will come to you."
"Yes, on that day. I will wait until then."
He nodded and seemed about to depart, but then he hesitated. "Belle," he said, "do not wear black. Do not be a widow. Be happy. That is how I wish to think of you."
"I promise. And how should I think of you?"
He considered a moment and then laughed. "Think of me with my nose in a book." They kissed once. Then he turned upon his heel and disappeared into the darkness. Acknowledgments. Thanks are first due to the immensely wonderful, much-missed Giles Gordon. I was proud to say he was my agent. I still am. And special thanks to Johnny Geller for everything since Giles has been gone. For encouragement when this book began, Jeff Ryman, Alison Pace, also much missed, and Tinch Minter and her writing group, especially Julian Hall. For encouragement along the way, my parents, Janet and Stuart, Patrick and Teresa Nielsen Hayden, Ellen Datlow, Terry Windling, and Neil Gaiman, whose generosity to other writers never ceases to amaze me. For everyone who helped with languages, Stuart Clarke, Samantha Evans, Patrick Marcel, and Georgia Grilly. For help with knotty problems of Napoleonic military and naval history, Nicholas Blake. Needless to say, the remaining errors are entirely my responsibility. For immensely perceptive comments and suggestions, Antonia Till. For writing books that were continually helpful, Elizabeth Longford, Wellington, and Christopher Hibbert and Ben Weinreb, the London Encyclopedia. To Jonathan Whiteland, who cheerfully gives his time and expertise so that Max can run and books be written. And above all, to Colin, who did everything else so I could write, who never complained, and without whom it is most unlikely this book would ever have seen the light of day. End of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, by Susanna Clarke, Susanna Clarke. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, April 2005. Published by Bloomsbury Publishing, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. www.bloomsburyusa.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.